resource, is a wealth. It's something full with value-added products. It's full with the value-added could produce energy, it could produce electricity, it could produce so many chemicals. But the waste has to be managed wisely and accurately. So the current practice, if we see at the scenario, what's happening in most of the developing countries, including Pakistan, we have a collections, not only we have a transportation system in place, while we do not have something like which is called integrated approach for sustainable solid waste management systems, where all of the institutional arrangements, right policies and legal framework should be there, public participation should be encouraged, should be there, proper adequate financial management support, subsidy, appropriate technologies when it's come to waste energy, for waste to energy place. So they have to be there against this sustainable solid waste management system. But what we see only collection, transportation, and it passes all of these steps and it goes to the disposal side directly. So we have to bring something like this integrated waste management systems in the developing world, including Pakistan as well. If we want to have, as I explained in the last slides, if we want to convert our waste to wealth, if we want to generate something valuable, if we want to generate some energy, renewable energy, some chemicals, value-added products, we must have such a system in place actually. So here comes the concept of waste to energy actually. This is an amazing concept. This is not a new concept. This exists in the scientific community. People are working on these concepts hundreds of years ago. But now this concept has been completely reshaped, redeveloped actually. And any society, any country who wants to cut its fossil fuel addictions, so the waste to energy provides a promising solution to such society. While the possibilities for converting waste to various forms of energy are plentiful, and those could include a wide range of waste sources, conversion technologies, infrastructure, and use applications. So broadly, we divide waste to energy technologies in two categories. We have thermal technologies where we use somehow some temperature, heat as in the process. It could include incineration, gasification, pyrolysis, plasma or gasification. And while there are non-thermal technologies, waste to energy as well. Anaerobic digestion, from where we produce biogas, fermentation to produce methanol, ethanol, process esterification to produce biodiesel, mechanical, biological treatment. So it's also important to highlight one misperception actually. When it's come to waste to energy, actually, it is only considered waste to energy is something which has to deal with the burning. It is something which has to deal with the incinerations. While this is not the case actually, by concept or by book. Now in the world, earlier on, they considered waste to energy because of some commercials, enterprises was there, and they only have a closed incineration plants, gasification plants in different parts of the world, and they declared this is the only way waste to energy. But this is not the case. As a scientist and researcher, there is a huge range of technologies, but those technologies really depends of the local situation of that country. So here I want to show some real examples of waste to energy plants in different parts of the world. For example, if we look at the China, almost all of the main provinces and cities, including Beijing, Fujian, we could say that there are waste to energy plants exist. And those waste to energy plants is not only based or processed by incineration only. There are new ways of pyrolysis, gasifications, including other. There are many plants where they are integrated different waste to energy technologies. And if we look at the Japan, Tokyo, for example, Osaka, Mutsu, Shitsu. So there are so many places even in Japan. All of the main areas in Japan, they have these waste to energy plants. While if we look at the rest of the world, including Canada, West Indies, Malaysia, India, Russia, United States, we could find them very easily in all parts of the world. West Indies, Singapore. So why I'm showing these like different plants? This is something to tell that this is waste to energy technologies are not something at a lab scale. Is not, these are not the some which are running only at a pre-pilot scale. While waste to energy technologies exist as a commercial scale, as an industrial scale, all parts of the world. So taking that concept, waste to energy technologies. So here is another development actually. They say like to make the process overall more cost effective, more eco-friendly, and the having more positive perception by the peoples of that society or that country. They say rather than you produce one product, one energy at the end, why not have a multiple products from the single source, from the single substrate or a feedstock? And here comes another concept that's called waste biorefinery. So here we categorize as a scientist different waste biorefineries. For example, forestry waste-based biorefinery, agricultural waste-based biorefinery, animal waste-based biorefinery, similar industrial and municipal waste biorefineries. And we take all of the forestry in the form of leaves as straws, for example. But we also include all of the different fractions, including bark, sawdust, pulping liquors, fibers, dead trees, logging materials, leaves and straws. All of the materials to produce not only one product, not only one energy, but produce multiple and a range of value-added products. So similar case with the agricultural waste, we consider all different fractions, all types of waste under this single waste biorefinery to produce multiple products. When it comes to animal waste, we are not only interested in the fats, for example, but we also consider tallows, bloods, meat, manure, swine dust, and same with the industrial waste and municipal waste. So this is important to understand actually. I'm sure many of the students and young researchers are sitting and listening this talk. So what are the criteria to select waste biorefinery technology for any particular city, for any society, for any country? We cannot import waste to energy technology from West. We cannot copy it and paste and we start expecting that's one technology that's working fantastic, producing 100% results. For example, in Russia, in Europe, in America, it will produce 100% same results or yield the same amounts here in our country, for example, Pakistan. So why? Because the technologies has to be deep rooted. It has to be based on the waste type and the amounts of that particular city, that particular country or regions. In other way around, it's called waste characterizations. So before selecting any technology under waste biorefinery, we have to see the waste composition, waste types, and the amounts of that particular city. We have to see the amount of gas emissions from that particular waste biorefinery, and we have to see the legislations whether our particular single waste to energy technology is producing such emissions which are considered toxic, harmful, and exceeding the limits of threshold. So obviously we cannot select that technology. We also have to consider our local recycling and waste disposal practices. And we do not want to wipe out all of the recycling practices in Lahore, in Pakistan, different cities, where the small, medium income families, they generate revenue for them and their kids. So it has to be integrated, as I said before. We also have to consider the environmental and economic benefits for our own country, for our own society. We also have to consider the local weathers and other factors. Some technologies work very well in a moderate temperature. Some do not work in a high temperature. So we have to consider all these factors. We cannot ignore the public awareness and the behavior. And the required form of energy. Sometimes some energy technology fail in a country because that country do not have an infrastructure, or that country do not need that kind of energy. For example, biogas, for example, biodiesel. We also have to see the market. and product market in our country. For example, we build a plant and we produce some energy. It could be hydrogen, it could be methanol, it could be biogas, it could be biodiesel, it could be any energy carrier materials. But we also have to see the markets, whether we have a market for this energy or not, and how this gonna be executed in our energy markets, whether we have a proper legislation in place or not. Here I give you more questions actually to my young fellows, to the young researchers and the students sitting around listening to me. So here I put a few research questions to you. Can any of these single waste to energy technology, when I say single waste to energy technology, that means there is some kind of waste, for example, organic waste, food waste, and we have a one process, one technology, like anaerobic digestions, and we produce one product, biogas, and we have a second product, it could be digestate, that could be used as a fertilizer. It really depends on the, so that's called, if we have a one chain, one product, one source of feedstock, one technology, feedstock product. So this is called single waste to energy technology. So can any of such waste to energy technology achieve zero waste concept, where we want to divert almost more than 90% of our waste to something useful, to something valuable, to something wealth, rather than disposing all of the waste to the landfill, or rather open burning all of the waste. So second question is, any of the convergent technology could replace the fossil fuel substantially and immediately. This is very important when we consider, when we take this waste biorefinery under a sustainable or holistic approach. We have to consider such questions. We have to see the energy mix of our country, how much we can replace the fossil fuel, whether it's a very marginal, substantial, which level we are at the moment. Is any of these technologies capable enough to compete with the other renewable energy sources, for example, wind, for example? But that electricity costs us more. What we are getting from our WAPDA or from fossil fuel burning. So we have to compare the cost as well. We have to consider the overall emissions, carbon footprint, water footprint of that particular waste to energy technologies, whether it is eco-friendly, environment-friendly or not. So here comes the engineering solution that we say, you bring all of different single waste to energy technologies under one roof concept, like a factory. You have one factory, you set up a factory, and you have a mixed waste, dirty waste. For example, we do not have, for example, Pakistan, we do not have a segregation at source. We do not put our waste in different waste bins. We put all of our waste in under one shopping bag, one bins, and it's a mixed waste. So when it reaches that factory, and then it is segregated, sorted out, separated, based on the technologies. Organic fractions should be separated, for example, for anaerobic digestions. Fats related fraction should be separated for transesterification to produce biodiesel. So if we integrate all of these different technologies under one roof, under one factory concept, the overall approach could be much sustainable, cost effective, eco-friendly, and socially acceptable. So here I show you that holistic approach, which I'm emphasizing actually for the developing countries, developing cities, as a solution, as a way forward. For example, you have a tipping and a receiving area where you receive all of the mixed waste, and then you segregated that waste. As I said, organic fractions could easily go after the pre-treatment to the thermophilic anaerobic digestions to make sure the hygienic, to make sure the killing of the pathogens and the microbes, the toxic pathogens, not the useful microbes. And then we have a produced biogas. Biogas can be upgraded and can be used as a compressed natural gas in our vehicles. And at the same time, we have another technologies where we have all of the fats, tallows, used cooking oil, and that goes to rendering and transesterification units. We produce biodiesel as a result. We have a RDF, refuse drive fuel, is also a very promising process to replace the coal actually in the power productions. And we have a RDF pellets that can be used combined heat and power plants. We have a pyrolysis where we can take all different plastics, excluding the hazardous plastics. We do not have the hazardous emissions at the end. So the beauty of this system, a source of electricity or heat, this is self-sustaining system where one system energy could suffice the requirements of the other systems. So all of the requirements, and if one process need temperature, heat, electricity, so this is such a requirement is fulfilled from another process. The benefits are huge, actually. Research and development environment, actually, having an environment of research R&D is itself a big benefit to developing countries. For example, Pakistan, if we have such systems, we could have a big R&D at different university, academia level, at industrial level, at a pilot scale levels. So obviously we could train our own youngsters, young scientists with these technologies, with these biorefinery concepts. We could be able to solve waste problems at a significant level, because running such integrated waste biorefinery, we need a substantial amounts of the waste inputs. And almost, I will show you a case study where we could easily divert almost 70-80% of the waste to such biorefinery, and while the remaining 20% can go only to landfill side. So obviously we could solve waste problem to a magnificent at a big level actually, and we would also be able to minimize the environmental pollutions. New business, new jobs creation would happen, will be in place, and having all these benefits on one hand side, the public health would be improved. Currently, unfortunately, many of the developing countries, there is no quantification of the health issues, the impacts of the health, because of not having a sustainable waste management system. We never realize, but there is a huge impacts, negative impacts on the public health for not having a sustainable waste management system in any country. And having this waste biorefineries in one country, we could attain very famous SDGs by UN Sustainable Development Goals actually. So therefore, we are giving more emphasis that the integrated waste biorefineries is a future to achieve the SDGs. There are so many SDGs that could achieve very easily if we develop such integrated waste biorefinery system. For example, generating one of the goal is to generate renewable, affordable, and clean power and valuable products from waste. And obviously, this is one of the core area of core point or core benefit of integrated waste biorefinery to achieve the circular economy concept in the developing country. Another goal is to improve the efficiency of the waste management and the sanitation systems. So obviously we could not, by having such system, we will not let the waste to go open dumping, open burning, or landfills which are not the closed or engineering landfills, and as a result we have emissions, we have a leachate, we have a groundwater contamination, we have a air pollutions, we have a workers' health issues. So another goal is to improve the good health and well-being of the public. So obviously, having such systems, we could attain public health, well-beings, and we could also be able to achieve the other goals like recycling practices, increase research and development activities, creating new business and job opportunities for local people to reduce hunger and poverty. The local, as I said before, the medium business, medium families, income families, for them, integrated waste biorefineries could be a wealth, could be a havens, could be a so much promising areas. So here I present you a short case study of Saudi Arabia, because I worked over there 6 years almost. So we developed such system over there. and we work for their government. Currently, there is no energy recovery or energy facility exists in Saudi Arabia. They have a very high per capita waste generation as compared to other countries. Around 1.4 kg they produce municipal solid waste per day per capita basis. Food and the plastic waste are the highest ones because of pilgrims. Is almost like the food and plastic waste collectively made up to 70% of the municipal solid waste. So we work with the government and we gave them different in the country. The country should have a policies which try to reduce all type of waste from all types of sources and utilizing treated and renewable water back to the systems, localizing renewable energy. The most important point, we initially as a theoretical, we gave them the number that if they start having such waste to energy projects in place, they could easily generate around 9.5 gigawatts of renewable energy from the waste they have on a daily basis in the country. So obviously 9.5 gigawatts is a huge economic benefit for the country. And we implement this concept in a Makkah Tul Mukarramah city. Obviously, we all know Makkah is very important and famous city for Muslims for Hajj and Umrahs. So, and we categorize all of the waste, municipal solid waste, and we look very carefully after waste characterization, how much waste could easily go to waste biorefinery and how much waste could go to recycling purposes. And we calculated around 88% of the municipal solid waste could be easily utilized under waste to energy to produce some renewable energy, clean energy, and around 12% is very suitable for recycling purposes. Just to give you a few numbers, how much the economic benefit they could produce only from one city. For example, if they recycle these 4 items, cardboards, glass, metals, and aluminiums, producing on a daily basis only in Makkah city, they could generate a huge benefits. And that net revenue after having all of the emissions, savings, considering so many factors, we calculated a net revenue of around 113 million Saudi Riyal will be added to the national economy every year, only from recycling 4 items and only from one city. So obviously the magnitude is so high that if such systems or such factories are in place in different cities of Saudi Arabia and also like even now in Pakistan, so we could generate millions of dollars or millions of rupees benefits to our country as a result. So as a net, including both recycling and waste to energy, we also calculated the revenue by having such waste biorefinery in a whole city where almost 100% of the waste is not disposed, is not open burn, is not landfills, open landfill, while it's all 100% is being treated in this waste biorefinery concept, and how much the benefits the country could get is around 758 million Saudi Riyal can be generated from different fractions, obviously landfill diversion, electricity generation, recycling purposes, and the saving of fossil fuel, which is in millions barrel of oil actually. So we, as a result, we also have a plants, pilot scale, small pilot scale, 2-stage batch pyrolysis system. We designed, we tested biomass and plastics, we generate oil, and we examine that oil for energy point of view. So coming to the end of my presentation, me and my team, I'm the certified trainer in Saudi Arabia and different countries to different environmental inspectors, engineers on the topics of integrated waste management system, waste to energy, waste biorefineries, including sustainability. So this is very famous report we wrote and recently published, and it's online, freely available. I would recommend, it has a huge, good numbers, is West Asia Solid Waste Outlook Report. After a few years, UNEP actually, they published this report to update the numbers, and they want to see what could be generated from the waste. So Waste to Wealth, it's been last year, it's been launched online. So you could read this report, UNEP reports, is very famous in the region. So coming to the conclusion and recommendation, actually, uh, so here I give also at the end want to give few future directions actually, particularly if there are any policymakers sitting and listening, and moreover to the to my young students, young scientists and researchers, some way forward, and these way forward they can take, they can execute, they can start doing a PhD. Because these areas are something which needs to be explored, which need to be examined, which need to be studied. PhD students, master students, bachelor students. So we need to increase the energy consumptions, obviously in our country. We want to reduce the GHG emissions in order the Paris Agreement, Kyoto Protocol. There are so many other protocols we exist and we are abide to fulfill. And now with the particularly SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, the government of Pakistan unanimously accepted, and they say that's implemented SDGs in all of the workplaces, public or private, and we have to give some numbers. So this could be another area to explore, particularly for Pakistan point of view. We should start sustainable energy production mainly from the non-food biomass sources. So in our country, obviously, we could not produce some biomass or cash crops on the cost of the grains, on the cost of fertilizers, on the cost of food. Obviously, we do not have a such, we are not economically rich. So we have to consider, and here come the best source, waste. Waste is already produced, is being produced as the result of different process, is being produced from the household, is being produced from the agriculture, from the forest, different sources. So why not we take that as a biomass and produce different energy productions? And also we have to consider there in scientific community there has been a tremendous work on a single waste to energy technology. For example, anaerobic digestion. You can take any example, gasification, pyrolysis. But there is a very little work. There is work, but as a whole or holistic approach in community, there is not much work combined under waste, integrated waste biorefinery concepts. And we have to develop, we have to train our students on different models like life cycle assessment techniques, product space model, quantification through linear programming, linear algebraic mathematical equations. So where they can see whether if we could produce such integrated waste biorefinery in Pakistan, whether it would be cost effective, whether it would be eco-friendly, socially acceptable as a whole or not. So besides, I'm also national, international reviewers and auditors, freelance writer in electronic and printed media. These are my different where these are my editors around the world. I would be very happy to take any of the questions you have. And thank you so much once again for inviting me to give such a talk.
Thank you very much. It's a session for the question answer. If you have any question, you may ask. I think there is no question, but I would like to ask one question. Sir. Which energy source, which is the waste energy source, might be having the best efficiency? Have you evaluated this? That in Pakistan, actually, I'm looking for this topic. So, what we need to have you presented this plan. It's a wonderful thing to government of Punjab or government of Pakistan.
I didn't present yet. I'm trying to approach some high officials here while after coming back to Pakistan. But I presented this concept at different forums. For Pakistan, I have considered, I have gone through so many what has been happened so far in our countries in terms of publication, scientific work, and what could be done practically, actually. So we have spent so much through NGOs on anaerobic digestion, on biogas production. But that really works on a small scale, not at a big scale. When it's come to integrated or centralized units, where we want to have the solution for the whole city waste. We also consider pyrolysis. We also consider transesterification. The way I see way forward for Pakistan, for considering our waste. And our waste, I categorize three waste: municipal waste, crop agricultural waste, and the forestry. Obviously, forestry is less, agriculture if we consider the Punjab. So I see the gasification of the biomass is a way forward, is a promising work that has to be done. That has to be examined pilot scale, small pilot to industrial scale, and that's need to be financed and funded by the.
Zabardast, mashallah. Is there any question?
There's some question in the chat box.
Okay. Yes, when it comes to the cost production in Pakistan, so I could say because we have so many work has been done in the past decades on the biogas productions on different incineration, closed incineration. But as I said before, gasification is a way forward because at the end we have a clean product, clean energy syngas that has a more direct application as compared to biogas, as compared to oil. Pyrolysis, because that's a mix and sometimes is full with aromatics. But the overall cost of gasification has been calculated at a publication level, at a lab scale level, but it has to be generalized to the country level. So that work has to be done actually. So we have the numbers in place, but that numbers is not, I could say, for policy and decision making process. We have to take those numbers to a much larger level in a Pakistan context. It's time that we should make any policy. Yes, we should have these policies. Those policies should be based again short-term and long-term policies. So and this is the right time actually. We should divert our waste rather than open burning, open landfilling, and then leaving all of the waste to generate all of the issues. The people's health actually severely affected. Unfortunately, there's no study who quantify the impacts of the waste the management practices we are doing currently on the Pakistani peoples.
I think there is no more question. Thank you, Dr. Sattar Nizami Sahab. It's a wonderful talk, and we are having a shield for the appreciation for giving this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Our second speaker is Dr. Naveed Arshad. Dr. Naveed Arshad is presently Associate Professor and Director of National Center in the Big Data and the Cloud Computing at Lahore University of Management Sciences. He is also the Director of Energy Informatics Group, EIG, and the co-founder of the LUMS Energy Institute. Dr. Arshad has published closely 50 research articles in top international journals and conferences. He has also authored Precon, the most comprehensive open residential energy data collection in the world. He is the co-founder of the multiple startup companies in big data and the electric vehicle domains. The research interests of the Dr. Arshad include energy informatics and electric transportation. Dr. Arshad holds MS and PhD degree in computer. Today, we talk about the data-driven efficiency in Pakistan. So it is over to Dr. Naveed Arshad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for a great introduction. I would like to share my presentation. I think you can give me rights for it. Then I can share it. Okay, so I got it. Just give me a second. Okay, so can you see my presentation?
Sir, we can see it.
Yes.
In the full screen mode? Can you see it in the full screen mode?
No, it's not a full screen. It's like the next slide is also visible.
Okay, let me share it again because I think sometimes when you share it in multiple screens, it has this problem. Let me share it again. Okay, how about now?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Ji. So My name is Naveed Arshad, and I am a part of LUMS for several years now, and I'm also part of two centers at LUMS. One is the National Center in Big Data and Cloud Computing, and the second one is LUMS Energy Institute. For the past decade or so, my work has been in the area of energy and power, in particularly the power sector. Recently, for the past several years, we've been working on electric vehicles. However, today I'm going to be talking about a very different topic, a topic that I was not aware of a couple of years, not aware, started working in this area. And the reason why I chose this topic is because this conference is about energy efficiency and conservation. And there is a resource that we have, that's our indigenous resource, and we are not actually making good use of it. And I thought that it is important that we highlight that what are the challenges that we are facing in the natural gas sector. And since natural gas is a fuel to many of the industries, is also a fuel, it's not only just a fuel, it's a feedstock for many industries. It's a fuel for lots of power plants in Pakistan. And unless we use it in a judicious fashion, it's not going to be helpful for us to leave some of these resources for the next generation. So we have to be very judicious. Dr. Nizami had a great presentation on waste to energy, and I just would like to say that until we have enough waste to energy plants, natural gas based energy generation will be our, you can say, the foundation of our base generation. Slowly we can convert it to waste to energy, and I think we should be doing it and should be doing it quickly enough. But natural gas is something that's going to be helping us at least for the next 2 decades for our base load plants. So I would like to start from a saying that I really liked. It is actually came from a Swedish foreign minister in a World Commission on Environment and Development, probably one of the first work that happened under UN on energy and climate change. And here the statement says that whatever we use in the current generation use, it should not use it just as if there is no next generation. So we should be using these resources and also are not compromising the rights of future generations to fulfill their needs. So we have to leave enough resources for them so that they can also use it. However, unfortunately, in the natural gas sector, we see that in Pakistan, we have not been able to follow this kind of a gesture. I mean, Pakistan, the natural gas was discovered in 1952. Commercial exploitation started in 1955. We have a total reserves, and these are the reserves that we have available that we can extract right now. The gas wells are dug, and that's about 57.4 trillion cubic feet. We have already used since 1955 until now. We have already used about 38 TCF, and another 19 TCF are remaining. If we continue it using our current rate, we will be out of gas reserves in the next 13-14 years. Now, this is of course not a pretty picture. I mean, the next 13-14 years, it's just right around the corner when you look at planning at that level. Now, here I would like to just caution that although Pakistan has a lot of untapped natural gas reserves, we have not done enough exploration to actually find those gas reserves. So these are the gas reserves that we already have, like Sui and Qadarpur and Mardi and others. And these are the gas reserves that we are currently exploiting. The other gas reserves, of course, we need to do a lot of exploration to find out. That costs money. But for the current reserves, we have to be very frugal in the next few years because this is a very precious resource. And I'll come to that point at how precious that resource is. So in Pakistan, natural gas was the primary fuel for many of our needs, primary energy source until about 2000. After that, of course, there are other resources that came around. We are one of the most gas-intensive country. I mean, we use a lot of natural gas. And total in a commercial energy supply is about 86 million ton oil equivalent. And 43%, as we said, is the primary energy supply still. And it's used in manufacturing as captive power plant. It's used in power generation. In the many of the gas plants that we have, it as a feedstock, as a raw material, in plastic, fertilizer, pharmaceutical. And we have also been using it in our domestic cooking, space heating, water heating, And there was another phenomena of CNG that we saw in the past 2 decades that actually took off and then actually gave also almost crashed because we didn't have enough gas stocks. So where is natural gas used in Pakistan? So we tried to find out, okay, what historically in the past 50 years we have been using natural gas for. If you look at it, mostly we have been using it in power generation, in industry, and in residential form. And until about 2001, there was a steady increase in natural gas utilization. But in 2007, something happened, and our gas usage went up through the roof. And then, of course, we had a situation where we didn't have enough gas to supply, so there was a gap. And now we are also seeing there is an uptake because we have started importing LNG from different countries, and so that's imported gas. That's not our indigenous gas that we are using. Now, the total imports into Pakistan of any kind of fuel is about 16.5 billion. Mostly that is petroleum, about 13 billion. And then there is LNG import, which is about 3.5 billion. And LNG phenomena started in about 4 or 5 years back. Our first LNG shipment came in 2015. However, like other sectors, natural gas sector also has a circular debt situation that is appearing, which is very strange because this is most of the resources we are digging from the country, we're extracting from the country. Even then, the gas sector in Pakistan has about 350 billion of circular debt. It means that we have those invoices with us, but we are not able to pay them. We are delayed in the payment. And in power sector, as you know, the current circular debt is 2.4 trillion. The gas sector is catching up fast. It is now 350 billion for the gas sector, which is the indigenous gas, and for the LNG sector, it's about 80 billion. So gas sector revenue shortfall is about 400 billion. It means that we are supplying more gas and recovering less bills. And why is that? I'm going to explain in a second. So one of the underpinning of why Pakistan's natural gas problems are more, why there's so much shortfall in this revenue is because we have one of the largest piped natural gas infrastructure in the world. The other two countries that actually are, you can say, more than Pakistan are United States and Germany. And at this time, we have piped natural gas to about 9.8 million customers across mostly in residential, but in other manufacturing and power and others. Transmission gas pipelines, which are the main pipelines that go up and down with the country, is about 13,000 plus kilometer. And the distribution gas pipelines is about 177,000 kilometer. That is much more than even India, because India does not have that much piped natural gas infrastructure. So that creates its own problem. And why it creates lots of problems, we'll come to that in a second. So currently we have two utilities which are supplying the natural gas at distribution level, SNGPL and SSGC, which is Sui Northern Gas Pipeline and Sui Southern Gas Company. In 2018-19, our natural gas demand was about 4,300 million cubic feet per day. And out of about 901, almost, I would say 25% of our need is import in LNG. The largest consumption of natural gas is in power and domestic sector, which is also the residential sector. About 60% gas is being consumed there. We have in the province of Sindh the largest production of natural gas. 35% gas is coming from Sindh province. So total supply demand in 2018-19 that our indigenous production was about 3.3. We had the demand of about 5 billion cubic feet per day. And then supply demand gas is 1.74. Out of that, some of it is covered by import from Qatar, and while the other we did through gas load shedding. So that's we are not able to complete the requirement. And here is the reason why. So if you look at the graph on the top right-hand side, that is the number of connections that are available. So these are in the thousands. So about 5.8, 6.26. So our natural gas connections are growing at a rate about 5.8% every year, while the orange line says that our natural gas production is going down. So almost so while we are just giving out right and left all the natural gas connection for political or other reasons, our gas production is going short. So rather than converting these people to other forms of fuel, we are still providing natural gas connection because it buys votes, it fulfills the promises of the governments or political parties when they come into the government. And the bottom figure actually shows the dangerous situation that we are in. So the blue line is the committed and anticipated supply. The orange line is total demand, and the gray line is the gap. As you can see, our gap is growing phenomenally. And by 2030, we are going to be we can only use about 33% of indigenous gas to fulfill our energy needs in Pakistan. So the rest of the 66% we either have to import or we have to shift them to other fuels. So by 2030, we will have supply-demand deficit of 5.3 billion cubic feet per day. And the reason is not only that we are using the gas in a much inefficient ways, but also the management of the government companies are unfortunately not. They're not doing their best. That's the best way to put it. And we have lots of reserves in Balochistan. However, we cannot tap it. And another reason is that in the world, typically what they do is that they have a well that they dig almost in about 2 by 2 or 3 by 3 kilometers square in all of the country. We are digging well in about 20 by 20 kilometers. So our chances of finding gas are much lower. Secondly, we are not looking at other gas fields, which are potential gas fields. We are just trying to dig the ones that we already have. So Sui or in Sindh, we're trying to find more gas in those fields rather than looking at other areas of Pakistan where gas is available, or at least there is the geographical information systems are saying that the potential of gas is higher. So historical use of natural gas, again, I am showing this figure again, but in cumulative usage of billion cubic feet. And here if you see that we have been using natural gas quite frugally until about 1997-98, but after that our utilization has just gone up. And the orange bars that you see in the last 5 years are the imports that we are doing. So we are not using these natural gas and using our own resources, but we are importing it. And of course, that import costs a lot of money. I'll tell you how much that import is. And this economic dependency, or LNG, is so much that now we have about 900 MMCFD of LNGs imported. As we said earlier, the import bill is about $3.4 billion. About 21% of all the imports of fuels in the country is actually LNG. And we have 2 terminals, and we have a 15-year gas supply agreement, which you see a lot in the news, whether it's a good agreement or the bad agreement. I'm not going to go into that detail, but there is an agreement that you have to follow in 15 years long contract. And about 65% of our gas will be coming from Qatar for the next 15 years. Well, 5 years have passed, so another 10 years or so. Now, where the gas is being utilized. One of the things that astonished us is how much of unaccounted for gas do we have in our system. Typically, in the OECD countries, the natural gas UFG, which is the gas that you put on one side of the pipe, and when you extract on the other side, what's the difference is that's the UFG. So how much gas is being, you can say, leaked out in the air, or through just cracks or leakages, or through you can say through illegal extraction or meter tampering. In Pakistan, the distribution losses is about 14%. So compare that with the OECD of 1.2%. Now we have 14% of gas in our country that we don't know where that is being leaked. Now, here's an astonishing fact. In our power sector, we talk a lot about distribution losses. And we say that our distribution losses are going through the roof, and we should be taking care of these distribution losses, and government is after the distribution companies. If you look at that, the distribution losses in power sector is about 18%, which is about which is giving us, you can say, a shortfall about 45 billion per annum, 2 times the international norm. Not good. It's not 2% or 20%, it's 2 times. However, when we look at the UFG, in terms of gas, the direct losses are 14%, which is 7 times the international norm, which means that we are losing more gas, 7 times more gas than the other countries, or you can say the countries that we follow as our role models. And UFG is slightly better in SNGPL, but in SSGC is about 17, 18%. One of the reasons is that we have the infrastructure that we put in terms of pipelines is now getting old and it's not being replaced. And natural gas is a physical commodity rather than in an electricity, which is physical, but it's electrons. Electrons cannot just dissipate into the air. They can dissipate in terms of heat, in terms of resistance, but they cannot just go out of the wire. But here we have pipes, and even a small hole in the pipe actually leak a lot of gas. So in Germany and USA, which is, you can say, the other large natural gas pipeline network, the leakages or number of leakages that is happening is about 0.22 per kilometer. In US is 0.36 per kilometer. We have in SNGPL about 2.2 leaks per kilometer. And in SSGC is about 4.9 per kilometer. And of course, these figures are not coming from the government. They're coming from different people that actually analyze the sector and provide this data. And out of all UFG, so let's say if we normalize the UFG to 100%, 17%, again, this is a estimate, 17% is, you can say, theft from a pipe, from connection into pipes, which are from illegal means, and through meter tampering. You have maybe heard of compressors that people put in natural gas systems so that they can extract more gas. So those kind of things are 17%. So UFG, just the pipes which are not providing any metered connection is actually more leaks. And I think anecdotally we have seen, I mean, at least I have seen in my neighborhood, I have seen at multiple times the gas smell coming from different areas, and people are not just bothered because nobody is billing them for it. And you have to call the SNGPL guys, and then even they are not bothered because they said that aapko to bill nahi aa raha uska. So they are so much just because it's a resource that nobody really cares. I mean, it's just leaking, and in terms of environment, is methane being leaked into the system, and it can cause problems in terms of accidents. It causes problems in terms of climate change or environmental degradation. But unfortunately, we do not take care of those kind of things. Now, the biggest problem in the natural gas usage is that we are subsidizing the natural gas sector to a level that is unbearable to the government. It is not sustainable, and one day or the other, it will just the system, the sector will just go into nosedive. So, what is the gas production cost that we get in Pakistan from our own wells? According to OGRA, the per MMBTU cost of extracting gas in Pakistan, that includes the setting up of the well, of course, well drilling was very costly, $75 million spent on well drilling, and then putting the whole infrastructure, the compressors and the pipes and other things, and then extracting the gas, paying all the people, and then running that compressor for a very long time. The total cost, average cost of extracting per MMBTU is about $4.59. And our minimum rate, which we call the lifeline rate, which you and me most actually are in our homes and during the summers, is we are putting the cost of it about $0.75. Actually, 21 rupees, which we actually charge the people for this gas that we are extracting at about 4.59 per MMBTU. On the other hand, the RLNG that we are getting is about $10, where the extra price is $6, and then $4 is added in terms of taxes and royalties. And that $4 we try to then put back into the system, which is jo 121 rupees de raha hai, uske liye we provide the cross subsidy. Is that a sustainable model? Of course not. And this is probably will give us headaches, and it is giving us headaches in now and into the future if we do not do something about it. Now, the first slab of 121 rupees is not the only problem that we have. Our 4 slabs, the slab 1, 2, 3, which is about 3 HMQ per month, is still lower than the cost of extraction that we are getting from our wells, and much lower than the cost that we are paying for the LNG. On the other hand, our gas priority scheme is also very strange. So when the natural gas was in short supply, the government have this, you can say this priority order that you see on the left-hand side, that the domestic and commercial sector are the first should be getting the gas. So the ones that are paying 121 rupees or 300 rupees or 553 rupees or 738 rupees, they will be provided gas at first. Sub gas unko mil jayegi, and then the rest of the sector will be provided gas, which are actually doing the cross subsidy, which includes the power sector or the textile sector, which are bringing dollars for us in terms of exports, and then general industry and fertilizer is coming as actually a third, where it's not fuel, but it's a feedstock. And then captive power. And this is a very strange priority order, because you are not even charging for that gas and trying to supply that gas at a cost that is maybe many times lower than the cost of producing it. And that's why we are seeing a shortfall of 400 billion rupees per annum in our system. Now, this is a slide prepared by a good friend who is at HDIP, Asim Riaz, and he's trying to show pictorially what we have just discussed. So you see the bottom dotted line, that is 121 rupees for the first slab. For the LNG that we import from Qatar and other countries, the upper dotted line. So we are buying gas at about 1400 rupees, supplying gas at 121 rupees, especially in winters when we have a shortfall of gas. How in the world can any system economically sustain this kind of load? I don't know. I don't have the answer, but I think this is just crazy or insane of putting the gas pricing at this level when we know that our resources are ending and the imported gas is just not available at the price that we are supplying it to our consumers. The other blue line and the orange line is actually the LPG, which is coming from different refineries. That's another fuel that is used in rickshaws and others. And here the cost is also very high. The cost of production is very high. And then the orange one is the cost of supplying to the consumer. So again, that is so the misplace is very stark, that how cheap are we pricing our natural gas. Now, in our sectors, out of all the sectors, two sectors that we have to spend most time on in terms of if we want to bring efficiency into the system is one is unaccounted for gas, and second one is the residential sector, because here where the most inefficiencies exist. So just to give an example, there are about in the SUI system, there are the residential gas connection about 9.6 million. So SUI is written, but in all the natural gas connections, about crore ke kareeb hamare jo customers and they are in this pipe gas infrastructure. The domestic sector consumed about 22%. This 22% is now, at this time, it is 22%. 5 years ago, it's about 50%, because now in the last few years, we've added a lot of RNG plants at Bhikki, Baloki, Haveli, Bahadur Shah, and a lot of other plants have converted into natural gas. And we are now supplying the natural gas to all these plants, and that's why their ratio of power generation has grown bigger. And now the domestic sector is standing at 22%. And most of the usage of gas in the residential sector is cooking, space heating, heater sardiyon mein lagate hain, and then water heating, which is the geysers that we have. The problem here is the appliances that we have, even the ones that we buy new from name brands, the efficiency is not more than 40-45% in its utilization. And the older ones, or you can say the ones that are developed not by good companies, that are efficiency as low as 20%. So we are just wasting 80% of our gas. So we are supplying at 121 rupees and then wasting 80% of that gas to high efficient appliances. And it's not that high efficient, it's not that high appliances are not available or they are very expensive. The appliances in the West or in other countries where this is a precious commodity is about 65% or more efficiency. And while it's okay that we supply gas for cooking because it's something that's you can say that's the right of every customer, the problem here is that even in cooking, even in the time when we have in the summer, our usage is much higher than the countries that are neighboring to us. So, for example, India. So, for example, and again, I'm saying that let's say if we take the cooking as a base load, then what should be our base load? Our usage in summers is about 45 to 60 cubic meters per month. However, in India, which has the same, you can say, weather patterns or demography, the usage is about 15 to 17 cubic meters per month. You know the reason? They don't have a piped natural gas infrastructure, or they do not have an extensive piped natural gas infrastructure. They buy cylinders, and those cylinders they use very, very frugally with high efficient appliances. So that's why their usage is much lower than even our what we consider as lifeline consumers. And again, the one is seasonal dependent. So we have about 60 meter cube usage in summers, and in winters we usage go to 200 meter cube. And again, even in 200 meter cube, the bill is coming my bill is coming that's 2,000 rupees or something, even in winters when I consume most gas. And then, as the person who knows this area, I feel embarrassed to pay that bill that I'm getting this gas at such cheap rate. And I'm trying to be a lifeline consumer, or government is putting me in the lifeline consumer, whether I can pay slightly more. Almost 50% of the consumers are in the slab 3 of the tariff, which is about 300 rupees or something. Now, so the lowest economic value of the natural gas is in the residential sector, but we are providing the lowest tariff and the highest national priority. Now, if we assuming that we say, okay, we provide that gas at 121 rupees, but if we limit that 120 rupees, that the moment you go above 121 rupees, the next bill is 1,000 rupees or 1,500 or whatever, we actually can save about 100 CFD gas. That if we save, we can use it into power, into fertilizer and other areas. And per year, we are going to save about $230 million per annum just by pricing the gas in the domestic sector, right? Okay, so UFG is one thing, natural gas in the domestic sector is another. On the other hand, if we look at our electricity sector, and this is the area where we have been working for the past many years, and these numbers are as authentic as it can be because they are verified by NEPRA and others, and we have a report on these numbers. So this is the number of how much electricity do we have in our system and how much electricity do we need. So the top, so the dotted line and the orange lines are the two different scenarios of utilization, the maximum load of any month in the electricity sector. So I'm just this slide is about the electricity sector, and there is a reason we are showing this. So the gray line is the base load, orange line is the peak load. Between 2019 to 2025, we have a spare electricity at the tune of about 20 to 30% spare electricity, extra electricity in the system. And this is when we include all the plants that are retiring, that moves, all the plants that we are shutting down after expiry of their, all the plants that are going into scheduled maintenance, all the water inflows problem, all the renewable energy variations. Still, we have enough energy to fulfill our needs, electricity to fulfill our needs. So here's an opportunity where we can convert our resources from gas or natural gas to electricity in terms of cooking and space heating. Ban all the new connections of gas in future, give them more electricity, and they can use that electricity because that electricity will be slightly expensive. People will buy better appliances, and those are available. Induction cooking and others are available. And even if it is still expensive, people will go to solar and others. So here we have, and by the way, we are paying for this electricity. We are paying for the capacity payment. So if we don't use it, we are still paying for it. So, and on one side, we have a resource that is depleting, and on one side, we have a resource that is in excess. So we need to provide incentives or plans where we can shift that load to electricity. Now, finally, I would like to talk about a few recommendations. One thing which is you can say the crux of all the problem is the pricing of the natural gas, the different kind of fuels, electricity. I think we should have a national level agreement that all the fuel and all the fuels of any type, whether it's secondary or primary, should be priced at the same rate, or at least the same ballpark. There's no comparison between 121 rupees and 1500 rupees. आप 1500 की ले रहे हैं और 121 rupees पे बेच रहे हैं. That is such a, you can say, phenomena that is probably, I don't know how the government or the people who are at the decision maker can see it, but I would see it and say that, wow, what we are doing to our gas and what we are doing to our future generations. So we should have the policy-driven building electrification, as I mentioned. We should, so it's again a new industry that we can open up. And the electric appliances like ovens, like stoves, and like geysers and heaters, combined with solar and other technology, can be a great new industry that we can form that not only can save us in terms of saving our natural gas, but also utilizing electricity and utilizing it more efficiently. Gas tariffs in the residential sector requires a major revision. I saw just today in the news that they are trying to do it, but I know that there will be lots of hue and cry. Maybe there is needs, but unfortunately, this is a bitter pill that we have to take as a nation. Otherwise, there will be no gas in 10, 12 years, and then all of the gas will have to be imported. Another problem in the natural gas tariff is that unlike power sector, natural gas tariffs are same for everybody. So for the first 50 meter cube, I am a lifetime consumer. Everybody in Pakistan is a lifetime consumer. Everybody, whether they are living in a small mud house or living in a grand mud house, or lifetime consumer. That has to end. So the lifetime consumer only should be given to the people who are actually who need, and they should be given subsidies. So we have these BISP, Benzene Income Support Program, and SARS program. The subsidies should be provided through those programs rather than giving it in the bill. Otherwise, everybody will be getting the subsidy whether they need it or not. So another important thing is a smart meter infrastructure, at least at the main piping level, where which belongs to SNGPL and SSGC, to see that where different kind of leakages are happening. And I know that it can be a great R&D project where you can have smart pipes that actually can tell that, okay, there is a leakage that is going on or not. That could be a great IoT project. And I would encourage, if anybody is interested, we may be interested in that project. Of course, we need to have SNGPL and SSGC, but hopefully they'll agree with this idea. So smart pipes, which actually save the leakages, which is just releasing into the air. I mean, nobody's benefiting from it. And the total value of the UFG that we have in Pakistan is about $1.3 billion. If we save 1%, we are saving $1 million or more dollars. If we 2%, we are saving, we are saving 10 million, sorry about my math, $13 million. If we just say 1% of the UFG. And with every percent, just add another $13 million. So that's not only saving the imports that we have, but also giving us that gas. So a penny saved is a penny earned. So another work that we have been doing is in electric vehicles. And if you are interested, we have lots of information available on our website. And I've been giving talks on electric vehicles for many times, many different locations. You can find them lots on YouTube or Facebook. And the electrification of vehicles can actually help us in converting the CNG vehicles into those. And then energy efficiency practices. So NECA and TICA has to do a major work in standardizing the gas and electric appliances, because if we have gas appliances, we have to make them efficient. If we have electric appliances, we have to make them even more efficient, so that, because electricity is expensive and people should be cognizant of that fact. And gas leakage sensors, using a tree-based approach throughout from the wellhead until the meter at the consumer end, we should have a leakage sensors that probably it's an expense. Seems like an expensive project, but when we are just losing $101.3 billion in gas, so probably it's an investment that's worth spending. And then incentives for reporting leakages, even to the staff of SNGPL or SSGC, that if they report a leakage, they will be given an incentive or something. So hopefully that will help. And then a lot of gas is currently being used by captive power generation. So government recently has actually banned that captive generation. They say that now you should take electricity from national grid. But then national grid has to be reliable enough so that people, when they shift from gas to national grid, there is at least enough reliability so that if a jeans is being manufactured, it does not stop in the middle of its dying. So the half gene is dark blue, other gene is light blue. So those kind of reliability are required. Otherwise, the industry will not be happy. And then finally, the deregulation of the petroleum sector that needs to be done on priority basis, but not like a deregulation that we did in the power sector. We did part of deregulation and then left the sector, and the sector is like an orphan for the last 20 years. So it has to be planned through and implemented properly. Okay, again, going back to my first slide. This is a resource we need to save for our future generation, not for us. We have already spent a lot of time, but the person who, thank you very much. I would like to specially thank my team lead for this project, Zafar Kasmi, who has been spending a lot of time in preparing the facts and figures for this presentation, and he has been a long-time research with the Energy Institute. So thank you very much to Zafar and his team. And these professors, everybody thinks that we do all the work, but actually it's a team that actually doing the work, and then we are just presenting and getting the applause and everything. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Dr. I have a couple of three questions in my mind regarding this natural gas utilization. Actually, our planning is always poor. This is a well-known fact. The mushroom growth of CNG stations in Pakistan, you did not add the data that how this kind of, the addition actually affected the energy generation or any other, which are actually the requirements of the country. And that was really affected due to this. So was there any, the working on it, or it was done like randomly or whatsoever?
So the slide that I'm presenting now actually captures that how much CNG has used. So if you look at this light blue line, which is just top of the yellow line, the dot starts from 2003 and then grows and grows and then starts shrinking around in 2013, and then it keeps on shrinking. It's staying the same because in Punjab, we don't have much CNG, but in KPK and Sindh, they're still using a lot of CNG. Of course, this is a non-productive usage of CNG. I mean, if you've been used in some other productive purposes, it's really good. But the problem is that CNG is already there. You cannot stop it. You have to, you can say, give the people a better option than CNG. And then they will convert. Because I don't know whether you have visited Islamabad on certain days. If you go to Islamabad, there is a CNG station in F7 in Jannah Super. And I have, with my own eyes, saw a queue of about 2 kilometers parked outside the CNG station during the night, and because they start giving gas at 5 a.m. in the morning, and people are waiting in 2-kilometer queues to get the cheaper fuel. Literally, I mean, they waste their time there. They have to sleep there just because to find cheap fuel. The same thing we can achieve with electric vehicles. If the government provides some incentive, we can provide even 1/3 of the running cost of compared to a fuel vehicle, almost 1/2 of the running cost of compared to a CNG vehicle. So the alternate has to be there, and people are smart. They will shift.
Okay, that's very nice. What about the potential in Pakistan to develop own LNG plants generation instead of getting it from Qatar or anywhere? Have you studied this or done some research?
LNG is basically the natural gas. So Qatar is very smart. What they have done is that Qatar and Iran both share the largest natural gas reserve in the world in the Persian Sea. So about 45% of the natural gas is actually in that area. So Qatar is rich in gas. But they said that, okay, if we have this, and they have this natural gas for past decades. I mean, they have this resource, but somehow they're not able to tap it. But then they decided, okay, why don't we start converting this natural gas into liquefied form and then start shipping it. So if they were getting $2 for natural gas, they're now getting $10 for the same fuel because it's a cleaner fuel. It's now converted into liquid form, and then the ship comes to Pakistan with a liquid form, and then it converted into natural gas and put into our pipes. So for us to do that, we can look at some other possibilities. We can look at coal gasification. I'm not an expert. Some people really hate it, so I don't know. But another thing we need to do is to actually find more wells, more gas, because we know that in our system we have. But I would say that please, we should not be finding those until we fix our system. Because it's a good opportunity to fix our system, because if we get more gas right now, we will start wasting it like we did in the last 20 years or 30 years.
The last question is, if we materialize the gas pipeline from the Iran, which was the project which was signed and it is not yet materialized, what will be the effect on the economy? Will it be in a better shape as far as the cost which is incurred by the government, which is very heavy right now, which you have shown? Will it be improved or what? Is there any analysis of?
So these international negotiations are already very tricky, because in Iran, if we, let's say, spend a lot of money on the pipeline, we have to get some form of guarantee that gas is, number one, reliable, means some kind of sanction on Iran will not affect its supply. Number two, the price has to be right. I mean, we have to be negotiating, because we are a permanent you can say, customer to them. We have to be negotiating in a very, very and unfortunately, the negotiating tactic of our government are always weak. So we should be negotiating a very good rate, and then it should be flexible. In Qatar, the problem is that we are bound to buy a gas at certain rate for the next 15 years, and the first renegotiation happens only after 5 years. So that's a agreement that we are just buying into. So the agreement has to be flexible enough that if there is a change in the socio-economic, political, geographic circumstances, we are able to change that contract. It's difficult to do because Iranians will not like this kind. They would like one price for the next years. But we have to be smart in negotiation, that then we can achieve that.
We are very thankful for your wonderful talk, and we have the special appreciation. A shield will be awarded, of course, after this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, जी. बहुत शुक्रिया जी.
जी. Okay, जी. We move to the next speaker. Our third speaker is Dr. Sobia Beg. Sobia Beg is the currently Vice Chair IEEE Lahore section and designated as Head of Energy Research Center, ComSats University, Islamabad. She has served as the head of the department at the Department of Electrical Engineering, ComSat Institute of Information Technology, Lahore, Pakistan, from September 2013 till September 16. She holds a BSc in Electrical Engineering from University of Engineering and Technology, Texla, and MS and PhD in Electronic Engineering from GIK Institute of Engineering Sciences and Technology, Pakistan. She has awarded the Association of the Commonwealth University Fellowship for Research Work in the Smart Grid Communication in 2016. Her research interests include work on energy utilization of the grid data and its analytics, non-orthogonal multiple access techniques, smart grid communication techniques, and multi-carrier modulation techniques, and application of the wavelet-based modulation techniques in wireline digital subscriber line DSL, power line communication PLCs networks, and in 5G wireless communication networks. She has published papers in several areas, including NOMA for 5G, power line carrier digital modulation techniques, etc. She is an HEC-approved PhD supervisor, currently supervising a PhD thesis, and has supervised several final year projects and MS theses at ComSats Lahore. She is a regular reviewer of IEEE magazine, journal, and the letters on the communication, the signal processing, elsewhere journals on utilities policies, IEEE transaction on the smart grids, etc. She is affiliated with the professional organizations such as Pakistan Engineering Council, IEEE USA, and IEEE Japan. She has done several years of voluntary work with IEEE in Pakistan and held the position of Vice Chair, IEEE Lahore Section 2015 and 16. Today, she will talk about digitalization of the distribution grid for energy efficiency and conservation. Over to Dr. Sobia Beg.
Dr. Saab, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for your kind remarks and a very long introduction. It's so kind of you to have introduced me. I will start by sharing my presentation. Can you see this presentation, right?
Yeah, we can see.
I would like to first start with the Assalamu alaikum to everyone who is listening on today. And I'm grateful to the organizers of ICECE who have invited me to give a talk in this conference. I'm honored to be speaking on this equation and also to share my views on energy efficiency and conservation with reference to digitization of the distribution grid. Before I start, I would like to just show you a picture of our campus over here where I'm located. All those who are familiar with the lush green grounds and the pure Mughal architecture that we have in this campus. And now this is your banner for the conference, and the topic of my talk is about digitalization of distribution grids for energy efficiency and conservation. So these are the contents of my talk. I'm going to a bit deal upon your you can say global energy sector and its Pakistan status in it. Then what is the solution of this problem that we find ourselves in, and then how can we deal with it in terms of energy efficiency and conservation, the barriers to adoption of energy efficient technologies, how we can digitize the utilities and the grid, what is the problem with data collection and the digitalization of the grid in terms of energy efficiency opportunities, the smart grid, the AMI, smart meters. And data analytics, which are essential for solutions for energy efficiency in the distribution grid. The types and how we can have machine learning, artificial intelligence, and other data-driven technologies for grid modernization. So also I'm going to a bit talk about DSM, demand side management, demand response, and load forecasting. And then I would like to share the digitalization potential impact on power, and then IEEE policy recommendation, then Pakistan's efforts in this regard, and conclude my talk. So we'll start with global energy sector and Pakistan's status in it. So this is what we have in terms of energy growth, demand, and what is happening in the world that we need energy. And every day there is an explosive growth of energy. Secondly, what we have is limited available resources, and they're also expensive when we talk about fossil fuels. As a result of which we have global warming and greenhouse gas emissions. So the world needs abundant energy, however, at an affordable price, and it needs to be clean. So it's interesting to know that 2/3 of global greenhouse gases are occurring due to energy utilization. So this is our basic energy problem all over the world. So what's Pakistan status in it? So we are one of the most energy intensive countries. However, the reason is being that we are inefficient utilizers of energy. We are more energy intensive than 15% more than India. We are 24 more intensive than Philippines. Our cost of production is 26% higher as compared to our regional countries like Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Malaysia, Bangladesh, South Korea, Thailand, and India. We are 28% more costlier for residential areas in terms of as compared to other regional countries. And then high energy consuming products, which have fluxed the market. They are cheaply available at large, however, they are not efficient. We have examples of tube wells that drain energy in the agriculture sector. We have metal blade fans, which consume 40% more energy compared to plastic blade fans. So there is a host of areas, parameters, you can say, appliances which inefficiently consume energy in our country. We are more energy intensive, and we have a big problem in this term. And let's look at where we stand as compared to other countries. So we have this index which we call the energy trilemma, And this energy trilemma and 2020 ranking, it states that according to 3 parameters: energy security, energy equity, and energy environmental sustainability. So security in terms of supply and reliability, equity in terms of affordability and accessibility, and environmental sustainability in terms of supply and demand. So here you see it's an index which measures country on these 3 parameters. And according to 2020 ranking, you can see, and there it's a grading system. We have an A for the best performance and D for the worst one. So Denmark, as you can say, has a AAA rating, and this is the score of Denmark. Similarly, India has a rating of BCD. Unfortunately, Pakistan ranking is DDD, and it's not a very good ranking. And the trilemma score is 48.2, and we have energy security ranking, which is 99, equity ranking 93, and environmental sustainability ranking 22. So in the League of Nations, you can see here, you can see Pakistan lies over here, and this is the bottom 25% among all the countries. So we are in a poor situation in terms of energy trilemma. So what's the solution? Solution is to have energy innovation in terms of technology. Global energy innovation solutions, they talk about utilizing critical infrastructure and technology. So why don't we utilize upgrade the transmission and distribution grid with newer technology, newer grids, and better and improved situation. Innovative grid technologies, they play a key role in addressing energy transition, and such as HVDC, grid access for offshore and wind parks, increased utilization of existing infrastructure. Then renewable energy policy framework, digital technologies like blockchain. We have to reduce emissions, carbon emissions, GHG gas emissions, and finally we come to energy efficiency. So the solution is a multi-faceted one. However, energy efficiency is a part of it and a very strong part of it. So what's the potential of Pakistan when we talk about energy efficiency and conservation? According to LICA and PICA, we have a potential of saving 20 to 25 megawatts of energy if we have energy efficient appliances. And there's a huge potential to conserve energy in Pakistan, not just this one, but also additional measures can be taken, and we have a huge potential to do this. So let's look at the fact that what's the barrier to adoption of energy efficient technologies? Why don't we go and adopt them very quickly and then move towards a better improved situation with reference to energy? So we have there's not a single market. The barriers include that there's not a single market. There are hundreds of end users, thousands of intermediaries, and millions of consumers. Then we have limited supply of products which are energy efficient. They are not widely available. We have lack of information. I'll come back to this point again. We have lack of funds to invest in energy efficiency measures, often resulting from constraints imposed within the financial system. We have fiscal or regulatory policies. So my point of view today is to focus on lack of information or incomplete information on energy efficiency options for businesses, households, and other venues. So where does this information lie? How can we acquire it? How can we analyze it and then prepare a solution? That's the question that I'm going to look at today. So digitalizing the grid. This is the solution which holds the key to our problems. Data is the heart of any digitalization activity. I'm going to share you an IEA's short video that is going to show you how the digitization is effectively taking place. And
Are you there, Dr. Saiba?
JZ, is the video being shared?
Oh.
Is the video being shared?
It is not visible to me. I don't know the other.
It's visible to me. Okay, let me just stop it over here.
We can see your slides.
So it's just about trend. I suppose if someone's it's visible, then I'll continue on thereafter.
Slides are visible and video is not
Okay, the
visible.
video isn't okay. Let me get back to the slides. Sorry for that. Are the slide visible, Dr. right now? Dr. Kamran, are the slides visible? Okay.
Yes, your slides are visible.
Okay, thank you. So I'll share the video again if it's possible. However, I was talking about data is the heart of any digitization activity. So what's happening is that we need to stop it. I cannot see the screen right now. Okay, the data challenge, the challenges of digitization. So we have the whole supply chain. We have the electricity generation, distribution, storage requirements, and we have to have applications such as EV charging, ingesting energy from distributed power sources, balancing the supply and demand through microgrids, and then meeting the stability of the grid. This can be only made possible using digital technologies and coordination exchange of data on a massive scale. So you can see over here that I've shown you a slide where we have some data regarding the IoT devices, and this data shows that we are going to have a large number of devices from 2019 to 2030, and the IoT connected devices in the world, they are growing from 7.6 billion to 24.1 billion, with tripling from US dollar 465 billion to 1.5 trillion. So our whole world is going to remain connected, to be connected, and our grid, why not our grid can be connected? So let's see. So the data challenges of digitalization is that the data is the lifeblood of any digital utility. All the data that the utility holds needs to be identified and unified so that it can be easily accessed. First, we have to acquire the data, and then it has to be unified so that the utility can have a meaningful the data architecture needs to be there because there are multiple formats it's going to have. It can be acquired from various locations at various velocities and various formats, and including real-time data. So the utility needs to have this whole data accumulated and unified through this architecture. Then the utility needs secure and controlled access to this data so that it has a clear view or 360-degree view for the consumers and operations. Then the data platforms that are adopted must allow for seamless two-way exchange of data with trusted partners. So this platform must allow seamless two-way communication between the utility, the consumer, whether it's a residential consumer or an industrial one or a commercial one. So why not talk about digital transformation of utilities when we have distributed energy resources? And when we have distributed energy resources, we have solar panels, we have storage devices, we have electric vehicles, and these are beginning to transform the grid into a decentralized one. We are no longer going to have a centralized energy distribution system. So this one needs to be stable in terms of having stable in terms of supply and demand, stable in terms of accessibility and reliable supply. So these digital technologies, they are going to feed their data into the grid and then help it make it stable. Power utilities, they have gone data hungry over these to have a digital structure. The digital utilities also need to recognize that it's not just one actor in an entire energy ecosystem. There are a host of other parameters that are there to help make the whole system, and to ensure the continued flowing of data throughout the system, not only to digitize the utilities, but also to have their control over the data and adopt trusted platforms that allow two-way exchange of data with their partners. So digitalization of utilities is something which is essential for the problem that we are talking about. So what are the energy efficiency opportunities in this digitalization? Smart homes, from smart homes to smart buildings, we are looking at savings from 10% to 30%. We have smart factories, we have on-site energy demand going down by 20 to 30%. Demand side response programs in buildings, industry, and transport could provide 185 gigawatt of flexibility, according to IEA, and avoid $270 billion of investment in new infrastructure. So we can have peak power shaving, and then we do not need those new infrastructures anymore. We can have a lot of saving in those terms. Smart grids and smart cities can completely transform how energy is generated and how it is used. So energy efficiency is integrated with digitalization of the grid very, very strongly. So where does this come from? That the whole picture, it appears from the smart grid, which is a multi-layered system. As you can see in this figure, it's a multi-layer system where layers which are highly correlated with each other. We have generation from renewable and non-renewable fossil fuel sources. We have consumers which are smart consumers, which are actually connected with the utility. As you can see, these orange lines showing the data communication lines as well as the energy ones. So we have an energy network as well as a data network communicating with the utility, and by way or two-way communication between the consumers, the generation side, the distribution side, and the utility. And then comes in the very basic AMI, the automatic metering infrastructure, which is integrated into this technology. So here you can see a block diagram approach to this whole scenario, where you can see we have within the smart grid utility management control, and it is getting its data through its sensors and devices, which can be energy meters. It is analyzing the historical data, usage prediction, demand side prediction, and then it is providing solution in terms of demand supply prediction, load balancing, dynamic price generation, and so on. Outcome is cost and resource saving. So in this whole scenario, you can see we have the integration of intelligent devices sending in data, programming, or you can say machine learning or artificial intelligence analyzing and proposing solutions, and the outcomes comes in terms of saving and of costs. So this is an advanced metering infrastructure, as you can see, and this advanced metering infrastructure, we have intelligent, you can say, or smart meters, which are communicating with the utility through their meters. We have this communication network, as you can see, between various users and the utility. So our automatic metering at the heart of the automatic metering infrastructure is a smart meter, which is actually a meter which gives us various parameters in terms of time-based timestamp data. It provides consumption data for consumer and utility. It can also do net metering. It can point out grid failure and outages. It can remotely turn on and off operation or appliances. It has load limiting for demand response. And it can also provide us a large number of parameters for power quality measurements and monitoring, like such as current, voltage, active and reactive power, and so on. It can also help in theft detection and then communicate with other intelligent devices. So utilizing smart meters, we have this AMI infrastructure, and AMI infrastructure then in the end tells us, what does it tell us? It tells us that we have a communication network, a meter data management system, and smart meters collect timestamp data, and this data is communicated to the AMI host systems. This data then is managed, validated, and cleansed so that it can be made available to the utility service provider. AMI enables two-way communication between the layers of the system, and also enables flexible operations. AMI makes smart meter capable to accept commands and act accordingly. Therefore, we have an automatic metering infrastructure where the smart meter is at the heart of it, which sends data, helps acquire the consumer behavior, and then helps us analyze it and then post solutions accordingly. So for the optimized operation in terms of energy mix or distributed energy resources, we can utilize this AMI infrastructure. Then comes, now we have the data. We talked about digitalization of the utility. We first wanted data. We have the data through smart metering, and AMI, the infrastructure is there. Now what happens to this data? This data needs to be analyzed. And now let's talk about data analytics when we talk about energy efficiency in the distribution grid. So data analytics, there are three types of analytics. Four types of analytics. We have descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and prescriptive. So as you see, as the potential for of each of these diagnostic increases for business models, the complexity of the analysis also increases. Through various techniques of data analytics, we can have visualization and we can have meaningful patterns of how the data can be utilized, how it gives us interesting information from or meaningful information from the what we are, because it's going to be a huge data that we're going to collect. We need to extract meaningful information from it and visualize it so that we can put it to our own use. So let's see how this analytics helps. So if you look at this figure, we have the information. This descriptive analysis tells us what's happening to the in terms of the data we have. Why did it happen will be in terms of diagnostic analytics. Then what is likely to happen will be in terms of predictive analytics. And then prescriptive analytics is going to tell us the best outcome in terms of events. So these are the various types of data analytics, and let's see how they are applied in terms of our problem. So data analytics and grid modernization, the descriptive model can help describe the consumer behavior for demand response programs. Diagnostic models are used to understand specific consumer behaviors. Then we can create model, we can predict model, and this is predictive analysis that can predict future decisions and power needs. So we have load forecasting such as. And then we have prescriptive models that provide high-level analytics to influence smart grid marketing, engagement strategies, and decision making. So we have the data, now we have analyzed it, and now we have put it to our use to find out the consumer behavior, to predict future demand, and also to provide solutions. Now this is going to be a big data. As you can see in this figure, we have a lot of data starting from smart meters, smart appliances, weather data, simulation, various social media, SCADA systems. We have phasor measurement units, we have remote terminal units, we have GIS mapping, we have communication networks. So this is going to be a big data cloud. And to analyze it, I've just shown you, we're going to analyze it, and then we will utilize machine learning and artificial intelligence techniques to help solve our issues. So in this figure, you can see we have an overlap of data analytics and statistics with machine learning and artificial intelligence. So machine learning is going to help implement the predictive statistical models. This data scientist can discover valuable insights and eliminate patterns from these data streams. Utilities can use these results to deliver efficient energy solutions, lead to smart decision making and cost savings. And without machine learning and predictive models, we are nowhere. We cannot discover the trends which are happening in the utilization, in the consumption patterns. And without this, we cannot deliver energy. So in machine learning, you can see we have power generation over here, power consumption over here, and machine learning and data mining is giving us dynamic adjustment of power generation. We have differentiated period charge rate. So we have a tariff which can be according to our utilization. User analysis and management and other production and smart electric consumption is possible through machine learning and data mining. So machine learning can be particularly utilized when we are able to cluster our domains. So we have data clusters to form groups with similar characteristics, like we have low voltage feeders with similar load patterns for distribution system operators. We can have clusters of them. Overall, machine learning can help smart grid to understand the underlying structure, gain useful insights, detect anomalies, and generate hypotheses such as theft detection and understand consumer behavior. Moreover, prediction plays a very significant role over here. And we can have a plan for fully aggregated electricity demand, future system supply, estimating flexibility and reserve services requirements or operational management of distribution networks. So machine learning overall, as you can see, has these top 5 benefits for the utilities. With their use, we can have 39% more increased cybersecurity, improved 37% more improved data-driven decision making, 35% better consumer services, 23% reduction in restoration time when a fault occurs, and 23% increased grid visibility and control. So machine learning is a good tool when we have this data available with us. Then comes artificial intelligence. It's a data-driven technology for grid modernization. It can help us with predictive maintenance, weather or vegetation growth prediction. We can have our volt or watt compensation or optimization, reactive compensation. estimating times to restoration of services. So once there is a fault occurs or the restoration is required, AI can help us estimate the time. Then AI, another advantage is it can produce interesting insights that would be difficult to gain through any other means. So AI is a tool out there. And an example I've quoted over here from IEEA's report is that in Georgia Institute of Technology, they studied AI to parse user reviews of EV charging stations to predict charging station availability. So in near future, inshallah, we are also going to have EVs and charging stations, and that those charging stations availability a user can find out through AI. Then there are other modernization techniques in addition to these techniques, like we can apply Internet of Things, we can have augmented and virtual reality, we can have digital twins. In our Energy Research Center, we have had a series of webinars, and with Aalborg University, Denmark, we've had quite a number of webinars. And from these webinars, what we gathered was that they have prepared a digital twin of their grid in their lab. And this grid tells them a lot about what's happening in the actual grid. So it's a simulation or a twinning of the actual grid in the laboratory, and they have instant access to information. So digital twins can be made and they can be formulated to have access to information which is quite instant, and then solutions can be easily or quickly formulated. Then let's look at the adoption of smart energy system and demand side management, demand response, and load forecasting when we talk about digitalization. So we started with the fact that there's a problem in energy. We have the problem of energy. How can we solve it? We can use it through energy efficiency and conservation. How to go about it is collect data through smart meters. Then this data has to be analyzed through data analytics. And data analytics then leads to machine learning techniques, artificial intelligence, and now let's go to the smart energy system techniques like demand side management, like demand response and load forecasting. So as we've all studied before, and we all know about demand side management, having data available at our fingertips and digital data available, it can help a lot in terms of demand side management. A DSM is a general term which refers to how utility is able to actually change the load profile of the system by either peak clipping or valley filling or load shifting. So these are some of the methodologies through which the DSM can approach a field of smart energy systems. Then comes the demand response on part of the consumer, how the consumer is able to change his or her behavior when they have the knowledge about the information through this digitalization process about what they are actually utilizing, what's the tariff, what's the time of the day tariff, and so on. So this is one important aspect of digitalization. Then we can have load forecasting. So load forecasting, short-term load forecasting and long-term load forecasting. Short-term load forecasting can help utilities in planning their resources according to the demand, and avoid any peaks or any troughs in it, so that we can have a smooth and reliable system. So the short-term and medium-term load forecasting has a big role in terms of big data analysis. Then this is the demand response, where the user has you can say the ability to utilize their consumption according to what's happening in the market, what's happening with the supply over there. So the users, as you can see in the step 1, they sign up for voluntary reduction in their energy utilization. And whenever there's a peak demand, the electricity demand surges, either due to extreme weather or some other event, the user has the option to voluntarily cut down their demand and the consumption. And as a result of it, the peak is flattened, and we have a better balance between supply and demand, and the grid stabilizes. So at the end, the user may be paid through their reduced demand in terms of credits or reduced billing and so on. So in this figure, you can see we have shifted the load from the peak, and the peak can be flattened like this. Then we have digitalization potential impact on power. So after what we've seen all these steps, what's happening with data analytics in an overall situation, what happens to in terms of fiscal model. So we have data analytics, and it can reduce power system costs in at least 4 different ways: by reducing operation and maintenance costs, by improving power plant and network efficiency, by reducing unplanned outages and downtime, and extending the operational lifetime of assets. So we have a lot of saving in terms of digitalization, and we can see in this graph we have 5% lower operation and maintenance costs. We have 5% more electricity output because of efficiency. We have 5% lower total network losses because of, again, efficiency, and 5-year extension of life for power plants and networks. So we have an overall improvement in the whole system in terms of digitalization process. And in terms of monetary, you can see that according to IEEA, the overall saving from these digitally enabled measures could be in the order of $80 billion per year from 2016 to 2040. And about 5% of total annual power generation costs based on the demand global deployment of available digital technologies to all power plants and infrastructure. So we have a situation where we are forced to, you can say, digitize the utility and then reap the benefit in terms of lower costs. IEA also recommends some policy measures that can be taken to that can help digitization and help harness the impact and benefits of it. We can have some of these measures I've quoted over here. We can have better expertise within our staff. We can ensure proper access to timely, robust, and verifiable data. We can have flexibility in policies to accommodate new technologies and development, and we can experiment, including learning by doing pilot projects. We can focus on broader overall system benefits, monitor the energy impact of digitalization on overall energy demand, and incorporate digital resilience with design into research, development, and product manufacturing. So these are some of the, there were actually more than these measures, but I've quoted a few over here. So these policy measures, they are not only recommended just for developed countries, they can be also adopted by countries like us. So let's see if what we are doing right now in our country. So this is our Pakistan's R&D program, energy efficiency. So these are some of the examples of renewables that we have in place or are actually working in Pakistan. And this is something which is going to help us with the overall energy situation. Pakistan and renewables, these projects are actually in place right now in Pakistan. What we can do through our own efforts, we can have academic programs, we can have research centers working on energy efficiency, policies, measures, products. Government agencies like AEDB, NECA, and PICA, they're already doing work on it, and they're doing very good work on it. However, more needs to be done, and we need to involve more, you can say, fabrics of society in it, not just technicians or engineers, but also the general consumer needs to know how to, and NECA, I believe, is doing good work. They have actually initiated a training of trainers program for energy auditors, and they're training auditors for the industry. And then we need to have R&D funding by HEC and other organizations like PSF for the proposing solutions by researchers for energy efficiency and conservation. So I would like to conclude my talk that there are critical needs which need to be addressed by energy innovation solutions, and these solutions need to be customized to Pakistan's requirement. Policies are required to be made that consumers, appliances, equipment can be prepared in demand response smart energy systems. So we cannot, meaning that we can no longer rely on a market or an international market that is filling its own needs. We need something which is customizable to our own solutions. R&D activities to focus on energy innovation solutions such as energy digitization, energy efficiency and conservation, incorporation of new technologies such as microgrids, etc. Capacity building for R&D, energy efficiency and conservation. I believe a lot needs to be done in this. The government is trying to do this. However, academia needs to put in its own effort, and we need to do this capacity building so that we have a better workforce to counter our inefficient utilization of energy. Distribution companies need to transform themselves into digital utilities to continue to survive and thrive into the 21st century. So we are no longer going to survive on those analog meters. We need digital meters. We need smart meters that are able to communicate data, that tell us what is actually happening out there, so that we can analyze the situation and and have a solution over there. We need to decarbonize cities and infrastructure. It is doable with new technology and a new way of thinking. So these are some of the reference I took my material from, and I would like to again thank you for having invited me and letting me talk about this aspect which has been quite close to my heart so far. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Okay, it's a wonderful talk. And my observation is this is the combination of many research areas, as a matter of fact. So if we might be looking for the students interested in this, of course, this is the need of hour and the requirement. So we are very thankful for this wonderful talk, and you will be awarded, of course, for the appreciation in a shield afterwards. So thank you very much, Dr. Sehwag.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for having me, and I'm glad to have shared my views over here. I hope, as you said, that this is actually an amalgamation of a lot of areas, and this is a complete, a field which has many subfields. And I hope this talk can trigger many researchers and interested students to go and work in this area, because we need a lot of workforce. Thank you, Dr.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Our next speaker is Professor Hani Hussain Said. He works as a professor at the King Abdulaziz University in Mechanical Engineering Department in Riba. He used to be the Vice Dean of the Graduate Studies and the Scientific Research for 2 years. Before that, he worked for the Jeddah College of Technology as a Vice Dean for Training. Professor Hani got his bachelor from King Fahd University in Dhahran in 1993. He got his master in thermal from King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah in 1999. He graduated for the PhD from University of Missouri, Columbia in 2004. His area of interest is thermal fluid, heat transfer, air conditioning, thermal energy, storage, and biomass. Today, he will talk about the energy conservation strategies and the peak loads management in severe climate countries. So with this, it is over to Professor Hani Hussain Said. Professor Hani Hussain.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Hello.
Sorry.
Sir, Dr. Hani is not there. He will join shortly at 12:15.
So he's so accurate.
Yes.
Then till then, we should wait. No?
Can you start exhibition videos in the for 10 minutes?
Okay, sure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I just warmly welcome you all to the virtual exposition of the projects that are being done at Center for Energy Research and Development. Just to name a few, we have Alternate Energy Research and Innovation Lab. We have battery capacity testing in accordance with IEEE standards. These are some of the projects that are being done under the flagship of Aerial Lab. We have Solar Testing Lab. We have Cleaning Robot, which is used to clean the solar panels. We have LED Testing Lab. We have got training in renewable energy sector, and to name a few. So to begin with, I would humbly request Mr. Imran Ali Shah Sahab to please come up and share his thoughts, also his team members, and what is happening exactly in Aerial Lab. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for Imran Ali Shah Sahab.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Imran Ali Shah. I am managing Energy Lab, Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science, and also providing services in Center for Energy Research and Development, which is a state-of-the-art research and testing facility located in the new campus of University of Indian Technology, Lahore, Kalasha Kaku. We are providing different kind of services like consultancy services, third-party validation services, energy auditing services, and we have some kind of research from technology development program from HEC and also NRPU program, and we are also providing training services in related to energy sector. We are providing consultancy services to the energy department. In this consultancy, we are providing energy auditing services for 40 DHQs located in 36 districts of all over the Punjab. Funded project we have done recently in HEC installed 55 kilowatt solar system and search the behavior of the variety of the irradiance and the angle that can impact on the energy generation. Secondly, we have some TDF projects. We have developed a cleaning robot that will be very effective to save the water and provide the high efficiency of the system. And we are also working on TDF project funded by the HEC. This project is, you can say that it's a municipal waste to energy. We can convert the plastic waste, the medical waste that is very harmful for the people, and we can convert these plastic waste to energy by using some nanoparticles that we are developing in our lab. And this project we are developing with the help of JV partner from NCP Islamabad. And we are providing training services with NAVTEC, that is the federal government department, and same is we are also doing with the Punjab Skill Development Fund program. Testing services, we have developed one of the state-of-the-art lab in PV testing lab in Kalasha Kagu campus, and we have developed LED testing facility over there. We have state-of-the-art facility available, which is one of the largest and one of the best facility available. Recently, we have done a project in Karachi.
Hello, Dr. Kamran. You will have to introduce again Dr. Hani.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome, Dr. Hani Hussain. Our fourth speaker in this particular session is Professor Hani Hussain. He works as a professor at King Abdulaziz University in Mechanical Engineering Department at Rabat. He used to be Vice Dean of the Graduate Studies and the Scientific Research for 2 years. Before that, he worked for the Jeddah College of Technology as a Vice Dean for Training. Professor Hani got his bachelor from King Fahd University in Tehran in 1993. He got his master in thermal engineering from King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah in 1999. He graduated for the PhD from University of Missouri, Columbia in 2004. His area of interest is in thermofluid, heat transfer, air conditioning, thermal energy storage, and biomass. Today, he will talk about energy conservation strategies and peak loads management in severe climate countries. So with this, I would like to invite Professor Hani Hussain to present his talk. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Looking to share the presentation, but the share option is not working. Is it sharing now?
Not yet.
Yeah, maybe no. Is it now? Can you see it now?
Yes, but make it a slide show. Okay, it's okay. Yes, it is visible. Fine. Yes, perfect.
Okay, I wanna remove this. Aside. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to deliver this speech. Thank you for thank the conference chairs and conference people, technical people who are helped to get this done. It's my first time to get this opportunity to join the Energy Conservation International Conference, the Energy Conservation and Efficiency. And inshallah, we'll continue working together for the sake of the benefit of all humanities. This my topic is energy conservation strategies and peak loads management severe climate countries. Of course, the severe climate countries, what we mean is Gulf countries, that we have the issues of energy, since Gulf countries are the producing the fossil fuels and energy. They are in focus to conserve the energy, otherwise they will lose it. So this is the contents of the talk. I made a huge modification on it to make it proper for the time that I have. Let's start by introduction. The robust growth on population and gross domestic product, the GDP for Gulf countries, has led to a negative side effects such as power shortage and environmental pollutions. Therefore, it is necessary for Gulf countries to have quick action to preserve their energy resources and protect their environment. The current talk identified the main energy conservation strategies that were widely adopted by Gulf countries. The efforts that were conducted by Gulf countries to manage the energy consumption and to establish the required regulations are presented. The talk also investigates possibilities for the use of alternative sources of a clean energy that might avoid disadvantage of conventional sources of energy. It is found that in order to protect the environment and maintain the fossil fuels wealth for longer time, long-term strategies must be implemented and alternative sources of renewable energy must be utilized. So this is, this is our locations, Gulf countries. Saudi Arabia is the biggest countries, next United Arab Emirates, and Oman, of course, is the second largest countries. Harsh hot environment, mostly desert area with long beaches. This is the features. In all countries, they have this, which is the increasing demand of power year by year. This only for Saudi Arabia, but the trend is for all Gulf countries and also for most of the countries around the world. The demand is increasing year by year. But we are facing the increasing rate is huge. And here is inside consumptions. As you can see, the increasing rate for all countries, and Saudi Arabia has the most high increasing rate. It is between 5 to 10%, reach sometimes to 10% the yield increasing rate. One issue that other than the increasing rate, the consumption increase rate of power is the peak load. And the peak load sometimes is much more important to care about than the increasing rate. Because the increasing rate, if you have estimations for it, you can build your utilities and have the plan. But peak load, it is depends on many factors other than the increasing rate, such as the weather and the hardship of the weather, time of work, and other things. And it is occur only for a few months per year or a few times per day. And you cannot build your utilities to take care of this peak load only. Otherwise, you cannot take care of it. Here is the things, the generations and the peak loads around the years. Usually, the generation should be more than the peak load to cover it. And this is in the 70s and the 80s. You don't have that's increasing rate in the GDP or the populations or the consumption. But starting from the 90s, while we have issues with the budget, the Gulf War and other things happen, so we cannot expand our generation, electricity generation or power generation. So the people realize that the peak load is coming and interrupt the electric utilities, and sometimes force them to cut out the power for some areas in the cities. And it happens a lot during the 90s. Then the expansion of the utilities start again. You can see here, it's come again in the 2002 or something like this. This is in Saudi Arabia. Also, this is in Qatar. They have a lot of periods which they have the peak load come over than the actual generation capacity. Here also, this graph shows the trends, the basic energy trends or Gulf countries. How the electricity increasing, the rate of increasing. Of course, as fossils, after you consume more fossils, it means more CO2 emissions. The GDP also is increasing so much. Sometimes became stable, but going back to increasing. The population, mashallah, we have also increasing. The workforce is needed in Gulf countries, so include inside people and people outside the workforce countries. This also schedule shows how the growth of electricity and the peak load. And the highlighted one shows the year that the peak load were more than the generation of the electricity. As you can see, it is appearing most of the country except maybe the United Arab Emirates. So from that things, the people start thinking of energy conservation, because they feel it that they cannot run their daily life, especially in summer, where you cannot stay without electricity, air conditioning, and you cannot work with the harsh environment. The building is not constructed to face that. You cannot work, you cannot live without the air conditioning, especially. If your building constructed somehow to live without the electricity, then it might be suited. But during the era 40 or 50 years ago, all the building was constructed from, let's say, poor insulation materials, so that, and the weather harshment increase year by year. So the people feel, when I could talk to the people, it means the consumer and the producers feel that there is something need to be done. here is the comparison between the consumption of distributions among the countries for Saudi Arabia, for example, which represent most of the Gulf countries. So most of the consumption of electricity goes to residential 70% to 78%, while the commercial things is 12%, and the industry is only 6%. And this is reflect a huge issue that your industry might not be able to overcome the needs of the residential sectors. While if you compare this with the United States, here is the consumption of industry of residential only 37%, while the industry, they have a huge industry and it consumes 27%. And this is good when you have an equal consumption between the different sectors. It means one can cover the others. But the problem is when you serve this huge residential comparing with your industry, it means you really have problems, and you need to work hard to face it. It is also the table that shows the consumption distribution by sectors in all Gulf countries. You can all see that the residential part is the highest, except for United Arab Emirates, which they have the commercial part. Also the commercial, not the industrial part, are the highest, because you know what is Dubai and Abu Dhabi have the trade centers that they have. So what are the, now I will give a brief introduction about energy. Let's call it energy management, or the basic things for the energy. And then we'll go to the policies that Gulf countries have been taking. So usually the energy resources around the world are the coal, natural gas, petroleum products, nuclear power, and the renewable energy, which include solar, wind, geothermal, and hydropower, and maybe many others. But in the Gulf countries, they are mostly dependent on petroleum products and natural gas. And you know the side effect of these technologies. Besides, it is non-renewable energy. So we'll come to a time that we trust it will be vanished. And besides the climate effect that it caused to the environment, like here you can see the emissions from natural gas and oil, with the coal of course, but we don't depend on the coal here. Most of our electric generation and fuel consumption by transportations, you know, the carbon dioxide and monoxide, sulfur, nitrogen oxide, particulates, mercury. So all this, especially the carbon dioxide and monoxide, has a bad effect on the environment. So in this section, some energy conservation measures commonly recommended for the commercial and industrial facilities. This is a general talk about the building envelopes. We should take care of the wall, roofs, floors, windows, and doors. Have an important impact on the energy used to condition the facility. Characteristics of the building envelope must be noted, such as construction material, insulation areas. Here, you can see here, windows, most source of heat for the building. This we took the same windows in different directions, in all direction at the same time, it gives like a difference between 20 Fahrenheit difference between the wall and windows, and sometimes reach more than, like in this windows, between 70 to 108, so 30 degrees difference. And this also, if you have a skylight, it gives a huge difference between 70 Fahrenheit to 120. So about 50 Fahrenheit temperature at the glass, the skylight. So this windows and must be taken care at as a source of heat for the building. So the retro for the building need to be need to be done to make the building efficient in terms of consuming energy, like addition of thermal insulations, replacement of windows using more energy efficient windows, higher value, low emissivity, glazing, airtight. Airtight is a very important thing because most of the old windows has an air leakage, and the air leakage has much more bad effects on energy consuming sometimes than which can reach to 10 to 20% more. So this the replacement should be taken care of, and windows modified or replaced, which is not an easy task if you are talking about high percentage, like 80% of the old building has non-effect windows and air, which has air leakage. We should have, of course, achieve the comfort level for the people. Here, reduce air leakage when the infiltration load is significant. Leakage area of the building envelope can be reduced by simple and inexpensive weather stripping techniques. And here, one thing that is we should focus on, which is developing and existing the use of building codes. Recently, we have the building codes that has codes for the bricks and the codes for the windows and other things. Still, the concrete, they didn't find a solution for it. You know, the fencing of the building, maybe 30% of concrete and steel, and it's still a source of heat for the building. Electrical systems, the lighting for typical office building represent an average 40% of the total electrical energy use. Sometimes, and I think this is maybe for United States, but for building in Gulf countries, it represents around 10 to 20%. Most of the consumption are for goes to air conditioning, especially in summer times. Also, the office equipment constitute fastest growing part of electrical load, especially in commercial building, computers, projectors, and others. Office equipment, it is not for the consumption of electric only, it is also the radiation of heat that they producing. Low power sleep mode, off mode, this can be existed on this equipment. Motors also for the commercial building and industrial building, we need to take care of it. The energy cost to operate electric motor can be a significant part of the operating budget of any commercial or industrial building. Measures to reduce the energy cost of using motors include reducing operating time, turning off unnecessary equipment, optimizing motor systems, using controls to match motors output, using variable speed drives for air, and installing energy efficient motor. This provides typical efficiency for several motors. So you can see here, depending on the motor size, that the standard efficiency can be improved from 73% to 85%. And as you go large for capacity of the motor, the efficiency can reach to 94% for 50 horsepower motor. The power factor should take care of it, and the electric company should emphasize for companies to increase the power factor of its equipment to make it more than 85%. Here is things also for the HVAC system, which is our main issues here in Gulf countries. The energy used due to HVAC system can represent 40 to 90%. So if you are in winter time, of course, we are not using the HVAC system as that much, but it won't go below 40%. But it might reach in summertime, and this was a true statistical data to 90% of the consumptions of the total energy consumed. So the HVAC system is really a big issue here. This one of the tips, the trivial tips to improve the performance of the primary secondary HVAC system, and this what is people are trying to be educated and let's mute these things. Setting up back thermostat temperature to reduce. So it is estimated that if you set the thermostat to by 2 degrees more, like in summertime, this will save a lot of energy, maybe reach to 10%. And the people usually put their thermostat to the lowest point, which is 17 Celsius. And the comfort area that or the comfort temperature for the people is about between 23 to 25. So it means this 6 degrees is a waste of energy. So trying to educate the people that to raise the temperature, the thermostat, it will save a lot of energy for you, like at least to set it up to 24 Celsius, and it might save you up to 30%, because you are talking about 6 degrees more. And still some people, especially the young generation, because they are used to sleep in a frozen environment and cover up by a blanket, and they need a time to change their modes. Also, retrofit of a constant air volume systems for the central air conditioning and commercial building. Variable air volume should be considered when existing HVAC system rely on a constant volume fans to condition part of the entire building. Heat recovery system must be considered to utilize the wasting of heat, like you can, for the air conditioning, of course, you absorb heat from the building and throw it out. You can utilize this heat by heating the water for other purposes. Of course, for the heating plant, retrofit of central still many building and many areas in the Gulf, they need heating plants. So the efficiency of a boiler can be drastically improved by adjusting the fuel-air ratio for a proper combustion. In addition, installing of a new energy-efficient boilers can be economically justified when all boilers are to be replaced. Retrofit of central cooling plants, this might be an option to do it, and for anyway, feasibility study must be done, and payback period of the life cycle should be done before making any of these retrofits. Also, the compressed air system has many issues, and it can be a factor in industry and factories. It is uses range from air-powered hand tools and actuators to sophisticated pneumatic robotics. And unfortunately, staggering amount of compressed air are currently wasted in large number of facilities. This also we are talking when we are talking about the industrial side. It's estimated that only a fraction of 20 to 25% of input electrical energy is delivered to a useful compressed air energy. Leaks are reported to account for 10 to 50% of the waste, and misapplication account for 5 to 40% of the loss in compressed. So it needs to be improved by many ways, like whether compressed air is the right tool for the job, how compressed air is applied, how it is delivered and controlled, and how the compressed air system is managed for each machine or a process. And we can to the energy management control, or the EMC, either for the building or facilities, or for the whole institutions. Many institutions, they don't have a control for the energy, and control the energy might be a big challenge to implement it now. With the constant decrease in the cost of computer technology, automated control of a wide range of energy systems within commercial and industrial building is becoming increasingly properly and cost effective. One thing that I need to talk here about, which is an issue that we are facing, we are good in building an efficient building with high energy management control in the beginning. So all the big projects in the beginning, like the colleges or the universities, the old building, they were having the EMC, but the problem, the technique or the technology that they are using in controlling is not inherited to the maintenance people. So, and we have an issue also for the maintaining this equipment, because the system to hire the maintenance company, I think it is 1 year or 2 year contracts, and every 2 years you must make competition for it, and another company came and start from zeros. So when you come to the project that become old, like 20 years old, we came and see that there is no control for the energy, because those companies plays with the control system, and at the end, because they don't know exactly how to run it, and at the end they just make it on and off systems. which needs a lot to implement it again, or just say change the whole like air condition system or the power system. An energy management and control system can be designed to control and reduce the building energy consumption with the facility by continuously monitoring the energy use of various people of equipment, pieces of equipment, and making appropriate adjustment. For instance, the EMSC can automatically monitor and adjust indoor ambient temperature, set fan speed, open, close air handling unit dampers, and control lighting system. This will have a big impact on energy efficiency for the buildings. If an EMSC is already installed in the building, it is important to recommend a system tune-up to ensure that controls are operating properly. And this is very important. For instance, the sensor should be calibrated regularly according with the manufacturer specifications. Poorly calibrated sensors may cause an increase in heating and cooling loads and may reduce occupant comfort. And this is all noted. Also, the management, including the indoor water management. Water and energy saving can be achieved in building by using water saving fixtures instead of conventional fixtures for toilet, faucet, and shower heads, dishwasher, and clothes washers. Saving also can be achieved by eliminating leaks in pipe and fixture. And this is also very important, and we cannot ignore it in this because we are lacking of water. We don't have river, we don't have sources or natural source of water except the sea. And in the sea, we need to desalinate this water, distill this water, and the cost of it. And again, we are depending on the fossil fuels in desalination of the water. Here the table, can show the table here, how much the consumption of water for each application, for toilet, shower, faucet, dishwasher, and after using the efficient equipment, how they can reduce the consumption. For example, the toilet can be reduced to the quarter, from 3.5 gallon to 1.6 gallon, and the shower to the half, faucet to half, and etc. The leaks is very important also. It can be reduced to 2% using the leaking test, at least. Adopting the new technology is very important for the building, but we need to train the people, and you need to have trained technicians to maintain it. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Recently, several materials and systems have been proposed to improve the energy efficiency of the light bulb technology, HVAC system controls, and the cogenerations. All there is a new technology for it. Perhaps the biggest here we are talking about barriers that facing efficiency in Gulf countries. What are the barriers that facing to adopt the conservation of energy in the Gulf countries? The biggest problem of facing the energy supply sector is the large seasonal variation in electric consumption. As we said before, that the difference in consumption between winter and summer, and this is because the largest consumption is in the residential sectors. In hot summer season, there are increasing energy demands for air conditioning, but the available generation reserve margin is low. However, effort to introduce energy efficiency measures face a number of cultural, economic, and national barriers. The first barrier is the cultural barrier. Historical fuel and electricity prices, along with decades of increasing prosperities, have led to an endemic culture of profligate energy usage. The recent government decision to abolish electricity price subsidies may provide an impetus to change this into a culture of energy efficiency. However, for this to happen, consumer need to has energy aware. There is a country there is currently limited interest in the subject of energy efficiency among consumers and little awareness of the opportunities available to them or of the benefit for a specific energy efficiency technology and practices. So this is the first barriers that we are facing, the cultural barriers. Economic barriers. To make sustainable reduction in energy use, consumer must see clear financial benefits. Subsidized energy prices mean consumers have little incentive to save energy. Even assuming that consumers had accurate information about benefits of energy efficiency measures, had a range of energy efficient appliances from which to choose and had the financial means to purchase them, there will be still little economic reason for them to do so because electric company tariffs are lower than the expected avoided cost of electricity. So I think this was like a couple of years ago when the tariff was the so low compared to the worldwide. But now the tariff is increasing by triple times and the people start to be aware of it. But still, this is one side of the solution, but not all the solution because some people, they are rich enough, they are not taking care of this part, especially when we're talking about the governmental building. Of course, the governmental building, they are paying for the electric companies, but from what we see, because the governmental building is not managed well, it is the consumption of electricity in it is so high, so huge, and because they are paying from the governmental money, from the government money to the electric company, so they are not taking care to conserve it well. And this is the third barrier, maybe lack of human efficiency. The lack of energy efficiency awareness extend beyond domestic consumers and financial institutions to include key professionals. Nationally, there is a critical shortage of qualified and experienced managers, engineers, and technicians in the various fields and disciplines of energy efficiencies. And we should adopt this, and we should go and include such programs for energy efficiency in our curriculum. Actually, we started this, and we have a master program in energy efficiency or energy management in the College of Engineering in Rabat. And this is the first program in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Also, the fourth barrier, lack of the know-how for various technology. A lot of projects, we are having the project is not finished in the Gulf country continuously. We are having project by project and building the institutional universities and other services area, sometimes cities like New City and others. but sometimes we are lacking the feasibility study. We are not doing it so well. We are lacking in the operating and maintaining the new technology which we implement, like solar, wind, or geothermal. If you can, I believe in the 80s, Saudi Arabia built a full size of a small city that depend on solar energy. It is in Riyadh area. But this is not continuous yet because the lacking of the operating and maintenance of it. So as I said, the people who are maintaining this equipment, who build this equipment, they give you warranty or for the operation and maintenance and maintaining for a couple of years. Then when they withdraw because of the system of maintaining this equipment, come another people that they don't know about it, then by the time it will go out of service. And this happened for many application, like also sometimes they were using solar to heat the water, using this solar system for heating the water for the building, and it is not succeed after the first couple of years because of the lacking of the maintaining this equipment well. So now we come to the energy policies for the Gulf countries. What are the efforts that initiate and how the government deal with energy sectors? All the Gulf countries initiate a common ministry for water and electricity, which is MOWE in each of these countries. Serious steps have been introduced to conserve energy in Gulf countries. Like Saudi Arabia established National Energy Efficiency Program and also Saudi Energy Efficiency Centers. The NEEB has a target of the phase one program many activities, including energy audit training for governmental, commercial, and industrial facilities, energy efficient equipment by leasing program, a program of energy efficiency information and awarenesses, promotion of an energy service industry, promoting energy efficient labels and standard for new equipment, technical and manager training through workshop and seminars. And it's also it is really they did a good job in this manner. Saudi Energy Efficiency Center SEEC, this is the website of it, and they also conduct training course and they give permission for companies to make the energy auditing. This is the website of it. If you can go to the website and see the activity that they had, and they are working hardly to express and to facilitate the awareness of energy efficiency. This is one of the fruit that from these sectors. Maybe you saw this. It is spread a lot in the countries, all Gulf countries. You might this from a couple of years ago, still now, and still booming. Now I believe any citizen in these countries know about it. So for each equipment, they have the energy efficiency cards, no matter whether it is air conditioning, refrigerators, washing machine, any others equipment that for home uses, and they have this card on it. They started before by the number of stars. If you have more stars, it means this equipment more efficient. And not only they categorizes the available equipment, they go to the companies that either they import or manufacture. Like in Saudi Arabia, we have big companies to manufacturing air conditioning, like Azamil, Carrier, York. They have the factories here because the need here is huge. So they force them to companies to have equipment with energy efficiency ratio high and to increase the COB also for the equipments. Here is the energy efficiency ratio and the COP that was increasing. We in the split unit we are reaching to 11.5 in the energy efficient ratio, and the COP also is increasing year by year. And now when they stop after the 8 start, they go by liters also now, recently in the last 2 years. Also, the car has an efficiency cards for each car. When you go to purchase the car, this is labeled in the car. Also in the tire, also they are going to classify the tire according to fuel consumptions, and they are going to other things also. We have a Mao-JICA Saudi Arabia agreement, the plan including JICA, I think Japanese companies. They have a plan several years ago, increase the energy efficiency in government, commercial, industrial sectors, load management program during emergency, develop a price system for electricity conservation, train the energy managers in different working sectors, enhancing the energy auditing program in Saudi Arabia, developing energy efficiency label programs. And let's go faster because we are running out of the time. I think I have only 45 minutes or 50 minutes. For the recent effort, Saudi established Saudi efficiency centers, and in 2010, the center aims at rationalize the production and consumption of energy, set up to 1 p.m. 1 p.m. it means 11 p.m. I think let's see. Here I talk about the tariff. Saudi Arabia was the lowest tariff among these various countries in terms of price of electricity, even if they increasing recently to this line, but we still one of the lowest tariff. Here's the old and the new tariff of Saudi Arabia. Here is one of the efforts that you can find here, that each element of a device that they will give you how much it costs you by month, and this is very good for the people to know and to calculate their bills and compare it with the actual bill. This is efforts also for the Ministry of Electricity in Kuwait, mostly similar to the efforts in Saudi Arabia. Here, the strategies how to face the peak load, also how to manage the peak load, many efforts, and I will focus on two of them, which is using the thermal storage. Thermal storage idea is to store, especially in summertime, to store the cooling during the night and to utilize it during the day. And we are the electric company insist to utilize this technology for big projects. And you can see here how is the saving for the, I think this slide or the other. This is utilized, but the other slide may see the saving of electric energy using the thermal storage. This is how to reduce the peak demand. The other technology is using the thermodic in building the materials. Not too many projects used it, and it was part of the code, but now it is not part of the code for the big project. Even its proof, its efficiency and effectiveness in reducing the energy by about 42%. It's like here the cooling capacity that was reduced, because the idea is to store the energy inside the building load, and it is very effective. I have and it was practiced in many centers, Lotus Center in Jeddah, Gulf Center in Jeddah, Essence Center offices in Riyadh, and they noted this numbers and this percentage of efficiency. Possibility of use the alternative energy in Gulf countries. Here is how this is renewable energy and how was utilized in some countries, solar energy, wind, and others. But it is, and this figure might be clear that present the scope or the goal of utilizing the renewable energy in the Gulf country. All of the Gulf countries has the aim and the willing to utilize the renewable energy, but they need to take serious steps to do that. Here is the 5 benefits to adopt renewable energy. For example, are the most practical, readily available climate solution. It can reduce the CO2 by 136 million tons. This number taken from the ARENA analysis. So in terms of climate weather, it will be friendly climate weather, most competitive form of power generation in the region because of the hot area that we are living in, the sun that we are rich of sun, right? And it can reduce the power generation of electric up to 1.7 cents per kilowatt hour, which is very low, since we have that rich of sun, the high radiation of sun. It will create jobs among the countries. GCC region is endowed with considerable renewable energy potential, and not just solar, other sources of energy we have, like hydro energy, geothermal energy, biomass energy we can use also. Renewable energy save water. It's claimed that up to from 12 to 17% of water can be saved if we are when we shift to renewable energy. I don't know whether I have a time to another 5 minutes or not. We'll talk.
If you can grab it like in 1 or 2 minutes, then it will be fine.
Okay, if it is 1 or 2 minutes, then here energy management, we should focus on this energy management. Yeah, I will give you how much energy is consumed, how much energy. I think they are calling me. Okay, kind of. Okay, I got it. Okay, I will go to conclusions. For past 2 decades, GCC Gulf countries put a huge effort on conserve energy. However, most of them are not effective. Many reasons behind this failure, such as harsh environment, the availability of fossil fuels, and booming growth. If the consumptions of energy are not well managed for the coming decade, the GCC Gulf countries may need to import fossil fuels instead of exported. There is a must need to utilize other sources of energy, such as renewable energy, and utilize more efficient devices. Thank you for listening, and I'm willing if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hani Hussain. It's a wonderful talk. And if anyone might have a question, they may ask. I think it is so comprehensive that you have given the problem and the solution as well. So both things were actually done. So you will be awarded for your appreciation. A shield will be awarded by the conference. So thank you very much, Dr. Hani Hussain.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it's the session is finished. So we will proceed towards the industrial showcase and the project discussion right now. And you can join us at 13:45 p.m. Pakistan Standard Time. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I just warmly welcome you all to the virtual exposition of the projects that are being done at Center for Energy Research and Development. Just to name a few, we have Alternate Energy Research and Innovation Lab, we have Battery Capacity Testing in accordance with IEEE standards. These are some of the projects that are being done under the flagship of IRIL Lab. We have Solar Testing Lab, we have Cleaning Robot, which is used to clean the solar panels. We have LED Testing Lab. We have got training in renewable energy sector, and to name a few. So to begin with, I would humbly request Mr. Imran Ali Shah Sahab to please come up and share his thoughts, also his team members, and what is happening exactly in the IRIL Lab. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for Imran Ali Shah Sahab.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Imran Ali Shah. I am managing Energy Lab, Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science, and also providing services in Center for Energy Research and Development, which is a state-of-the-art research and testing facility located in the new campus of University of Indian Technology, Lahore, Kalasha Kaku. We are providing different kind of services like consultancy services, third-party validation services, energy auditing services, and we have some kind of research projects from technology development program from HEC and also NRPU program, and we are also providing training services in related to energy sector. We are providing consultancy services to the energy department. In this consultancy, we are providing energy auditing services for 40 DHQs located in 36 districts of all over the Punjab. Funded project we have done recently in HEC installed 55 kilowatt solar system and search the behavior of the variety of the irradiance and the angle that can impact on the energy generation. Secondly, we have some TDF projects. We have developed a cleaning robot that will be very effective to save the water and provide the high efficiency of the system. And we are also working on TDF project funded by the HEC. This project is, you can say that it's a municipal waste to energy. We can convert the plastic waste, the medical waste that is very harmful for the people, and we can convert these plastic waste to energy by using some nanoparticles that we are developing in our lab. And this project we are developing with the help of JV partner from NCP Islamabad. And we are providing training services with NAVTEC, that is the federal government department, and same is we are also doing with the Punjab Skill Development Fund program. Testing services, we have developed one of the state-of-the-art lab in PV testing lab in Kalasha Kaku campus, and we have developed LED testing facility over there. We have state-of-the-art facility available, which is one of the largest and one of the best facility available. Recently, we have done a project in Karachi University, ICCBS, and installed 1 megawatt solar system. The same is the case. We have provided technical services to the University of Indian Technology, Lahore, the PD department for installing 1 megawatt, which is the first ever PPA project in the public sector institution.
Assalamu alaikum. Battery has been a critical component in energy storage, especially with PV systems, and has been often misquoted by the suppliers by forging the actual values of battery systems. Battery Tester is a cost-optimized solution which can help estimate the battery capacity with higher precisions and validate the claim of rated values, which leads to the better system design and ultimately helps to reduce the risk associated with battery backup systems.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Karatul Lan, working in Energy Lab in Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science, UET Lahore. With the increment of PV integration in the energy mix of Pakistan, an underlying problem faced is the cleaning of solar PV modules. Currently, our market is not addressing this problem properly, and the soiling problem reduces the energy generation hugely. Therefore, a localized and efficient solution is required. To fill this gap in the market, a self-cleaning report for PV modules has been developed and designed by our team under IEEE TDF fund. Our robotized solution not only reduces the time, but also water and labor needed for cleaning tasks, and it increases the energy generation by an approximate 5%. The activity of this device can also be controlled remotely through GSM or Zigbee. The payback of our robotized solution spans over 12 to 18 months with an expected life of minimum 5 years.
The light testing services that we have in CERAD are the electrical and photometric test, chromaticity test, harmonic current emission test, impulse test, LED driver test, salt supply test, IP and IK test. The electrical and photometric test used to determine the luminous intensity, luminous efficacy, light distribution diagram, and the other electrical parameters. For that purpose, we are using the gonio spectroradiometer, that is a D-type gonio for near field detection, and we also have a C-type gonio that's used for the near field and far field detection. IES files also produced using this setup, which is further used for the simulation of lightning models. The integrated sphere is used for the chromaticity test, in which the color rendering index and the correlated color temperature were measured. Harmonic current emission test is also done using the power meter that is integrated with this integrated sphere, and it can determine the harmonics of the current and voltages. We have a temperature and humidity chamber which will use for the damp heat and environmental test. In IK test, an impact of 5 joule is applied on the luminaire body at different points to assess its withstand capacity. We are offering following tests in CERAD. Few of them are the determination of real power at STC condition using the sun simulator that can emit a light of 1000 watt per meter square at a temperature of 25 degrees C, and air mass is set at 1.5. IV and P curve also determined using the sun simulator. Another test that we have is the EL test, that is named electroluminance test. EL test setup captures the image of the PV module, whose quality is assessed to detect the cracks and defects on the PV module. Bypass diode test is also used for the PV module. Bypass diode thermal test is used to assess the adequacy of the thermal design and long-term reliability of bypass diode. Another test that we have is the ultraviolet preconditioning test. Ultraviolet preconditioning test is used to identify the degradation of the PV module material through ultraviolet radiations. Module breakage test is also applied to the PV module to determine the strength of the PV module. And mechanical load test can determine the ability of the PV module to withstand the mechanical load and stress of the PV module.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Amda Latif and I'm working as a research assistant in Alternate Energy Research and Innovation Lab, UET Lahore. In addition to that, I'm also working as an instructor for PSDF and NAFTA courses. The ultimate aim of these courses is to target the renewable energy sector. In renewable energy sector, they target solar, they target wind, they target geothermal, and they target hydel. The main focus of these courses is to create employability in the market and to make the students self-sufficient so that they can create their own startups and create jobs in the market. Last but not the least, one of the ultimate aims of these courses is to enhance the R&D sector and to make them self-sufficient so that they can pursue their careers and they can start their masters and PhD, and they have the prerequisite knowledge to pursue their higher education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imran Ali Shah and team. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was Mr. Imran Ali Shah, Senior Manager, Alternate Energy Research and Innovation Lab. So, quickly moving forward, we have Mr. Muhammad Ali lined up from Energy Efficiency and Conservation Lab. Let's see what Mr. Muhammad Ali has to share with us.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Ali, and I am working as Senior Research Manager at Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science and also providing support to CERAD labs. We are working on various energy efficiency related projects, especially related to the industrial sector. We started off with the energy efficiency course funded by GIZ Germany, where we have senior level people from industries coming over on weekends to get hands-on training. We also developed a motor testing system based on IEC standard. The motor tests the running efficiency of induction motors, which is very important in decision making for motor replacements or making improvements. We won a project from UNIDO for sustainable energy initiatives for Pakistani industries, focusing on paper and pulp and ceramics sector. We won a TDF project from HEC on solar inverter development. It's very essential for us to get these products developed in Pakistan for customized needs preserve foreign exchange, skill development, and job creation for local engineers. We won funding again from HEC for pump testing system development. The system tests the efficiency of centrifugal pumps, giving a lot of benefits to its users. We are working very closely with PICA for establishing AC testing lab at CERAD, Kalashakaku campus. The lab will test energy efficiency ratio and coefficient of performance of air conditioners, in addition to various other parameters mentioned on the nameplate. We are also offering short training courses on energy efficiency, programmable logic controllers, industrial instrumentation, in cooperation with NAVTTC and other funding agencies.
This project tends to determine the efficiency as well as the pump curve of pumping system. In any industrial or commercial facility, we can determine the pump curve from ratio of flow rate and the head of the pump. This solution gives us the real-time efficiency data of pump of industrial or commercial systems. The test bench duly equipped with PLC, programmable logic control, and a VFD, variable frequency drive, from which we can change the speed as well as the technical parameters of pump as per demand. All parameters and real-time data are displayed on a HMI screen. This demo test bench contains 1 HP motor of 3-phase power. This project has been awarded from HEC through TDF Technology Development Fund. Thank you very much.
The project is to develop an economizer to control and automate the pigmentation of leather skin with minimal pigment waste at less cost. This system to automate the leather spraying process is locally developed and presented for the first time in Pakistan leather sector with high precision and calibration. It immediately became mature and has been installed on various finishing plants across the country. And how it is working: the leather skin are placed on the conveyor of the leather machine and pigment coating is done by solenoid spraying guns placed on carousel. Economizer detects the speed of the conveyor and carousel and convert the area of the leather skin into the digital format using IR scanner. After computation of calculation, it directs the guns to perform the efficient spraying. It also provides the user-friendly interface and flexibility in adjusting the parameters required for the process. And what is more, the system at the end of the working day gives you more than the 25% saving, thus entirely repaying itself within a few months.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Ali and his team. So ladies and gentlemen, this was Mr. Muhammad Ali from Energy Conservation and Efficiency Lab. So we have got to know about so many ideas that how we can conserve energy. As far as coal energy is concerned, we have so many renewable energy sources, and role of energy is very much crucial and is of paramount importance. So let's quickly moving forward. Let's see what potential we have in the coal industry we have. As long as I know, we have 70% of the coal that is lignite, which is not usable for energy creation. So how can we make our coal very effective and usable so that we can get some energy out of it? We have Mr. Badr, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Badr with his project. So let's just put your hands together for Mr. Badr, ladies and gentlemen.
Pakistan is faced with energy crisis due to shortage of 7 gigawatts of electrical energy. 65% of the electrical energy is produced by thermal resources, among which coal is the cheapest. This makes it inevitable for us to move towards coal power generation. However, the problem is, in Pakistan, the coal quality is very low, so we need to process it to make it suitable. Here, our facility, Mineral Processing Research Center at Mining Engineering Department, University of Engineering and Technology, Lahore comes in. We collected samples of 32 million ton of Punjab coal and 130 million ton of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa coal. We processed it through crushing, grinding, flotation and gravity separation, and we have made it suitable for power generation. And it's renewable energy storage. For this, we are recycling printed circuit boards and mobile batteries to extract the raw material for lithium-ion batteries manufacturing. For printed circuit board recycling, we are using shaking tables, electrostatic separators, magnetic separators, and leaching. While for mobile batteries, we are sticking to crushing, screening, and smelting.
Thank you very much, Dr. Badr. So ladies and gentlemen, this was Dr. Badr, who was exactly letting us know about the potential we have in the coal side. We have lignitic coal, but how can we make it at least close to bituminous and anthracite coal. So Dr. Badr was giving us an insight about it. So quickly moving forward, we have Dr. Tabish with us, and Dr. Tabish has to say a few words regarding mineral processing role, how mineral processing is used in energy creation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Tabish.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Tabish. I'm working as assistant professor in chemical engineering department, UET Lahore. Every year, millions of lives are lost because of drinking contaminated water. Availability of clean drinking water is a basic human right, and the water contains several pollutants including physical, chemical, and biological. Biological contaminants are the most concerned one because they contain microorganisms, and those microorganisms will lead to several diseases and at the end casualties. There are several techniques to disinfect the microorganisms, and those techniques include ultraviolet radiations, reverse osmosis, chlorination, and ozonation. Reverse osmosis is a versatile technique, but it's expensive to buy and difficult to operate. And ultraviolet radiations, they have technological limitations because of the transmission limits of the ultraviolet radiations within the turbid water. Ozonation and chlorination, they produce disinfection byproducts, and disinfection byproducts, they are harmful in the treated water. We are working on another technique, that is electrochemical disinfection. Electrochemical disinfection works on the principles of electrochemistry. On the electrodes, electrons are generated, and these electrons directly disinfect the microorganisms. Alternately, several chemical radicals are produced, and these include hydroxyl radicals, ozone and oxygen radicals. And when microorganisms come in contact with these radicals, they become hibernate and disinfect. The overall electrochemical disinfection system, it contains pre-filtration process, electrochemical disinfection process, and the post-filtration process. Pre-filtration is to ensure the removal of particles that are more than the micron size. Electrochemical disinfection removes the microorganisms, and post-filtration is to remove the dead bodies and also to polish the treated water. This electrochemical technique against the competitors, it offers several advantages. For example, the low cost, environment compatibility, easy to operate, and their preservative effect in the treated water. Major target of this project is the underdeveloped and developing countries, especially the low-income communities of Pakistan. In the flooded areas, the flood water contains all these microorganisms, and in the flood time, it becomes very difficult to supply the drinking water. We are working on the development of a flood water treatment system for the drinking purposes, and the electrochemical technique will be applied in the process. System will be mobile, so it can be carried out to any location, any flooded area.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tabish, for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving forward, we have Mr. Jamshed Janjua with us, who is ready with this project. How can you safeguard your national grid? That is need of the hour and a very critical issue. This issue is to be addressed by Mr. Jamshed Janjua with his team and with his expertise. So let's see what he has to say.
My name is Jamshed Iqbal Janjua, and I'm working as a Senior Manager Research at Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science. I work at the Power Systems Lab, and we focus on the research areas in the energy sector and the power sector related environments. And we work with the NTDC, CUPA, and different DISCOs in Pakistan to solve the problems related to the power sector and energy sector with some indigenous capacity building and software development and IT-based solutions. So we have developed a project named Unmanned Grid Control and Monitoring System. This project was a joint initiative between NTDC and MAPCO, and it was funded by MAPCO as well. So the focus of this project is to control the monitoring and the grid control monitoring system mechanisms of the concerning DISCO. The system comprises of the two main parts. The first part is the hardware devices, which are responsible for the data acquisition and the control system, whereas the other part is the web portal, And this project is totally developed from the hardware to the PCB design, hardware, the firmware level, and the data acquisition systems, and then the portal in Al-Khwarizmi. The overall mechanism of this project is first of its kind and it is deployed on the 11 kV feeder panels on the grid stations, 220 kV, 500 kV, and 66 kV grid stations of MAPCO. And the hardware devices detect the faults and sends the information via GSM and GPRS medium to the concerning control room. And then there is an interactive dashboard for the web portal. From here, the concerning grid control operators can actually manage the grid and different kind of alarms and faults based upon the feeder and the transformers deployed in the grid stations are available in real time for the efficient management of the grid station. We have developed a project for the data communicator development for the grid control and monitoring systems. In this project, we have focused on reducing the communication cost that occurs when we collect data from the grid stations and relay it to the backend servers. So in this overall activity, the hardware was focused, and we have developed a data communicator that actually communicates with the local devices on the grid station and acquires the data through the Wi-Fi, and then after a certain interval of time, the data is being relayed in a mechanism to the backend servers. And from there, those backend servers, we have dashboard available and a portal available, upon which there is a dashboard that can actually help to see the faults occurring on the transformers and on the feeders, incoming and outgoing feeders of the 132 kV, 220 and 500 kV grid stations. The grid control operators can actually control the different functions of a grid station. They can turn off the grid, they can turn on the certain line, and they can manage the load shedding management on this grid, on the concerning grid station. This project was funded by USAID through the USPK centers, energy centers in Pakistan. The project is being now routed to be deployed at the grid stations of PESCO and the TESCO area, so that we can drive most of the benefit for the remote side configuration and the remote side controlling of the grid system.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jamshed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly moving forward. You might have heard about heliostats concept that is exactly used to converge solar light and to translate into energy. So how heliostats are used and how it is becoming popular in Pakistan, we have Mr. Hafiz Waqas with us. Let's see what Hafiz Waqas has to say with us.
I'm Hafiz Waqas, working as Assistant Manager in Motion Control Research Lab in CERAD, UET Lahore. Motion Control Research Lab conducts its research in the multidisciplinary and electromechanical projects, keeping in view the energy needs of the Pakistan. MCRL providing its services in the advanced green energy, using efficient tools to design and develop the best products to fulfill the energy needs of the Pakistan. In this regard, we are working on the concentrated solar thermal power plants, in which we have designed and developed dual-axis solar tracking heliostats, dual-axis solar tracking parabolic dishes, and single-axis parabolic troughs, in which we will focus the sunlight onto the central focal point and then to rise the temperature of the water. After that, we will run the steam turbine to generate the electricity to eradicate the energy shortage of Pakistan. On the other hand, MCRL is working on the energy efficient electrical vehicles, in which we are working on the BLDC motor and its drive with the regenerative braking system. In the end, I would like you to visit our stall, and I would like to thank all of you to visit ICECE. Thank you. Parabolic trough is a type of solar thermal collector that is straight in one dimension and curved as a parabolic in the other two dimensions. The upper surface of a parabolic sheet is then lined with the polished metal mirror. The sunlight which enters the mirror parallel to its plane of symmetry is focused along the focal line, where the pipe containing the fluid with the high coefficient of thermal resistivity are positioned that are intended to be heated, which leads to produce steam from the water by providing the stored heat. Modeling and simulation were carried out on the SolidWorks and simulation software and analysis of its structural integrity, weight, wind load, resistance was successfully done on the SolidWorks and ANSYS simulation software. Single-axis solar tracking system has been implemented on the PLC and data has been integrated for the whole year. This single-axis solar tracking parabolic trough can rotate in 120 degree in elevation for the sun tracking with the accuracy of 0.02 degree. Thank you. A programmable logic control PLC or a programmable controller is an industrial digital computer which has been ruggedized and adopted for the control of manufacturing process such as assembly lines or robotic devices or any activity that requires high reliability, ease of programming and processes. PLCs can range from small modular devices with tens of outputs and inputs in a housing integral with the processor, to the large rack-mounted modular devices with the count of thousands of IOs and which are often networked to other PLC and SCADA systems. So we have developed the prototype of PLC trainer for the new graduates to have a good experience before getting into the practical industrial application. PLC trainer prototype has been designed and developed. Application manual of PLC trainer is ready for the trainer classes and educational institute. Radar is a detection system that uses radio waves to determine the range, angle, or velocity of the objects. It can be used to detect aircrafts, ships, spacecraft, guided missiles, motor vehicles, weather information, and trains. A radar system consists of a transmitter producing electromagnetic waves in the radio or microwave domain. A transmitting antenna or a receiver antenna is used for transmitting and receiving, and a receiver and processor to determine the properties of the objects. Radio waves from the transmitter reflects the object and return to the receiver, giving information about the object's location and speed. Modeling and simulation of this structure was carried out on the SolidWorks and ANSYS simulation software. Analysis of its structural integrity, weight, and wind load resistance was successfully done on the SolidWorks and ANSYS simulation software. Fabrication and integration of a main structure and slew drive is completed and deployed at the electrical department of UET Lahore. Dual axis tracking system of this radar is capable of 360-degree rotation on azimuth and 180-degree elevation for the active tracking system with the accuracy of 0.02 degree. Thank you. Dual-axis solar tracking heliostats is one of the types of the concentrated solar thermal power plants which harness the solar radiation energy, produces the electricity by heating up the working fluid to drive the engine and the turbine. Because the solar radiation is too low to heat up the working fluid, heliostats comes in to concentrate the solar radiation to rise the temperature even up to the 500 degrees centigrades. The purpose of the dual-axis slew drives is to enable the mirrors to accurately track the sun throughout the day with the aid of the computer control system, and it can accurately track with the accuracy of 0.1 degree, and it can rotate in 360 degree in both azimuth and elevation angle. MATLAB and SolidWorks were used to calculate the position and angles of the sun at a specific time each day. That is why this type of tracking system can accurately track the sun in both east-west and north-south axis. Modeling and simulation of this project is done in the SolidWorks, and analysis of its structural integrity, weight, and wind load resistance was successfully done in the ANSYS simulation software. Dual-axis solar tracking has been implemented in PLC, and data logging for different days of year is taken and verified.
So ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the exhibition. I hope you enjoyed it. Take good care of yourself and have a good day. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. I just warmly welcome you all to the virtual exposition of the projects that are being done at Center for Energy Research and Development. Just to name a few, we have Alternate Research and Innovation Lab. We have battery capacity testing in accordance with IEEE standards. These are some of the projects that are being done under the flagship of Aerial Lab. We have Solar Testing Lab. We have Cleaning Robot, which is used to clean the solar panels. We have LED Testing Lab. We have got training in renewable energy sector, and to name a few. So to begin with, I would humbly request Mr. Imran Ali Shah Sahab to please come up and share his thoughts, also his team members, and what is happening exactly in Aerial Lab. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for Imran Ali Shah Saab.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Imran Ali Shah. I am managing Energy Lab, Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science, and also providing services in Center for Energy Research and Development, which is a state-of-the-art research and testing facility located in the new campus of University of Engineering Technology Lahore, Kalasha Kaku. We are providing different kind of services like consultancy services, third-party validation services, energy auditing services, and we have some kind of research projects from technology development program from HEC and also NRPU program, and we are also providing training services in related to energy sector. We are providing consultancy services to the energy department. In this consultancy, we are providing energy auditing services for 40 DHQs located in 36 districts of all over the Punjab. Funded project we have done recently in HEC installed 55 kilowatt solar system and search the behavior of the variety of the irradiance and the angle that can impact on the energy generation. Secondly, we have some TDF projects. We have developed a cleaning robot that will be very effective to save the water and provide the high efficiency of the system. And we are also working on TDF project funded by the HEC. This project is, you can say that it's a municipal waste to energy. We can convert the plastic waste, the medical waste that is very harmful for the people, and we can convert these plastic waste to energy by using some nanoparticles that we are developing in our lab. And this project we are developing with the help of JV partner from NCP Islamabad. And we are providing training services with NAVTEC, that is the federal government department, and same is we are also doing with the Punjab Skill Development Fund program. Testing services, we have developed one of the state-of-the-art lab in PV testing lab in Kalasha Kaku campus, and we have developed LED testing facility over there. We have state-of-the-art facility available, which is one of the largest and one of the best facility available. Recently, we have done a project in Karachi University, ICCBS, and installed 1 megawatt solar system. The same is the case. We have provided technical services to the University of Engineering Technology Lahore, the PD department, for installing 1 megawatt, the first ever PPA project in the public sector institution.
Assalamu alaikum. Battery has been a critical component in energy storage, especially with PV systems, and has been often misquoted by the suppliers by forging the actual values of battery systems. Battery Tester is a cost-optimized solution which can help estimate the battery capacity with higher precisions and validate the claim of rated values, which leads to the better system design and ultimately help to reduce the risk associated with battery backup systems.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Karatul An, working in Energy Lab in Al-Hazmi Institute of Computer Science, UET Lahore. With the increment of PV integration in the energy mix of Pakistan, an underlying problem faced is the cleaning of solar PV modules. Currently, our market is not addressing this problem properly, and the soiling problem reduces the energy generation hugely. Therefore, a localized and efficient solution is required to fill this gap in the market. A self-cleaning robot for PV modules has been developed and designed by our team under HEC TDF fund. Our robot solution not only reduces the time but also water and labor needed for cleaning tasks, and it increases the energy generation by an approximate 5%. The activity of this device can also be controlled remotely through GSM or ZigBee. The payback of our robot solution spans over 12 to 18 months with an expected life of minimum 5 years.
The light testing services that we have in CERAD are the electrical and photometric test, chromaticity test, harmonic current emission test, impulse test, LED driver test, salt separate test, IP and IK test. The electrical and photometric test used to determine the luminous intensity, luminous efficacy, light distribution diagram, and the other electrical parameters. For that purpose, we are using the Gonio spectroradiometer, that is a D-type Gonio for near field detection, and we also have a C-type Gonio that's used for the near field and far field detection. IES files also produced using this setup, which is further used for the simulation of lightning models. The integrated sphere is used for the chromaticity test, in which the color rendering index and the correlated color temperature were measured. Harmonic current emission test is also done using the power meter that is integrated with this integrated sphere, and it can determine the harmonics of the current and voltages. We have a temperature and humidity chamber which will use for the damp heat and environmental test. In IK test, an impact of 5 joule is applied on the luminaire body at different points to assess its withstand capacity. We are offering following tests in CERAD. Few of them are the determination of real power at STC condition using the sun simulator that can emit a light of 1000 watt per meter square at a temperature of 25 degrees C and air mass is set at 1.5. IV and PV curve also determined using the sun simulator. Another test that we have is the EL test, that is named electroluminance test. EL test setup capture the image of the PV module whose quality is assessed to detect the cracks and defects on the PV module. Bypass diode test is also used for the PV module. Bypass diode thermal test is used to assess the adequacy of the thermal design and long-term reliability of bypass diode. Another test that we have is the ultraviolet preconditioning test. Ultraviolet preconditioning test is used to identify the degradation of the PV module material through ultraviolet radiations. Module breakage test is also applied to the PV module to determine the strength of the PV module. And mechanical load test can determine the ability of the PV module to withstand the mechanical load and stress of the PV module.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Amza Lateef and I'm working as a research assistant in Alternate Energy Research and Innovation Lab, UET Lahore. In addition to that, I'm also working as an instructor for PSDF and NAFTA courses. The ultimate aim of these courses is to target the renewable energy sector. In renewable energy sector, they target solar, they target wind, they target geothermal and they target hydel. The main focus of these courses is to create employability in the market and to make the students self-sufficient so that they can create their own startups and create jobs in the market. Last but not the least, one of the ultimate aims of these courses is to enhance the R&D sector and to make them self-sufficient so that they can pursue their careers and they can start their masters and PhD and they have the prerequisite knowledge to pursue their higher education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imran Ali Shah and team. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was Mr. Imran Ali Shah, Senior Manager, Alternate Energy Research and Innovation Lab. So, quickly moving forward, we have Mr. Muhammad Ali lined up from Energy. Mr. Muhammad Ali has to share with us.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Ali and I am working as Senior Research Manager at Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science and also providing support to CERAD labs. We are working on various energy efficiency related projects, especially related to the industrial sector. We started off with the energy efficiency course funded by GIZ Germany, where we have senior level people from industries coming over on weekends to get hands-on training. We also developed a motor testing system based on IEC standard. The motor tests the running efficiency of induction motors, which is very important in decision making for motor replacements or making improvements. We won a project from UNIDO for sustainable energy.
Good evening.
Professor Dr. Dario Ciano from Italy. We welcome you here in this conference. Professor, if I say your name correctly, Pierluigi Ciano.
Good morning. Good evening.
That's correct.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Pierluigi Ciano.
Right. Welcome, Professor Dr. Ciano, who is a professor and scientific director of the Smart Grids and Smart Cities Laboratory with the Department of Management and Innovation Systems, University of Salerno. His research activities are centered on demand response, energy management, integration of distributed energy resources in smart grids, electricity markets, and planning and management of power systems. He has co-authored more than 550 articles, including more than 300 international journal papers that received in Scoop more than 10,100 citations with an H-index equal to 49. He received the award as highly cited researcher by ISI Web of Science Group. He is editor for the Power and Energy Society section of IEEE ICECE, IEEE Transactions on Power Systems, IEEE Transactions on Industrial Informatics, IEEE Transactions on Industrial Electronics, IEEE Systems, Open Journal of the IEEE IES, IET Smart Grid, and IET Renewable Power Generation of UK. So over to Professor Ciano. Please.
Thank you very much. Can you allow me to share my presentation? Thank you very much. Can you see?
Okay, I will share.
Can you see my screen? Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to present this keynote at the 40th International Conference on Energy Conservation and Efficiency. And I'm grateful to the organizers for this invitation. Today, I'm going to present the keynote titled Scalable Privacy Preserving Distributed Parallel Optimization for Smart Grids. In this presentation, after briefly introducing the procurement of flexibility resources in the ancillary services market, I will talk about an architecture for the large-scale aggregation for prosumers that we have designed and developed at the University of Salerno in the context of an Italian pilot project. The architecture has been designed to allow an aggregator to participate in the ancillary service market for the provision of flexibility. Then I will describe an innovative distributed optimization that is scalable and privacy preserving, allowing to deal with hundreds of thousands of prosumers without disclosing their information. I will then present some results based on a real Italian pilot project. Finally, I will present some conclusions. As known, future electricity distribution grids will lose a considerable share of renewable energy sources, and in particular residential and commercial customers that were once simply consumers of electricity are now deploying distributed energy resources, becoming producers themselves in a new decentralized power system, as is one shown here. And the flexibility offered by these new resources should be used to reduce the electricity and infrastructure cost while enabling the power sector to meet decarbonization targets. In particular, modern power systems are evolving from a centralized paradigm according to which electrical energy was mainly generated by large power plants at the transmission level to a new decentralized optimization model where distributed generation represents a relevant portion of the produced energy. In this model, the provision of ancillary services to the system operator should take into account the flexibility furnished by these new resources, such as dispersed and small generators, also small batteries. In particular, battery energy storage systems, also of small scale, can be managed by to provide energy flexibility to the system operator. They can be managed by the system operator or by an aggregator, and can offer energy flexibility in the ancillary service market. Considering this new model of power systems, and in order to exploit the potential energy flexibility offered by these new resources, the European regulatory framework has opened the ancillary services market to distributed energy resources, including energy storage systems and demand response providers. Among these distributed energy resources, battery on energy storage systems have gained more attention because of their fast response. We have considered both the planning and the real-time sessions to define the unit commitment and the activation of flexibility resources according to the Italian ancillary service market, in particular considering a pay-as-bid mechanism and the settlement period of 15 minutes, an aggregator after carrying out the day-ahead optimization can offer services for over flexibility in the up or down mode during the planning session. And then if these offers are accepted, the system operator can ask the aggregator to deliver this flexibility provision during a real-time session. If the energy is not delivered, an imbalance cost is applied. So the aggregator should also carry out a real-time optimization in order to not pay the imbalance cost. It's worth noting that the regulatory authority for energy in Italy has also elevated in the new regulation, it has also elevated to different types of resources, including generators, so electrical loads, battery energy storage systems, electric vehicles, to participate in the ancillary services market without any limit to the rated power of the single resource. But the whole aggregate must have an overall minimum regulating power of 1 megawatt. It is but in the future this value will be also decreased. So on this basis, we developed an Internet of Things based architecture for peer-to-peer transactive energy exchanges. In particular, we started by considering residential users endowed with a home gateway, and we developed the methods implemented in a Raspberry Pi 3 microcontroller for each residential users that is in communication with the aggregator by means of a home gateway and a centralized database and a cloud server and home gateway manager. And also the centralized database registers the electrical energy consumption for all electrical loads and the generation of the photovoltaic systems. Also, there are different devices that are connected to the energy management system, smart devices such as smart metering devices, smart plugs, and other devices, and the user is in communication by using a web app with the energy management system. For example, these are some devices that we have considered, we have included in the architecture, that are all commercial devices. You can see, and we have implemented some rules for energy saving. For example, here with the smart thermostat a boiler, the rules have been implemented in a visual programming editor Broccoli. For also other use for energy saving related to lightings. For also we can implement also some security systems and other application for the maximization of the exploitation of the energy from photovoltaic systems by using a smart meter and a smart plug. All these devices are connected by means of wireless communication to the Raspberry Pi 3, to the energy management system. Then this architecture has been further developed to become a transactive management infrastructure for a virtual power plant aggregator. More details can be found in this paper. And in particular, the motivation behind this infrastructure are that in a local energy market managed by a virtual power plant, prosumers can trade energy and flexibility within the energy community in a peer-to-peer way. As you know, we have also, as a line of research, the theme of energy communities. And peer-to-peer may refer to both the way according to which energy transactions take place and to the information architecture supporting them. Blockchain in particular enables peer-to-peer transactions in a decentralized way, perfectly fitting the idea of making energy transactions without the need of a central authority. Blockchain can offer a platform to host transactive energy markets where prosumers can directly buy and sell energy with each other, and the decentralized control is essential for decentralized consensus of blockchain, and both share the target of opening and democratizing markets. The main advantages of decentralized architecture of a centralized one are in terms of scalability, resiliency, adaptability, fault tolerance, security, and trust. Here we can see the implemented infrastructure. This solution is organized into hierarchical layers, and we have the data center owned by the aggregator. Then we have the communication layer and the user layer. To implement, in particular, the distributed parallel optimization enable the exchange of energy data among all prosumers. Distributed intelligent devices have been considered. In particular, each prosumer is endowed with a home device gateway, a smart meter, and an energy management system, as I already described. And the information and the communication technology based infrastructure is used for this optimization, and it mainly consists of a physical layer and a virtual layer. In particular, the physical layer provides the grid connection, smart metering, and communication to all prosumers, and the virtual layer includes an energy information system allowing local site awareness based on real-time monitoring and on tools for the forecasting of photovoltaic production and load demand. By accessing to the virtual layer, prosumers can exchange only some privacy-preserving information related to their local optimal solutions and their power flexibility contribution to fulfill the constraints related to the flexibility they are offering. The virtual layer is based on distributed ledger technology and on smart contracts to achieve both the day-ahead and real-time distributed parallel optimization while preserving the privacy of all prosumers. The considered approach is based on a pilot project that we are carrying out in Italy for the procurement of flexibility resources in the ancillary services market. In particular, in the day-ahead optimization, the aggregators aims to deriving from the provision of energy flexibility in the ancillary services of energy flexibility in this market. This is the remuneration that depends on the difference between the baseline and the provided flexibility in relation with the baseline. And the problem is subject to some constraints related to the minimum power that should be respected when providing the flexibility, and to other local constraints related to the power balance of each prosumer, to the power limits to the grid of each prosumers, and to the power charging and the discharging speeds of the batteries. Then, if the offer is accepted by the system operator, the aggregator should guarantee the provision of an amount of energy flexibility in the time ranges defined by some discrete variables. So we have here the definition of the real-time optimization, and as regards with the discrete variables of the optimization that define the time ranges in which the flexibility is provided, these variables can be identified by solving both a mixed integer linear programming optimization, or by using another method, a heuristic method, named the hybrid variable neighboring search. And because we prefer this second solution, because the centralized formulation is not able to deal with extra large instances, and while by solving the problem in a heuristic way, we can achieve a distributed parallel framework in which all prosumers participate in solving the problem in a faster way, also keeping the information not disclosed. The way we accomplish this mission is by breaking down the centralized problem into many linear programming formulations and solving the resulting linear programming problems in a distributed, parallelized way. Particularly, a new distributed optimization method based on linear programming is designed that overcomes previous methods based on integer and quadratic programming. And this method is scalable, it's privacy preserving, and can be implemented by using the proposed architecture. In particular, the idea for distributing the right-hand side of the global constraints among prosumers is that the minimum power flexibility contribution of each prosumer is determined by the energy reserve available in its battery, as shown here. And to solve this optimization problem, where the update of vector gamma is achieved in the virtual layer by smart contract. The basic intuition behind this formulation is that we increase the weights by the weights of gamma by a larger amount on those concepts which are more volatile. Then I will now show you some results related to the centralized approach. More details can be found in this paper. In particular, we can consider a large scale aggregate of 2,000 residential users, and all are endowed with photovoltaic battery system. and we see in this figure we can see the state of charge performance for 1 day in April for up regulation. In the lower part you can see the average power in a quarter of an hour for photovoltaic production. Here the dotted line, the absorbed power related to the baseline, and the absorbed power when up regulation is provided. In particular, with the up regulation is provided between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. And then now I present some results related to the distributed parallel optimization. More details can be found in this paper. Also in this case, we can see an aggregation of 2,000 prosumers, and in particular, in this case, we see the comparison between the centralized and the distributed parallelized optimization that can achieve the same flexibility in terms of delivered energy. Moreover, by considering a forecast error of 20% for electrical load and 10% for photovoltaic production, this here you can see the real-time solution. And in particular, it's worth noting that regardless of the forecast error, the parallel can achieve a power profile that is very close to the accepted and not incurring in any penalty. Also, as regards with the scalability, we can see that that the method is highly scalable, allowing to deal with hundreds of thousands of prosumers. Where here 40,000 prosumers, the optimization takes only a few seconds, while in real time it takes from around 13 and 25 milliseconds during the year. Now let's move to the final conclusion. I would like to highlight that linear programming based parallelization enables not only to perform in an almost real-time way for very large-scale real-world problems, but also to fulfill the privacy of prosumers. Both the aid and real-time optimizations being highly scalable and able to protect the personal information of prosumers overcome typical drawbacks of centralized methods. The proposed linear programming based optimization methods can be easily coded up and implemented on microcontrollers and connected to the implemented layered architecture. Here you can see a list of further readings. If you are interested, you can also contact me by email. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I'm interested to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pierluigi Ciano. That was a very good talk of you on a scalable, privacy-preserving distributed parallel optimization for smart grids. These days, smart grids are coming.
Thank you very much.
That was very nice of you presenting here. Any questions from the participants? Actually, I do not see any question from the participants here. So I myself may ask a question, maybe. Yes, my name is Amjad Hussain. I'm a professor here in electrical engineering at FAST University Lahore. I just retired 2 weeks ago. I'm past chair of IEEE Lahore section over here and been involved with IEEE for over 20 years at this place. So you were saying that we have to do the optimization and also the privacy preserving. Would you like to explain a little bit more that what is the privacy preserving?
Yes, thank you very much for your question, interesting question. Yes, the idea is that by carrying out this method, the only information that each user can disclose to the aggregator is only the power injected or absorbed from the grid during the day, while other informations related to its energy consumption, use of battery, photovoltaic production is not made available to other prosumers and to the aggregator. So these information are not shared.
Right. So therefore, it's called privacy. That's very good. And it's a scalable, that it means the small and the large, and it's in the distributed parallel system. The future is of smart grids, and in our country, small grids are just coming in. We do not have even our distributed structure in a good way. We have in Pakistan more power generation than it can be. It can be given to people. It can be distributed to the people through the transmission line. So the transmission line infrastructure is not that good as we have the power generation capacity. That's it. And you have talked something about prosumers. So I suppose that these are the people who are producing power as well as they are consuming power. So the people like somebody at home, they have a solar power system, and they are sometimes they are giving back to the grid, and sometimes they are receiving from the grid. So these people, instead of calling consumer, they are called prosumers.
Yes, right. Yes.
So that's very good.
They are, and also in some cases they have also some battery, a storage system that is considered in our study because the battery is a source of flexibility, can be used to offer additional services to the system operator.
We in Pakistan have started this system where some people have bi-directional meters. So there is a meter, power meter. There's an energy meter installed at home, at the residence, where normally in a few years back we have only unidirectional meters. That power is being produced by a producer and coming to my house, for example, and I'm consumer and I'm just consuming the power. But now people have some people bi-directional meters, smart meters, where it can be metered that how much power I'm taking from the grid and how much power I'm giving back to the grid. So at the end of the day, when my bill comes, so they subtract the power that I have given to the grid and charge me only the power that they have given to me. So in the near future, we will see these things coming more and more. I have a question at this point, that while this is happening, and this is happening more in the Europe at the moment, not in Pakistan. Pakistan are just starting. But as I understand that this may be good for the carbon dioxide emissions, where we reduce the carbon dioxide emission by using photovoltaic power generation, and it may be useful and it may be beneficial for the consumer, or as we are calling it, prosumer, because they will have less electricity bill. But eventually, it doesn't look good for the power producing companies, because what a prosumer is producing is producing only at the daytime and maybe producing at the time when energy requirement is not too high. The energy requirement is higher, or you can say the peak time in the evening and in the morning. So the power companies have to generate energy, have to meet the demand at the peak hours, which are not during the daytime. So eventually it looks that it is bad for the gencos, for the generating companies, or for the large power producers. What is your say on this point?
Yes, yes. Thank you for your question. Yes, you are right. The increasing penetration of renewable energy sources and is in some way pushing some power producers to decrease their production during the day. But as you told me, it's they are still required for the stability of the power system, for adequacy of the system, and because the system needs some, because the system reserve for balance, for real-time balancing. And the idea is that in order to replace these big power plants and their contribution to the balancing of the system, also aggregate of prosumers can be considered to give some energy flexibility if they are endowed with battery systems, or in some cases also by considering a demand response. So the idea, for this reason, there are these changes in the regulation in Europe to allow also to this aggregate of small prosumers to participate in the balancing of the power systems in order to replace the big power plants that in the future will be lower. Future. So essentially, the new
He's asking that don't you think future smart solutions are mini grids and community-based grids, whereby people who don't have solar panels still share renewable energy from their neighbors from one pool of solar and battery powers?
Yes, yes, yes. I think so. Also, we have in Italy and in Europe also a new regulation related to energy communities that are considering some incentives that are given to and to new energy communities in order to allow for energy exchanges among peers, so peer-to-peer energy exchanges inside the energy community. And this is useful to decrease the cost of energy for users and also to reduce power losses and to decrease the need of conventional power plants to better exploit the renewable energy production from photovoltaic systems, wind systems, and so on. So yes, it is the future. Obviously, we need also the use of battery energy systems is also useful in this case.
Right. Professor Sianos, sometimes back, some decades back, the PVs were very expensive. the photovoltaic cells were very, very expensive. But slowly they started becoming cheaper with the advent of technology. And at the moment they are becoming further cheaper. Do you think Moore's law apply on this?
Sorry, last part of the question.
There's Moore's law for certain electronic devices, that after every 18 months their prices drops to half, or their density becomes doubled or something like this. So do you think that the price of the solar panels, price of the photovoltaic cells is is decreasing so drastically, or it's not decreasing so drastically?
Yes, as you know, in the last years we had a decrease in the price of these photovoltaic panels. So the cost, I expect that it will continue to decrease. Also, it is important that also the cost of batteries will decrease in the next years, in order to also improve the penetration not only of photovoltaic systems but also of energy storage systems, of electrical vehicles, and so on.
Right.
I expect a reduction of battery and cost.
That's good. There's other question from a participant, Miss Kuratul N, and she is asking that what do you think are the policy reforms that should be adopted for transformation to smart grids? Policy reforms.
Yes, thank you very much. We need to promote new investments in smart grids, and in particular in new technologies at all levels, from the lower level of users to the distribution grids and transmission systems. So we need some new regulations that can give some incentive to the users to invest in new technologies, such as building automation systems, photovoltaic and battery systems, and also to participate in the flexibility to the system operator. So this should be some policy reforms at a national level, and also some, I think, some incentives should be given to the system operators also to invest in new technologies.
Yes, thank you. And Professor Sayano, can you give us some current situation or state of the art of smart grids in your country, in Italy or Italia?
Yes, we have some new investments from the system operator, and in the field of smart grids, and also some, as told you, some new regulations for allowing the participation of prosumers to the ancillary services market. We have some examples in Italy of aggregation of prosumers. We have a pilot project where small prosumers also, in order with the battery, with batteries can participate in the ancillary services market. Some other pilot projects related to some smart grids. But I think we need to invest more in this field, also in light of the evolution of actual cities in new smart cities, because the smart grid has a fundamental role in the smart cities. Smart cities will be the future, I think.
Right. If we compare Italy with the rest of the Europe, so where does Italy stands? Is it ahead of rest of the Europe, or rest of the Europe is ahead of Italy in smart grids?
Yes, it's not easy to give an answer to this question, but I think in all European countries we have investments and pilot projects in the field of smart grids. So essentially, I don't see great differences.
Right. So similar. Okay, but there are some other differences. Like France is the electricity generation in France is much more nuclear than any other, for example. So what is the largest source of power in Italy?
Yes, in Italy, as you know, we had a referendum in which we decided to not adopt nuclear power energy. So we do not have nuclear power energy. We have hydroelectric power plants, thermoelectric power plants, fuel-based, but also we have a lot of photovoltaic power plants, wind power plants that are that allows also in some hours over the year to have the full energy produced in Italy by renewable energy sources, photovoltaic and wind system.
So I understand that the largest source of power in Italy is hydroelectric.
We have a share of both hydro, thermoelectric, photovoltaic, wind systems. So we have different sources. But more and more we see an increasing of renewable energy sources in the last years, mainly photovoltaic power plants and the wind systems.
And any
no
power?
No nuclear. Yes, a lot of.
So there is
no nuclear, but wind. No, in Italy there is no nuclear, but because we had a referendum, so people decided to not have nuclear systems in Italy, even if we have this technology we had in the past years, but for mainly because people feel that this may be a dangerous solution for them, and we decided to not have a nuclear, even if we have in France and other countries in Europe.
Yes, although nuclear is quite cheaper. So you have hydel. Do you have also coal power?
Yes, you have.
And wind energy.
Yes.
That's great. And Italy has so many a very long coasts with the sea. So any any energy from there, the tidal energy. Any power produced by tidal sources or no?
Not. I don't think. Not so much. No, we don't have yet. Yes, I think some research project on this. Mainly, we have this kind of energy. I think north of Europe.
Okay, there is one question from our listeners, Mr. Muhammad Hamza Ihtisham, and he's asking that in Texas, USA, recently because of snowstorms, grid systems failed, and people are paying bills of more than $3,000 just for 1 week, as their utility company had to buy powers on spot prices from other utilities. this has people thinking of off-grid solutions. Similarly, in California, because of wildfires due to climate change, people are shifting to community mini power grids and off-grid solutions.
Yeah.
Do you have any example of something similar in Italy or in Europe?
Yes, yes. Thank you for your question. We have some examples of energy communities, as I told you, that have been implemented in Europe, and where we have, for example, small villages in which people organize themselves in such a way to be energy independent from the main grid by considering some cogeneration power plants. Battery energy storage systems, renewable energy storage systems, and so on. It is something similar to the Brooklyn microgrid, as you know. So I think this is the future also to improve the resiliency of the system, of the power system.
Right. There's another question from the listeners, and they are asking that smart grid is highly sophisticated control of multidisciplinary domains like power generation, IT, demand management, distributed generators. How scalable the smart solutions developed up till now are to address all constraints of these domains?
Yes, thank you for your question. I think the scalability issue of smart grids is it's very important. So for this reason, we implemented the proposed method, and our research are focusing on finding a new scalable solution for the optimization of smart grids, in which you have thousands of users, prosumers that are also participating in balancing of the system. So I think this is an interesting field of research.
Okay, Dr. Pierluigi Saiano, thank you very much for sparing your time, and I hope this is it's a different time in Italy at the moment. So thank you very much for sparing time and giving a keynote speech in this conference in Pakistan. We'll present you a shield, a souvenir shield that you remember. Of course, at this time, this would only be a virtual shield.
Thank you very much.
Not a physical one. If it was not a COVID situation, and if you had been over here, then it was very nice to meet you personally and to present you this seat. Anyway, thank you very much for presenting your nice talk and answering a lot of questions. Thanks again.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much. I hope to meet you in person.
That's great. Thank you.
Good evening.
Okay, we now move to our next talk. Next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Ali Imran. Dr. Muhammad Ali Imran is a fellow of Institution of Electrical Technology, IET UK. He is a senior member of IEEE and a senior fellow of HEA. He is dean at the University of Glasgow, UESTC, and a professor of wireless communication systems with research interest in self-organized networks, wireless network control systems, and the wireless sensor systems. He heads the Communications, Sensing, and Imaging Research Group at University of Glasgow and is director of Center for Educational Development and Innovation. He is an affiliate professor at the University of Oklahoma, USA, adjunct research professor at Ajman University, United Arab Emirates, and a visiting professor at 5G Innovation Center, University of Surrey, United Kingdom. He has over 20 years of combined academic and industry experience with several leading roles in multi-million pounds funded projects. He has filed 15 patents, has co-authored over 400 journal and conference papers, has authored 2 books. He has edited 8 books and authored more than 30 book chapters. He has successfully supervised over 40 postgraduate students at doctoral level. He has been a consultant to the international projects and local companies in the area of self-organized networks. We welcome to Professor Dr. Ali Imran to give a talk, to give his keynote speech, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Syed Amjad Hussain Shah Sahab. I'm really pleased to be here to share some of my research experiences and insights on the topic. I will just share my screen to start the presentation. Give me just 1 second. Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen now.
Yes, please, we can see.
Yes, okay, great. So the topic today is the 5G/6G use cases that will help in net zero emission goals. And my talk will start a bit unconventional way, the reverse way, where I will first give you some insights into some emerging use cases or what comes ahead. So futuristic use cases first. And then I will delve into a bit more specific example where we were part of a project which I was leading as an ambition to reduce the energy consumption using ICT, to reduce the carbon footprint of people by using persuasive techniques in order to change their behavior in longer term. As was being discussed in the previous presentation, that involves demand side management, and it's a multidisciplinary approach where we have to look at people's psychology as well as economic and other incentives as well. So I've been told I have 40 minutes. So I also prefer if the session is interactive, and even if there are any questions that I have to take, I would request the host and moderator, Professor Amjad Hussain Shah Sahab, if you can interrupt and ask me questions, that's perfectly fine, because I cannot keep an eye on the chat section while presenting. So that would be perfectly fine to interrupt and ask questions as we go along. So the lab here at Glasgow is a national lab. This is the First Minister of Scotland. So Scotland is not an independent country as per se, but it's a country within the United Kingdom and has its own First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, who actually devised, with the help and support from our lab, the Scotland's 5G policy, as well as selected our lab to announce not only her policy, but also a Scotland-based National 5G Innovation Centre. And the work I will be presenting is not just my own effort, but I lead a team of a good-sized, large number of people. And that's why you will see a diverse variety of the work. But of course, I am responsible for that work and I guide the vision. So I'm very happy to take any questions as well. I'm deeply involved in all that work. The rate of our outputs is more than 300 papers, patents every year. And it sounds very large, but of course it requires a lot of hard work. But indeed, this is also possible with collaboration between multiple partners of the. And of course, this is funded through different institutions. I wouldn't go into detail. I just wanted to highlight that the presentation I would be making, a lot of those use cases were actually implemented in real life and tested. And that was made possible by the generous funding by the Scottish government as well as UK government through its Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport to set up real life indoor-outdoor test beds as well as rural test beds. So what I'm trying to highlight is, of course, all academics, they do research which is based on fundamentals and which is based on simulation models. We are very lucky and blessed to have the funding to trial some of those ideas in real life test beds. We, of course, did some fundamental work as well in terms of generating power models and energy efficient communication protocols and test them on simulations as well. But afterwards, we took them to the indoor-outdoor test beds and collected some data in real life. In order to enable that, we have deployed an indoor test bed on University of Glasgow campus. As someone was mentioning just before, that smart cities is an emerging concept, and what would be a better example of a mini city than a lively campus? And this campus is very, very old, established in 1451, has a mix of historic buildings as well as new, very modern. Some of those buildings just popped up 2 to 3 years ago. So 3 main themes in this testbed are mobile health, metropolitan or emergency events, which just does not involve metropolitan events, but it also looks after how you can provide IT and connectivity for events like Hajj, Umrah, or other large religious gathering which happen only for a few days in a urban city environment. But the most important and relevant one here for this talk is the built environment. So how do we manage energy demand, space utilization, as well as efficiency of occupancy for built environment in any space like a campus or office buildings? So there are certain emerging use cases which you would see very commonly around yourself in maybe 5 to 10 years as 5G, 6G as a technology prevails. And I would go through some of these use cases one by one and demonstrate to you how we are collaborating with industrial partners in order to deploy and fine-tune those use cases. So the use case deployment requires fine-tuning of wireless communication parameters as well as the expectation from the use case. So you have to do co-design and joint optimization. And if the time will permit, then I will go in more details into the selected project, the reduced project, and show you some interesting results and how artificial intelligence and machine learning was applied in those projects. So let's start with the most, I would skip this one. This just highlights that what the point I have already made, that in order to do this kind of research, we had to look at both extremes of technology readiness level. So we do fundamental research or blue sky research, developing models, energy efficiency models, fundamental capacity limits, as well as we involve ourselves in tests and trials jointly with industry in order to fine tune those networks. So starting with the first use case, which is contactless activity monitoring. Everyone is now very used to using the wearable devices for monitoring their health. Right. So, but we are developing technologies which will enable people to monitor their activity without invading their privacy. The word privacy preservation was used. I will dwell upon that privacy preservation a bit more in a few seconds. But why activity monitoring is important without invading your privacy? Activity monitoring can help you put the energy consumption in context. And you can identify if that energy consumption is useful energy consumption or wasteful energy consumption. And that's how you can provide subtle feedback to the end user in order to change their behavior and make themselves more energy efficient. On the right-hand side, you see some demand side management graphs, which I quickly added as the discussion was going on for the previous talk for Professor Pirlo Kisianos. So there are various ways of managing the demand, right? So of course, one very commonly discussed way is just to clip the peak, as was being discussed before. But in certain cases, you have to actually raise the falling valley as well if you can encourage people to use energy in an economically productive way. For example, home industry, for example, other big industries, to increase the productivity of a country. So what you want to do is you want to actually raise the demand in the troughs of the valley. So you want energy to be consumed in a constructive manner when it is available, rather than trying to store it or rather than wasting it. So there are many managing that demand. All those ways actually require what is happening in a built environment. What is activity that is being done in a built environment? So privacy preserved activity monitoring is a key objective. How do we do it? By the way, we just look at the wireless channel quality, which actually is correlated with the activity happening in the room. So if someone is moving, that changes the wireless channel due to reflections and due to other wireless phenomena. So if you can monitor the channel quality of a transmitter and a receiver in the room, and most of the rooms nowadays have a transmitter, for example, a Wi-Fi router, and a receiver like a mobile phone using Wi-Fi or a laptop using Wi-Fi. If you can monitor the channel quality, you can detect the activity happening in the room. No need for any wearables. Very useful for old age people to be monitored in their care homes, because they either forget to wear the wearables or they do not want to wear the wearables. And it requires certain technological enablers from mobile communication perspective. And one of them is massive machine type connectivity. Too many devices getting connected to the network at the same time, and enhanced mobile broadband, which means the amount of data being transferred is more like the images, more like the videos. So the data quantity is very high. You have to manage that as well. And the more interesting bit here is the possibility of a closed loop actuation as well. So of course you can switch on and off lights and other electrical devices to save energy, but you can go one step further. And if you can detect accidental activity like someone falling down, you can activate some airbags or some muscle actuators in order to stop or prevent that fall. Very useful for, again, old age people who may get severely affected by any fall and its fallout. So that's one use case. The other important use case that can reduce CO2 footprint is virtual reality immersive training and augmented reality wayfinding. So let's focus on virtual reality immersive training first. Of course, University of Glasgow, and I'm sure many universities in Pakistan as well, they receive a lot of international students to come and study there, right? We travel a lot. The pandemic has stopped that travel, but we travel a lot, all of us, to get further knowledge and especially hands-on training. So if we can ensure that that hands-on training can be done in a remote mechanism using immersive environments like virtual reality environment, that can again reduce CO2 footprint. Travel is one of the key contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So if you can reduce travel, especially international travel, long haul flights, that can reduce CO2 emissions. The other one is augmented reality wayfinding. What is special about augmented reality wayfinding is that the wayfinding boards or information panels are virtual, and you can change them on the fly. You can change them in a very dynamic manner. So that can be used to control crowds. Like, for example, the huge crowds like in Hajj, Umrah, and those kind of religious events, you can redirect people to manage crowd generation. And that redirection requires dynamic signposting. And if it is augmented reality based signposting, that can enable this. So again, on the right-hand side, you see one of the demonstrations that we made, a very specialized clean room environment, which is very difficult to access and requires a special protocols to access it. How we can open it for training internationally. Anyone from anywhere can actually join and get trained using virtual reality immersive environment. And the demonstration was given to First Minister, who was in Edinburgh, and she could join from Edinburgh to get a mock training for the clean room in Glasgow. So another CO2 emission reduction mechanism is how much we spend on people's admissions to hospitals, people's travel for medical and healthcare. And that is usually because of the reason that the medical and health condition is detected a bit late. And that requires treatment at hospital and long hospital admission. How can we reduce that, and how that will have effect on CO2 emissions is if you can detect any condition at an early onset or at early stage, it's not only treatable, but it will be less costly, less travel needed. Maybe a simple medication delivered at home will be able to. This requires a proactive medical healthcare system, and proactive medical healthcare system means one of my first use case, which was monitoring people at home, combined with several other use cases. So you have to monitor them, collect the data, ensure privacy preservation, and we come to how do we ensure privacy preservation in a matter of minutes. So you have to ensure that privacy preservation, because healthcare data is very private, very personal data, and people want to keep it for good reasons, keep it only to them. Especially in UK and many other countries, especially in US rather, I would say, this is even more important because of insurance reasons. You don't want your health information to be shared any more than what you require. And then you have to ensure that this data is then automatically processed to identify anomalies, early onset of different medical health conditions, and then take some action, either through social care service providers or medical health professionals. And if that action is taken at an early stage, the impact is much more powerful and much more energy efficient than if it is taken at a later stage. So this is the most important use case, and this is actually linked with the Reduce project as well. And if we will have time, I will explain a bit more about Reduce project. Reduce project looks at changing people's behavior to make their actions more energy efficient. So here what you see is a very low cost space management system. What a space management system does, it not only identifies the occupancy of the space, but exact location of where space is being utilized by a human or by a machine or by any other device. The reason for doing that is, for example, in pandemic situation as well, there are specific rules how people work in work environments, how they ensure 2-meter social distancing where they're at work. And just counting people entering in a building or counting people entering in a room is not enough. So you have to actually identify their physical location where they're sitting and are they ensuring social distancing or not to comply with the rules and regulations during pandemic. So we use very simple RFID tagging, so inkjet printable RFID tags which do not cost more than pennies to place on furniture, so that there is a passive reader which is reading variations in the wireless environment by transmitting and receiving back the echo of the wireless signals. And if someone is sitting on a chair, the reflected echo is different than someone is, the chair is empty. So using that technology and artificial intelligence and machine learning, you can detect exact occupancy of room with very high accuracy of more than 98%. And then on the left-hand side, you see that doing anything like this with people's personal information, where they are, what they're doing, it's very difficult. It violates Generalized Data Protection Regulation, GDPR. And in order to ensure that people are happy with this kind of surveillance or monitoring, is you have to provide them guarantees of privacy preservation. So Shasa was asking this privacy preservation question previous talk as well. So here, a bit more technically, what privacy preservation means that the data is owned and controlled by the producer of that data. So if I am being monitored, this is my data, and data stays with me. Not even government authorities can have access to data unless I allow them to do so, or unless there is a pre-agreed special reason why they should have access to this data. A simple example is COVID-19 contact tracing. And I think even Pakistan is now considering to use contact tracing, not for just for COVID, but for monetary transactions as well. So that is where the data is personal data. You need a privacy preservation framework. So what is privacy preservation framework? It provides an end-to-end, peer-to-peer ledger to monitor and record any transaction happening. So that transaction does not necessarily have to be a monetary transaction. That transaction could even be a confirmation of where I am or what I am doing. So we have developed a Beep Trace framework, which has been acquired by a US company in order to commercialize it. And the framework relies on blockchain technology as a distributed ledger. So ensuring people's privacy, monitoring their occupancy, you can then create a picture of context of energy conservation. And if you know the context in which energy is being consumed, you can identify if it is efficient or inefficient, and you can do actuation to switch on and off certain devices which can reduce energy consumption or carbon footprint. Another way of conserving energy is only deploying networks when they are needed. Of course, this project we did for emergency network, a man-made or a disaster-related emergency, and how we can pop up a network to cover that emergency. The scope is wider, so it could be used, for example, for sporting events in remote locations like in Pakistan, in northern areas, or in Scotland, in highlands and islands. Rather than deploying a network and leaving it there, which has a huge carbon footprint, you only bring in temporary network provisioning using drone-mounted base stations. So it's a portable mobile network. So mobile network itself becomes mobile. So you take it to somewhere, you deploy it, you use it, and then you bring it back when it is not needed. Another great enabler which will in future reduce CO2 footprint and has been accelerated tremendously by the pandemic, especially in the Europe where situation was much worse than luckily in Pakistan. The ability for people to do work from remote locations. Of course, me as an academic, or many of you as an academic, are very privileged and lucky that we can easily work from homes. We can even teach from home as well, except for some limited reduction in access to labs, and I do realize all those aspects as well. But relatively, we are the people who are still able to dispense our work while not being able to come to our offices. But many people were in trouble, or some of them even lost their jobs because their work requires skilled jobs or skilled labor, and they have to dispense of their work with their hand skills, and that could not be done. So what we did was we have demonstrated that you can dispense of your skilled labor through controlling a robotic arm remotely. And this was done between UK and China. So even those long distances, you don't have to travel physically to a long distance using a long distance flight, which has huge carbon footprint. You can dispense of that skill from a remote location. Of course, people are talking about remote surgery as well. We are not there yet, especially for long distances like UK to China, but we are there to dispense of certain skilled jobs by gesture-controlled robotic arms. And this has helped in pandemic as well for our students to be able to access our electronics labs. So they could set up electronic circuit on a breadboard and take some measurements using a robotic arm while they could not physically come to the lab. So there was some discussion in Professor Pirlogissiano's presentation as well about electric cars and future of electric cars as well, and the concept of prosumers. So electric cars themselves act as a mobile energy storage for the grid. So this will change the concept of the grid and the framework of the grid. So a huge amount of storage or micro storage will be moving. So you will have transport of energy on wheels. Currently, we transfer energy through a distribution system, but in future, you can even transfer energy through these storage devices. An example is in many European cities, a lot of people live in outskirts of large cities, and they will charge their cars at night time when the demand is low. And in the morning, they will be coming to their office spaces, which is the city center. And they will then put their cars on charge, maybe in their office parking lots as well. Or if they're putting that in charge and their battery is fully charged, the battery can even provide to the grid at that peak demand in the central offices. So we have worked on this mobile health clinics as well, which is again a huge energy saver, especially in Europe where we have care homes in many rural locations, and bringing one care home patient to a large hospital is very energy inefficient in the sense of bringing not only the transport, but then the patient may have to have an overnight stay in a hotel location, or it's costly as well as energy inefficient. Now imagine a clinic on the wheels going to these care homes, providing them care services and their regular testing, for example, heart testing and other testing, heartbeat testing, sugar testing, so on and so forth, at their doorstep, reduces inconvenience cost to them, as well as saves a lot of energy and carbon footprint. So this is a project that we did jointly with Telefonica, O2, Darwin, and health-related services in UK. So I'm doing okay with time, so I can spend 10 minutes in just explaining a bit more about Reduce project. Just share another slide. I'm happy to leave more time for discussions as well. Give me just 1 second. I'm loading another presentation. Okay. Okay, let me explain the Reduce project a bit more. So Reduce project was a multidisciplinary project where we looked at the capability of ICT and the mobile technologies to reduce carbon footprint. People say that ICT itself has a huge carbon footprint. So what we were trying to do is we were trying to justify the next generations like 4G by showing the potential of these new technologies to reduce carbon. How do we do that? We have to use persuasive technologies. We have to provide feedback to end users about the efficiency or inefficiency of their energy consumption, and we provide them some advice how they can change their behaviors in short term as well as short term behavior changes when switch off light. That's the light. Very simple thing to say and provide feedback. Everyone knows that. We have been given this feedback by our parents from early age as well. So with technology, this feedback can be more persuasive because it could be a text message. Every time you are not doing it, it pops up to your mobile, or it could be an alarm that rings on your mobile. So this is a simpler example. A more complex example is people's behavior is very different when they're using energy in their office space compared to their homes. Because in office space, they are not responsible for paying the energy bills. So in office space, you could have gamification, you could have energy alerts, you can have other advisory notes, as well as you can have economic benefit or economic incentive given to the employee in order to save energy. Save CO2 footprint by reducing the consumption. Of course, it was a multidisciplinary project which I led. I had colleagues coming from environmental psychology as well as business and economic modeling to help. And the impact of this project was nationwide, where we provided a national report to UK government as well as published a policy paper in energy article showing how this technology can actually impact on the demand side management. As I was showing very briefly what demand side management actually requires. And in countries like UK, where there is enough energy being produced, sometimes demand side management actually requires people to consume energy at right moments in time if they are doing it for productive reasons. Okay, so other impacts that the research has made is impacting the contact tracing policy and privacy and trust policy. And also one of the key impact is setting up of a nationwide testbed and nationwide center, the Scotland 5G Center. And we are deeply involved in training the future generation people on these state-of-the-art technologies through doctoral training centers. And one of the key aspects of our doctoral training center is evident on the left-hand side, where we involve direct industries to train PhD students. So these PhD students are not just being trained to do blue sky research, but they are trained to do research and produce socially viable ideas which can generate economic benefit in longer term. So, of course, this requires us working with industry very closely, like Telefonica, Nokia, ABB. On the right-hand side, you see another national level program, which is called Industrial Case Studentship, where the National Research Council, Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council provides money to work closely with industry. So in addition to BT, now we are working with MathWorks and Huawei in that doctorate training center as well. And this is very well recognized across the globe in terms of our contributions to these use case demonstrations, in addition to blue sky research. And as Shaji was introducing me and highlighting, we have tried our best to reach everyone through publications, through books, and through international events as well. And I would stop here to take any questions and have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Ali Imran, for your very elaborative and very nice presentation. It was indeed good for the listeners. Let me start asking you maybe slightly irrelevant question, but not so. Is 5G and 6G are making digital divide wider? Because 5G is available at or will be available or technically can be available only at a place of congestion where there are more people, where there are more users. And because it is short distance, so it may not be available at remote places or small cities or so on. So probably at the big shopping malls or and so other places. So is it making digital divide wider or not? Your mic is mute, so probably we can't hear.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now we can hear you. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Amjad Hussain Shah Sahab. This is a very, very relevant and excellent question, and very close to my own heart as well. So 10 years ago, even when 5G was being discussed just as an idea, I did start working on this early. And I'm very proud to say that we in Scotland are not missing the blind side of 5G increasing the digital divide. So as you can see, if the slide is shared, you may see these Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport funded projects where we are one of the first, jointly with University of Strathclyde, we are the first group in the world which deployed a 5G network in a very, very remote location, the island of Orkney in the further northmost part of Scotland. And you're very right that most of the use cases that we discuss about 5G give an impression that it's only for high density, small size cells. But 5G works on a very wide range of frequency band. And there are 5G applications which are very suitable, especially 5G also encompasses Internet of Things, the IoT network as well. And those applications are more suitable for rural areas. And we do not want our rural community to be missing this aspect. So further on to this 5G Rural First project, which aims was that 5G should come first to the rural areas. And we were lucky to deploy it in Orkney Island, even before 5G was switched on in Glasgow and London. Right. So further on to that, we have now moved on to another project, which is 5G New Thinking. And the main idea of that project is how local communities in those rural areas can come together to deploy networks which are economical to deploy as well as economical to run. And they deploy them as a community-driven network on self-help basis. And we provide them the toolkit. And that's one of the research area that personally I am involved in is self-organized networking. So if you make the network self-organized, you don't need to hire people to continue to run that network. You only very occasionally need some human intervention to reconfigure the network. So it's a switch on, plug and play type of network device. You procure it, you deploy it, and it starts to work. So why it is so important to avoid having digital divide? Because digital divide is really a starting point for many other divides. It creates healthcare divide, it creates education divide, it creates many other divides and puts the rural areas at a disadvantage. So it's a very, very important aspect. You have rightly identified. Definitely we are working on it to make sure that this digital divide is not created.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Syed, Dr. Muhammad Ali Imran. In the meantime, while questions come from the other participants, can you please once again summarize the net zero emission goals? So can you just summarize a little bit?
Yes. So there are new technologies coming up. We do not want to stop the advent of those new technologies. Of course, those new technologies would have some carbon footprint of their own. So the net zero ambitions require us to exploit the potential of those technologies to reduce carbon footprint from other areas that have already established. So for example, flights, for example, production of a lot of polythene bags. So all of them, they have their carbon footprint in terms of their production. So how we can exploit, and for example, these electric cars itself will be running on green as well as non-green energy sources, right? So how do we exploit their potential to reduce the carbon footprint that technology and humans have in other areas as well, so that at the end, the contribution to CO2 footprint from aggregate of all the technologies working in the world is zero. So you have to look at some technologies are producing carbon footprint, others try to reduce them. So at the end, the contribution has to be brought down to zero. Of course, that will be brought down to zero once we have completely moved to green and renewable energy sources, right? So if you have any fossil fuel based energy sources, then you are still contributing to the CO2 footprint. Now, there are some new technologies which are currently expensive, but over the time they will become maybe more cheap and manageable, which actually absorb back carbon from the environment as well, right? So that could be another way of continuing to produce fossil fuel based energy while absorbing the carbon back from the environment. That could also help us achieve the net zero goal. In my presentation, what I have been showing is how digital communication technologies can actually help us to reduce our carbon footprint, which is more significant. So 2% to 4% is contribution of ICT in carbon footprint. The rest comes from other areas. And one of the major contributors is travel. So how ICT and digital connectivity can reduce the international level carbon footprint contributions from travel. So that's one aspect that I have been demonstrating.
Okay, so I was just asking this question that you have talked earlier as well, and now as well, that travel is contributing in CO2 emissions. So reduce travel, so reduce CO2 emissions. But reduced travel means reducing a lot of business. Reduced travel means
indeed
reducing the engagement of so many people in that business as well. So if I say that, I mean, normally people say that if it is something slightly different, that if women are not using fashion gadgets, then a lot of business industry will fall down, and a lot of business community is basically standing on their foot only because women use women have to use women do use fashion products. So similarly, a lot of business is related with the travel. So if we reduce travel, we'll be able to reduce CO2 emissions, but we'll also reduce that business as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the key point, that we have to identify. So when I say reduce travel, I just don't say we should scrap any interaction. That's why it has to be there to replace those travel needs with something of equivalent experience. Of course, this Zoom meeting or this WebEx meeting is not replacing the experience that I would have had if I were able to meet you in person or come there in person. Of course, the experience is tremendously different at the moment, right? So we are not saying that just scrap travel, rather replace it with some more efficient ways of engagement, which can be done without harming the environment as much as we are doing by flying those aeroplanes. And it does not actually mean that aeroplanes or the flight industry should be brought down to its knees as well. So of course, in parallel, there are efforts going on to make air flights more carbon neutral or carbon efficient, rather. I would say carbon neutral is still very far away, but make it more carbon efficient. So as the carbon footprint of air industry is being gradually reduced, at the same time, if reliance on that air industry is also reduced through technologies, without losing the experience, without losing the engagement, without stopping any positive business activities, then that's, I give you one simple example. So say university itself is a business nowadays, right? So not to make cash money, but of course, every university has a bottom line to operate on. Even if they are, in Scotland, they are charities and they're not allowed to make profits, but they have to run on a bottom line. So student intake is a key bottom line for our university, right? So we have a choice to make. So either we get thousands of students, as an example, from China to come to Glasgow and study here. There would be a footprint, carbon footprint to that. Or we have another choice, which is to create and set up a small, you can say, I wouldn't say campus for legal reasons, but say a small operation on ground in China, right? And let some of the teaching faculty to travel and dispense of same experience of learning and teaching that would have been dispensed of at Glasgow in China. Business stays as normal. No one is getting out of their jobs or anything, but a huge saving in carbon footprint can be brought in. So I'm talking about those kind of ideas which bring down carbon footprint without affecting the business as normal. So no one is suggesting that just because it is harming the environment, we should stop doing progress.
Okay, thank you. I have a little comment. It's not sure. Related to the to 5G, but because the conference is related to energy, so it's related to energy. And CO2 emission is and so CO2 footprint and these kind of things are very important whenever we talk about energy. Indeed. I've seen that many people do talk about CO2 emission. There is something we may call it CO2 capturing. I have a comment that if we if we start using more wood at many places, maybe in constructing homes or maybe at other places, use woods instead of saying that don't cut the trees, plant more trees, cut 10 trees and plant 20 trees. So keep using the wood. So wood will eventually capture a lot of CO2. And that can clean our environment. So instead of using only steel and cement, we can put some use of wood in our building, in our doors, our windows, and many other places. So that can capture the CO2. So this was my comment related to the energy.
I fully agree with you, and as I was mentioning that without carbon capture, achieving net zero goal might be just a dream, right? So carbon capture is very important, and there are you have suggested a natural and very cost-effective way. So it's slow, but it's the most cost-effective way of capturing carbon. But people are working on other technologies as well, which might be costly, but much faster to capture carbon back from the environment and absorb it. As you mentioned about use of wood in construction, most of the Europe and definitely in UK and double definitely in Scotland, all new home construction is wood based. So you use least amount of mortar and cement mortar as well as concrete, least amount of that in constructing homes. So the whole structure is wood. And then of course, fascia is either a brick-based fascia, very little amount of, you can say, that effect is used. Of course, when you build large buildings like office buildings or multi-story towers, then you have to use not only steel structure, but concrete and other places as well. But I think that's one of the key strategy of carbon capture already being used in Europe and in USA as well.
Thank you very much. And I think that is, although it is slow, but that is what we have to do. Because the problem that we have created over the past few centuries is by burning coal and by burning these liquids that are coming from the petrol and the furnace. But all these are really made up of trees. Of course, that was buried a long time ago, millions of years ago. So basically, if we plant more trees, so they will capture the carbon. And if we keep that thing circulating, that means cutting the trees and planting more trees, then cutting and then planting more trees. So eventually, we will come to a clean environment. Of course.
Indeed.
So thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Imran, for sparing your time and giving a keynote speech on 5G, 6G use cases for help of net zero emission. We will now present you from the conference shield. Of course, this is a virtual shield. This time it can be only virtual. I don't know it will reduce carbon or not, but it is virtual shield. Yeah. If you have been present over here, then it will be very happy and happier to serve you this shield. But at the moment, this is virtual. Please accept it. And
thank you very much.
From the conference organizers, thank you very much for speeches has ended, but the overall session is not ended. We will now have a panel discussion session before we actually end this second session of day 2 of the conference. So a panel discussion will take place now. The organizers can take control and please start the panel discussion. Mr. Imran probably will take. There is a final panel discussion that will take place now. Mr. Imran, your mic is mute, so we can't hear you.
It's okay now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Imran. I'm Imran Ali Shah. I am managing Center for Energy Research and Development, and this is the research and testing facility in Pakistan. We are testing facility in the area of solar PV and as well as inverters, wires, and everything like and LED lights. So today our discussion point of discussion is environment and energy. So environment and energy are directly related to each other. Transformation of energy always impact the environment about it, around it. Energy is a key factor in the development of the humankind and the advancement in the dependent and the continuous in the sustainable supply of energy. Now in Pakistan, have you seen that in the Pakistan is the top 5 most polluted countries by the International Quality Air Journal for last 3 years continuously. The key contributors in the areas are the energy consumed by the transportation sector, which is a huge area, and in Pakistan, there is no way. Now the policy is going to change, and EV policy is arriving very soon, and I think so. In near future, we will see that the things are going to happen, and environment is going to clean. The second area is the industry and the commercial sector. The third one is the agriculture sector. So fortunately, we have a large panel, and everyone very much expert in this area. So let me introduce my panelists. First one is the Mr. Abdul Rahman. He's a program manager in APICA. He has 10 years experience in the project management, policy, legislation, and the government governance and the sustainable development goals. And they are working with the World Bank and other agencies for meeting the targets of sustainable development goals. Second one is Mr. Asad Mahmood. He is a technical manager NICA. He has a vast experience in the energy efficiency, and he is working on energy policy, standardization, and awareness. And he is also very contributing towards the environmental friendly zigzag brick kiln system. These kiln system is already producing huge pollution in the environment, and they are working on it very successfully. Mr. Rafi is from industry, and he is from Malaysia, Pakistan, the leading packaging industry. And recently, they have installed 1.9 megawatt solar system on their rooftops. The first one, Mr. Minaj Kokar. He's a technology and the business consultant based in Silicon Valley and Kuala Lumpur, with an office in the Islamabad as well. He's a former president of the Muslim Business Chamber of North America for 5.5 years. He was also technology business advisor to the former Prime Minister of Malaysia, Mr. Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. As his advisor, he helped to establish two industries, big industries in Malaysia, like microchip industry, design industry, and the venture capitalist. And benefited to Malaysia was more than 11 billion, the huge amount. He specialized in the building new industries and the Ummah-centric view. He has also established working on the agriculture field and established one of the largest and world first aquaponic farm in Islamabad. It's very near. I have visited many times over there, and he's using red solar panel over there and making the environment clean. Recently, they have successfully experimented on a wheat and grow the wheat 4 times less than the actual time period. So he will tell you about it. Another one is Dr. Zulfikar Ali. He's a professor from the University of Lahore, and he's done his postdoc from the UET. And his major area is mineral processing and mining. So we will learn from him about the clean working of the technology and make it more friendly for our environment, especially the coal. The last one is Mr. Zafar Iqbal. He is representing the Pakistan Solar Association. He is representing the Pakistan Solar Association, and he is also working as a director in the Powerway system. He has installed 150 kilowatt solar wall, which is the first solar wall ever in Pakistan. We have installed in our Kala Chicago campus, new campus, and they are producing very well. They have various projects doing in this area of renewable energy technologies and providing their services for last 10 to 15 years. they have recently installed power plant on HEC building, and they are doing so many things. So let's start our meeting. So I have introduced our panelists. We have four. I am dividing this section into three main sections. One is the transportation section, second one is the industry, third and one is the agriculture sector. So these are the main sector which I think that creating environment dirty in Pakistan, in all over the world. I think so. So transportation sector is one of the major causes of environment pollution in the cities, and the available solution in the market, like in the plug-in EVs, EV policy through presented the approval by the cabinet and not implemented right now. And I think so in near future it will be done very soon. So let me ask from Mr. Abdurrahman, are you available? Abdurrahman? Okay, I think so Abdurrahman is not available. So let me ask from the Asasab. Asasab, are you available?
Yes, I am available.
Okay, let me talk to Minhaj Kokar Sahab. Minhaj Kokar Sahab, you are you have vast experience in the agriculture sector. Let me ask about the agriculture field right now. So how the technology implies positive impact on our environment? Hello.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, can you hear me? Okay, that's good.
I can hear you.
Okay. Agriculture has a huge carbon footprint. And this is where the new trends are basically to go for large-scale agriculture and solarize it. And also to move agriculture indoor. So that's in terms of growing, vegetables, basically. Crops, they are not an indoor solution. However, solar energy is being used for drip irrigation, as well as automated machines like tractors. Those are being deployed in the fields more and more. And they're all going to be running on batteries. They're not going to be running on fossil fuels. Then in agriculture, the other big trends are going to be to move towards meatless production of foods. I mean, there will be, meat flavors. However, it will be meatless production of food. For example, there's a company right here in fact, they're right here in California called Beyond Meats. And there's another company called Impossible Foods. Now, Beyond Meat, they started 2013. And right now, their valuation is $11.3 billion. They're basically producing burgers, which are, the material is basically vegetable-based, is soybean-based, and the flavors are taken also from vegetables and stuff. Singapore is already serving these burgers. Here in grocery stores in United States, you can buy them. Restaurants are serving them. So is Hong Kong and other places too. So basically, agriculture is moving with less carbon print. And how to achieve that? Basically, it is going to be less use of water, less use of fertilizers, because again, you're using a lot of natural gas to produce fertilizers. So less use of fertilizers. Organic foods, they're a big trend right now. And this is, and at the same time, drip irrigation, basically conservation of water and all of that. So there is going to be a big shift in food production and how you serve the food to the customer. So that's where the big impact on the environment that agriculture has right now, that is going to be reduced. And that's a major trend. And this is where companies who have come into this field, their valuations are skyrocketing. And especially under COVID-19, they have done very well. Impossible Foods, Beyond Meats, and others. Now, big agriculture companies, they've come into this field, like Tyson Chicken, for example. You can get chicken nuggets that is 100% vegetarian, but it tastes like chicken nugget and it smells like chicken nugget. And similarly, other food products. You can get an egg right now, which is 100% vegetable protein based. So these are some of the trends, and this is where the carbon footprint is going to be less, and at the same time, more healthy, more nutritional food are going to come to the people. Bill Gates has become one of the largest farmland holder in the world right now. Jeff Bezos of Amazon is another person. Why are these people buying such huge farmlands? Again, because it is going to be a major change in how we grow food and how we get it to the consumer and how we eat it. In fact, Bill Gates has suggested that richer countries, they should stop eating meat from animal sources. So, and one of the other things that you have to look at it is by 2050, the population of this planet is going to be about 10 billion people. That means we will have to grow twice as much food than what we are growing right now to feed all these people. Pakistan, unfortunately, has not worked on this thing. Pakistan will have to grow 2.5 times more food than what it is growing right now in order to be able to feed its population. And so this is where I decided that I was going to help Pakistan in this thing, and we set up our first solarized precision agriculture greenhouse in Pakistan. Already Qaid-e-Azam University and the National Institute of Biotechnology and Genetics Engineering, they have tested wheat, and we are able to grow from the seed germination to the harvesting of the seed. Basically, we have reduced the time to about 2 months. So in other words, we can grow wheat 6 to 8 times a year instead of 1 or 2 crops per year. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm done.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so you have given a very good idea, but can you let me know how we can reduce the capital cost? Because if we will go with the farming like you have done in Malaysia and as well as in your farmhouse in the US and doing in the same in the Islamabad, so you know that there is huge capital investment is required for environmental. It should be environmentally closed environment would be over there, like we need controlled temperature from 30 degree to 35 degree centigrade, and we need a control shed to develop these kind of seeds. So the farmer can how it can invest huge amount to develop seed like you.
Okay.
How you can think that the Pakistan, the poor farmer can do this?
Yeah. First of all, I don't think the poor farmer will be able to afford this technology. However, the benefit will come to the poor farmer by us providing the seed to them. I mean, the seed that we are growing, I mean, we're doing a speed breeding of seed program. Okay. So the seed, basically, we are growing, I mean, in 2 months, let's say, and in 1 year, we are able to generate enough seed, which is pesticides free, synthetic fertilizer free. I mean, basically a super organic seed that we can provide it to the farmer at a subsidized cost or at cost. I mean, still it will be cheaper for them, because look at it this way. In Pakistan, only 20% of wheat seed is good. Okay, so the farmer, he is wasting 80% of the seed. On the other hand, if the seed that we provide to them, okay, that is 90 to 95%, it is going to germinate and it is going to grow into a plant. This is a huge saving. This is a huge saving for the farmer. So the government has to come up with the policies where the government is going to say that we are going to have a speed breeding of seed program, and whereby we will provide that seed to the farmer. So the farmer will get the benefit of this technology directly by getting the seed. They may not have to have a greenhouse at a controlled temperature of 16 to 22 degree, but they will get a seed that is super organic, and it is resistant to pesticides. I mean, and to resistance to pest and resistance to other environmental condition. I mean, later on, I'm hoping that we can even have seeds that will require very little water, so that, I mean, the water shortage issues in Pakistan that a farmer faces, that can be addressed. So technology is there. It's how we implement that technology. That's the biggest gap. The policies of the government, they are missing right now, to tell you very frankly. So once those policies are put in place, I think the solution is there.
Okay. Minasa, are you listening us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear. Okay, are these seed would be sustainable? So whenever the farmer will take seed from you, next time he will need you, or he can use their own seed for the next time.
Yeah. There is no. Yeah, there is no time fuse in the seed. I mean, it's not genetically modified. No. So yes, they can use the seed again and again. I mean, if they grow it well, I mean, this is where, I mean, right now, unfortunately, the soil in Pakistan is not very good because they've overused fertilizers so much that they've destroyed the chemical, I mean, the chemistry of the soil. And we're hoping that our seed will work, and the farmers won't have to buy seeds from us all the time. I'm not in a business to generate money from selling of seeds. I want to share my technology with the Muslim world, especially with Pakistan.
Okay. Let's move towards the Mr. Asad. We are discussing about the agricultural land. Majorly, people think that the pollution is only in the air, that we can see, that we can breathe. These are the only pollution. But the pollution that we are injecting into the earth, it is also huge, creating a huge impact on our society and in our seed like that. So you are working on the industrial sector, like the zigzag kiln system. So what your experience that how much energy you have make efficient, and how it's sustainable for the future? How the energy efficient zigzag kiln are comparing with the traditional kilns?
Thank you very much. First of all, I be just pointing out some very important things which are overlooked in terms of giving the authorization right to construct the brick kilns. Because when we think about brick kilns in Pakistan, mostly they would be found across the lands which are fertile, which have soil, clay, clay is basically the basic constituent of the brick. So the surrounding land, if it is like an agricultural land, so whatsoever is being found out or emitted through incomplete combustion of the fuel in the zigzag kilns, it accumulates on the surface of an agricultural land in the form of suspended like particulate matter and black carbon, and all these things ultimately like keeps on developing layers within the outer periphery of the kiln vicinity. But at the end of the day, like the things which have not been addressed by our land departments, like having land classification systems publicly available. So the agricultural lands should remain agriculture, not to be used for any activity that is coming into the industrial category. So far we like as per the Punjab Disaster Management Authority report of the last month, in by 14th February, about 6,500 brick kilns have been converted according to their reports, have transformed their operations into zigzag pattern operations. So, but it does not to me, like scientifically, it's not the gun, it's the man behind the gun. In fact, like once only manufacturing or constructing or establishing these brick kilns will not serve the purpose. How they are operating it? How are they? Is there any entity looking into their emission parameters? So are we going to revise the national environmental quality standards for the brick kilns? Because if we have changed the technology, we should bring them down. So do we have enough capable laboratories in Pakistan, specifically authorized under EPAs, which can really go for real-time, long-term monitoring, like totally the flue gases or the streams coming out of the brick kilns with lot of suspended particles in it. So these are like few things like where the success story is there. Definitely, it has resulted into reduction of the black carbon, generation of job employment. And on the other side, like we do need a holistic policy. What about the new building materials that have to be worked out? Because of the erosion of the land is also the thing we have to look at. So we need not to allow the agricultural lands where these kilns, even no matter how much clean it would be, it is going to ultimately use the clay. So my point is from a holistic perspective, okay, having a good technology is fine, cleaner technology, but where we are using that technology, we should have proper land classification rules by LDA and other development authorities, so that we don't just keep on killing agricultural land, even in the name of good and clean technology like exactly. We need to draw a clear line, and environmental protection agencies also have to play their very active role in that.
Okay, so secondly, you are converting from the traditional kilns to zigzag kilns. So what about their efficiency? With the traditional kiln, they are producing 80%. They are efficient. They are producing effectively their bricks. But the factory owner is saying that by using these zigzag kilns, our production is on only 65%. So, and secondly, why the government is not going toward the fly ash and interlocking brick system? So it's very easy, and they can produce. And the government has announced 50 million houses, so they can use this technology as well.
Well, there are so many. Again, I'm just telling you that the financial gains are there definitely in once we convert the conventional kilns to the zigzag ones. How? The one reason is like the owner or the operator of that kiln has got control to produce or modulate the operations of their kilns. Like in conventional kiln, they were fixed up to 20 to 25,000 FTBCK kilns. So now they have the flexibility to start from 30,000 and reach up to 60,000 brick kilns production in a single cycle. So that is something like what I'm saying is the productivity enhancement is there with less fuel consumption and with more than 90% A grade bricks, which are being sold in the market at right now at 12 or 13 rupees a brick. But where the university or academia role, I was somehow successful in telling them about the quality of the fuel as well, quality of the clay as well. So those now what I be like looking into and suggesting various some students or researchers to work out and support us as well, that we need to map out all the existing testing capabilities related to building materials and constructions in different districts, especially in Punjab as well. So if we can map it out where the brick kiln owners can test their clay, can test the quality of the coal, as just like the iron rods are being tested in various universities. So if there are some special packages we can develop, so I can club them or ask the brick kiln association in that district to use that university as a research hub. So that is where we can connect the academia and cottage industry to educate them and upgrade their instrumentation and keep working upon. So one higher education commission approved project is also under implementation these days, which is focusing on like this zigzag kiln under technology development fund. I was like, we were able to secure 8 million rupees. So it all depends. If we have a clear research idea, the private people or the researchers can come up and can give solutions to the industries to operate in a sustainable manner.
Okay. Thank you. I am going toward Mr. Rafi Hussain. He is from packaging industry. He is one of the leading industry in packaging in Pakistan. So, Rafi, what sort of technology implemented you have done in your factory? Because we are living in the South Punjab region, in the South Lahore region as well. So there is a factory area. So many factories are there producing fumes and other, you can say, a dark cloud around us. So, but whenever they will, some environmental protection agency will go there and they can show that, okay, we have done the certification and they have some sort of their air cleaning unit installed there. But even then, we have seen smoke over all around us in this region. So what sort of thing you have implemented into your factory? Because this is one of the best factory and in the Pakistan. So how you suggest that the other factories and the department can do that to mitigate this problem in future?
So basically, there are two aspects to it, right? One is the legal aspect, and second one is the responsible aspect, right? If you look from the legal aspect in Pakistan, unfortunately, it's very weak, right? So you can get a certification, you can, have an inspection by the EPA, and you can do a lot of things that are not mentioned in the EPA rules, but you can get away with it easily. So legal aspect in Pakistan is not up to the mark or the standards where it should have been till this year. But there comes the second part, which is the responsible part, right? So in the responsible part, the thing that is very important here is that you have to do for your company such things in a manner where your employees or your business can take a lead on, right? So for example, in our Kasur plant, we have installed a biomass boiler. The capacity is around 150 tons of biomass consumption per day. So what we have done is we have shifted our own energy utilization from fossil fuels, from HFO or gas or the grid, we have moved ourselves from there towards the biofuel. Now, this biofuel that we are using, that's the fuel that is being used on all over the Punjab. But what we are doing is, in South Punjab, there is a lot of agricultural land. So what farmers were doing that after the agriculture land has, grown up the seeds and everything, they had their waste and they used to burn their waste in different lands. For example, they used to burn their rice straw, they used to burn their wheat, their corn and everything. But what we have done is that we have used every waste that the agricultural land was generating through farmers, and now we are collecting those everything that was wasted by the farmers, and now we are using that in our boiler to produce electricity. So around by this activity, we have more than around 20 collection centers in all over the South Punjab, and we collect agricultural stuff that we call biomass, that includes wheat straw, corn straw, cotton, rice, brassica, and everything. And we, store that material. I think somebody's mic is on. I don't know. Okay, so we store that material in our collection site in South Punjab, and then we transport that material to our site, and then we use that material in our biomass boiler to generate steam and electricity. So one thing that we have been able to do is that we have completely shifted our energy dependency from HFO and gases towards a biomass fuel that is cleaner, that is renewable, that is cheaper, right? And that is giving benefit to the farmer. So the basic philosophy behind this whole investment was that we need to invest money in our own land, in our own country, right? We could have gone towards, we could have gone towards coal as well. But if you see coal plants, they are again importing coal from other countries. So they are again dependent upon the dollar, they are again dependent upon the other countries. But since we are now using biomass, we are investing in our own farmers. We are giving them jobs. We are, putting their lands in order, whatever we can do to help and ensure that their agricultural land takes the priority among all this procedure. And then whatever waste they generate, we use that waste to procure their waste, and and then we put it in our boiler. So if we collectively calculate, we were able to decrease around 200,000 tons of carbon emission that was generated by those lands, by those farmers every year. We were able to save that carbon emissions, and then since we are using our fuel in our boiler. So after that, another thing that we have been able to do is that we since we produce packaging products, so everything in our packaging product that we produce is either from paper or is from board, right, or tissue, and everything in our whole supply chain and production cycle is recyclable. So whatever we produce, we again use it as our raw material. So we don't buy any raw material. Whatever we produce becomes our raw material after it is being used by the end user, right? So our raw material is actually our own product. It becomes our own product. Or one thing that we use as raw material is pulp, and we use very responsible sourcing pulps from outside the Pakistan, and we have a certification called FSC for that as well. So I think one thing that industries need to do at this point is to somehow realize the fact that whatever the sources we are using right now will gonna end one day, right? Water is gonna end one day. Maybe fossil fuel is gonna end one day, and we are using a major chunk of these sources in our industries, right? Maybe my industry's water consumption is, one day water consumption is maybe half of what the household area of more than 10,000 acres are using. So we need to be very responsible in making sure that whatever we are using, we are not wasting any of it. We are reusing it, we are recycling it to make sure that our energy consumption remain on the lowest part, right? Because it's not about just the energy thing. It actually translates into your product and your product pricing as well, right? So if I am using a cheaper energy, it's actually helping me to lower the cost of my product as well, right? So that's a business model. That's a total business model, that we are using cheaper energy, we are using a cleaner energy, and then it is translating into the cost of the product. Now, apart from everything that I've said around business and everything, there's another approach towards it, and that is an ethical and responsible approach, right? And that needs to come not from the market, not from the shareholders, but by the company owners themselves. The company owners themselves need to realize that as a responsible company, as an ethical company, they need to make sure that the resources that they are consuming, right? The water they are using, the air compressed air they are using, the electricity they are using, the fossil fuels that they are using, that need to be used in a manner, in a such a manner that everything should be calibrated and calculated, and people need to be answerable for that. You cannot use energy without calculating everything that comes with it. You need to calculate everything. And
Okay. Thank you so much, Rafi. Can you tell me just about your plant that you have recently installed 1.8 megawatt, and it is the IPP or PPA mode? You can just brief about it, only few lines.
Solar, we have installed one solar model in Lahore plant, but in Kasur plant we are going for it. We haven't installed yet in our Kasur plant. Kasur plant is going to be 2 megawatt solar panels, but at Lahore plant we have installed around 1.8 megawatt panels.
1.8 megawatt. It's on IPP mode, PPA mode.
It's on PPA mode.
And net metering has been done?
Yep.
Okay. I will discuss with you later. Now I will move toward Dr. Zulfikar. Dr. Sahab, are you there?
Dr. I am here, ma'am.
Okay, so Doctor, can you tell us about the Mr. Profit told us that the people are using so many kinds of fuel for their factories. So how we can make coal useful burning oil for the industry that could be a environment friendly for us? You know that the huge reserves are available around us, but we are unable to use. So you can tell us how we can use.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Let me start. I will be too quick, inshallah. So let me start with a note of thanks. Thank you, CERAD, and thank you for you guys for inviting me here for such a useful panel discussion here. So I particularly want to thank Kokar Saab. Today, I just, it's astonishing for me that agriculture produces so much carbon footprints actually. So it's really a big news for me. So thank you, sir, for enlightening us on a very important topic. Then let me tell you, I want to reserve my talk for four short, you can say that topics. Number one, I will start with the introduction of my work. Second, I will let you know about in a very short lines about the coal and its impact on the environment. And then thirdly, I would like to talk about the technological interventions to improve coal cleaning. And fourthly, I would like to tell you something about what we are doing at CERAD and at the Mining Engineering Department at UET Lahore to improve the environment regarding coal combustions. So let me introduce myself. I am Zulfikar. Actually, I did my PhD in pre-combustion coal cleaning from Virginia Tech, USA. And then I did my postdoc from there as well with the title of, you can say that fine particle coal cleaning. It's kind of post-combustion. So this is all about my like a quick introduction. Then I worked with Australian and Mongolian coal power plants, particularly with reference to clean coal technologies before I moved back to Pakistan in 2015. So when I moved back to Pakistan, I started a project of coal cleaning over here as well. So before moving that project, let me tell you something about coal. So if you look at the human history, you can find the first use of coal like 2000 years back, maybe you can say that 100 AD kind of then. And then the first coal power plant that used electricity power plant that used coal was built in 1880s. And then in 1961, across the world, coal became the most abundant source of energy. And till now, it has same kind of thing. So if you look over the global, you will find that China uses 51% of the total world level coal production for production of electricity, and then comes the US with 11%, and then Japan and Russia. These are four major coal utilizing countries. And then come upon the key figures for environmental impacts. When coal burns, it produces basically seven kind of, apart from energy, seven kind of emissions. Number one, you can say that is sulfur dioxide, then nitrogen oxides, particulate matters, some metals, particularly heavy ones, mercury, carbon dioxide. And out of these, I just want to focus nitrogen oxide and particulate matters, because in Lahore, you will see, as Asad Saab said, the zigzag technology, these two things, that the particulate matters and the nitrogen, these are the most responsible for production of smog. Worldwide, this is a phenomenon. So this is the basic scenario which I want, just as a key figure, if you burn 1 ton of coal, you can produce 4,172 pounds of carbon dioxide and about, you can say that 0.0037 tons of SO2. Okay, it's about 375 kg of SO2 produced for 1 ton of coal. So it's a huge amount. Then comes how we can improve this footprints of coal after burning. We need energy, so we need coal as well. So yes, there are pre-combustion and post-combustion technologies available to improve the environment. Okay? So let's focus on pre-combustion technologies. So because I did my PhD and postdoc in pre-combustion technologies, so here comes the concept of coal cleaning, coal processing and coal beneficiation. There are different names, trade names across the world. Since right now America is having 263 coal cleaning plants all over across the United States. So coal cleaning technology basically, if I just give you a glimpse of that person, that if it can remove about 70 to 80% ash, okay, इसमें both आपकी bottom ash or fly ash दोनों शामिल हैं, and then it can reduce about you can say that from 40 to 60% of sulfur, and then from various metals from 10% to approximately 60% you can remove various metals including tin, mercury. By the way, so coal is also one of the biggest source of mercury pollution in the US. So one of the major source, not biggest, one of the major source of mercury pollution. So if you can imply pre-combustion technologies, pre-coal cleaning technologies, so you can see that you can cut all these emissions from starting from 20% till 80% before combustion of coal. So now come across what are those technologies are available with us. We have
डॉक्टर साहब आपका माइक ऑफ.
I'm sorry for that actually. So I'm back. So I was talking about what we are doing for improving coal quality in UET Lahore, particularly at CERAD and at Mining and Department UET Lahore. So I started my work with the establishment of coal sample bank across from Punjab province. So we collected about 20,000 kg of coal. It's not just go and grab the sample. It is a 1 year exercise. We divide the Punjab in 8 coal zones, depending upon Australian study named as Snowden. We divide the coal into 8 zones and then visit each mine. And then you can say that this 20,000 kg is 100 of the coal that we collected. And this sample, it is a lab sample. So we took bulk sample that is approximately, you can say that more than 50,000 kg. And then from that bulk sample, we divided it up to 20,000 kg and bring it here in Lahore. And then we characterize it. This is the first time characterization of all Punjab coal. We develop characterized curves and we publish our data in different magazines, in different international organizations. And then in the next step, we simulate it, how we clean it actually. So we used a software called LIM. It's a simulator kind of software. It's all over the world, people are using this software for simulation and for modeling purpose of coal cleaning circuits. So we simulate few circuits, and then next stage, we developed and experimentally tested those circuits in our lab. We found 3 and 4 circuits, these are very good. And then we published again some few papers out of these things. And after that, now we are working to establish an industrial unit out of it actually. So this is what we are doing right now. So this is all about coal cleaning and part of CERAD.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Abdurrahman Sahab, are you there? Hello?
Imran sir, I'm here.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask you about the electric vehicle policy. You know that it has already been announced but not implemented. I will not ask why it is not implemented yet. I am just asking what is the government plan to do that? How they can ensure the quality of the electric vehicles and its infrastructure, and how the supply chain of the both, like if the fuel is like electricity and it can support our industry. For example, our LESCO, MEPCO, our DISCOs are available to do that, and you can just put a light on it.
Just to begin with,
it would be sustainable and it can be done in 5 years, as the government is saying.
Just to begin with, as we all understand that Pakistan is a bit behind when it comes to electric vehicles. But recently, government has taken, in fact, government has been pushed to take this initiative because there is a significant demand-supply gap of electricity, and we are experiencing a very serious issue in terms of circular debt because of the capacity payments that government is bound to pay against the power plants due to IPP contracts. So government is pushed recently to initiate this process in the country and to start a new sector of electric vehicles in Pakistan. Resultantly, electric vehicle policy at the federal level has been formulated, and now it comes to provinces and also federal bodies as to how to actualize electric vehicle infrastructure in Pakistan, considering the targets that government is putting in place. So 3 or 4 more important things that I think need to be taken care of from the government perspective. And what I will also tell you what Energy Department Punjab is planning for current year in that regard. I think one of the important thing is from the government perspective is the standards needs to be established, developed
very quickly, because if the market is open, as we have seen recently, some electric vehicles are being imported. If the market is open and without any standards, then it will cause significant loss to the industry. Secondly, Punjab government is planning to conduct a very detailed study in this current year, calendar year, to see what are the bottlenecks and how exactly government can facilitate to actualize electric vehicles in the province. For that matter, we need to develop different scenarios, how many vehicles we are expecting in next few years, and how the automobile policy integrate and facilitate in this regard as well. And we need to see how many vehicles in each cities and how many charging stations will be required, especially when we talk about buses, electric buses, apart from electric vehicles, small vehicles. Similarly, government is also planning to do some work on three-wheeler electric vehicles, because that is a big chunk, and that currently the three-wheelers are not regularized in Pakistan, and they don't come into any category of vehicles in Pakistan. It's totally unregularized segment of vehicles. So government is planning to do some work to introduce three-wheeler electric vehicles to begin with, and that can capture market very quickly. So this is something I think are some plans of the government for current year. But electric vehicles as a whole, as we understand, it's very important. And considering the current scenario of capacity payments, I think it is the only way forward to utilize access of electricity in the country.
Okay, but the Punjab is the major consumer of the electricity right now. It's not producing yet, but consuming too much energy. What do you think that our energy sector like NEPRA and other WAPDA are ready to do that, and infrastructure is available? Secondly, can you tell us about the small industry, like they are making spare parts for the Suzuki and other cars and three-wheelers and other rickshaws. So what the government is thinking about them, what they will do if the electric car, electric rickshaws will be there. So they would be able to make their spare parts as well, or they will be free, and how the government will manage
basically, initially, initially electric vehicles will be imported, and this is where that we need to engage industry department as well as local industries and manufacturing industry especially on board. We understand that initially all vehicles will be imported for a couple of years, but we need to capacitate local industry so that they can start manufacturing some parts of those vehicles in Pakistan. Only then the initial industry, local industry, will be automatically be sustainable when the electric vehicle will be introduced in Pakistan, and they will become the supplier to the imported vehicles in the country. Many new big players are in touch with the government who have shown keen interest to explore Pakistan market as far as electric vehicles are concerned. But I understand and I agree with your point that it is very important to engage small and medium industries and facilitate them to manufacture these local parts for the electric vehicles that are bound to come in Pakistan.
Okay.
Ji, Imran sir.
Mr. Zafar, I am asking about the Mr. Zafar. I think so. I did not ask anything from him, and he's not here. So let me ask from Minhaj Kokar Sahab. So how much does Pakistan lose in health costs every year, and how this farming method to improve health conditions? Can you tell us about it? Nasir, your mic is off.
Okay. Because of water and air pollution in Pakistan, right now there is about 1 million deaths every year. According to the World Bank figures, just in Karachi, there's about 220,000 people that die every year because of air pollution. In fact, right before this conference, a few hours ago, actually, before this session, I was checking the air quality index in Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, and also in Kuala Lumpur. I have a residence there in Kuala Lumpur and here in Silicon Valley. I live in Los Gatos area, which is a little bit of mountain area, right outside San Jose area. So the air index quality, just me quickly mention, I do have a presentation. I don't know if there is, I can share it with people here just to show them what is the quality index. Is there sharing capability here that I could show quick pictures? If not, I'll just say it. Imran Saab, do we have sharing capabilities here? Okay. Anyway, let's keep.
Let me ask.
Let's keep moving. But I'll just tell you what is the air quality index in Lahore right now. The air quality index right now in Lahore is 190. This is microgram per cubic meter. What is the healthy level? The healthy level should be less than 50. So, in fact, you are in Lahore in a very unhealthy situation. I'm sorry to say that. In Islamabad, it is 160. Again, very unhealthy. In Kuala Lumpur, it is 84. And here in Los Gatos, it is 23. This is just for the air quality. And if you start to count the particulates per million, the ppm or PM in the air, which is basically, the World Health Organization allows 2.5, right now, in the place where I am is less than 2. And I have these charts right in front of me. In Lahore, it is 6.8 times more than what is normal. Normal should be below 10. It should be 10 or below 10. So it is 6.8 times more. In Karachi, it is 8.8 times more. And in Peshawar, it is 11.1 times more. So basically, we have a very poor quality of air. And again, we all know the reasons for this poor quality of air is because of fossil fuel, transportation, cement manufacturing, other factory pollution. But basically, it is the unregulated, one of the biggest source of the air pollution in Pakistan is the transportation. Second is the factories. Then there is the burning of the garbage and the burning of the fields. And I'm glad to see that Mr. Rafi, he's buying the agriculture waste and using that to produce electricity. But let's look at it this way. The cost of this to Pakistan is $3 billion per year. Just from the air pollution, $3 billion per year. Now, if we add water pollution and other environmental factors, then the cost easily exceeds $7 to $8 billion. Now, if we were to start working on renewable energy and marry it with different industries. For example, in transport, we're talking about electrical vehicles. Okay, right here in California, there is a law already passed that by 2035, every new vehicle will be an electric vehicle. There will be no more gasoline vehicle which running on petrol or diesel, no more. Okay, so in about another 14 years, we will have every new vehicle that is going to be sold in California, new vehicles I'm talking about, every vehicle that is going to be sold in California, that is going to be an EV. Similarly, California passed another law that by January of 2020, last year, every new building that is going to be built must have solar panels. Now, that increased the cost of every house by $10,000, and it started to create more jobs. If we were to really, for the next 12 years, if we were to marry few industries, agriculture, transport, healthcare, manufacturing, if we were to marry it with renewable energy, and Pakistan could be saving and earning, this is my rough estimate, about $99 billion. And I have a breakdown of these figures as well. And that could take care of all our national debt as well. And it can create easily 4 million jobs, 4 million new jobs. Now, how can I say all of these things? Let's look at it this way. Biden administration right now, they are announcing $2 trillion for to mitigate the climate change crisis. Now, of course, part of that is going to be carbon capture technologies and the net zero emissions and all those factors that a lot of your guests today, as they have mentioned. However, if Pakistan was to work on some of those areas that the Americans administration has announced, this is where if we were to capture just 1% of that $2 trillion, that could be a $20 billion revenue generation for Pakistan. And Pakistan could get that by adopting technologies to clean its environment and at the same time make that cleaning technologies for the environment, make it exportable, make it an export economy of Pakistan in renewables. Once you can do that, I think this is where you will see an economic boom, and you can create easily 4 million jobs in the next 12 years working on environment and working in renewable energy. And agriculture, we have done a little experiment in Islamabad, and alhamdulillah, it has been quite successful. And that has given us a lot of hope that if we were to adopt these kind of technologies, which save 90% of the water, and we're using aquaponic systems, so it produces fish, vegetables, and at the same time, solar energy. Right here in Arizona University, they are experimenting with things like that. The University of California, right near me in Santa Cruz, they're doing it. So I think it's about high time that Pakistan should come up with a policy. One of the things that is really missing in Pakistan is the proper policies that will open up new industries in Pakistan. And this is the part that is really missing. If we were to coordinate together and ask the government, and we'll have to really push the government, not just ask, push the government to come up with the policies that will save the future of Pakistan, future for the new generations of Pakistan. Why can't people have clean water in Pakistan? Why can't people breathe fresh air in Pakistan? What's wrong with us? You're sitting in Lahore and your quality index is 190 micrograms per cubic meter. It should be less than 50. Why do you have to breathe this air? I mean, why can't the government, I mean, especially, if there are people here from the federal government and Punjab government, and, why can't you come up with clean energy policy? What is stopping you from that? If we can have those clean energy policies that will provide us clean water, clean food, clean air. These are very basic fundamental needs of every human being. If we can come up with those and we can export these technologies to the rest of the world, and this is where we can wipe out all the debt that Pakistan has, really, in next 12 years, we could do that. I mean, after all, this is how other countries have done it. But we just need really some champions in Punjab government and some champions in in the federal government who can come up with these kind of strong policies. I mean, why we have neglected EV for so long? Why are we still allowing, for example, I'll give you another example. I don't want to take everybody's time, but Thar coal. I mean, we've been working on Thar since 1992. It has cost Pakistan $4.3 billion. And to produce how much electricity? 1,200 megawatt. I mean, if we were to use solar, the cost will be less than $1 million per megawatt, and we could have, for $1.2 billion, we could have a clean energy just right now, just to get the coal to be distributed in the rest of areas in Pakistan. They're talking about building a rail line from Thar to Port Qasim, 143 kilometer area, 143 kilometer rail line, and it will cost $140 million. There is a lot of, when you do these kind of mega projects, there's a lot of corruption. And this is the biggest policy. Corruption is not allowing to make these kind of bold policies to take Pakistan into the next century. I mean, we're still talking about coal, for God's sake. Every new plant in 2021 that is coming up in the United States is without coal. Every new plant is now without coal. I mean, why can't we have policy that whatever coal plant we have, okay, fine. But every new plant that we put in, it must be from renewable energy. We can have those kind of policies and change the situation of the country.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I think so. Time is going to over. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the viewers. Thank you so much for the participants and for the panelists. Thank you so much. Dr. Minister Minhaj talk about their impact of the agriculture on energy as well as the environment, and what are the way forward for the sustainability. Mr. Rafi talk about how the industrial responsiveness toward the society yield both profit and positive impact with sustainability on environment. Mr. Assessed size on the grading of the land and before utilizing it for the industrial use. I think the government is using for already using this kind of gray and the green areas before giving them the permission for the new societies. Secondly, Dr. Zulfikar talk about the efficient utilization of the coal and the classification of work done by the CERAD for the coal bank. Mr. Abdurrahman give us a brief view of the electric vehicle policy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, for your precious time. Now we will proceed towards the closing session of this conference. I think so. Dr. Bukar is here, and he will take the lead. Doctor.
As a they are. Thank you, Imran, for summarizing it up. I believe they are going to now go through the closing quick review. Since I think they will have a video that they will display of the activities that happened. It's Rehan who is handling it.
आवाज आ रही है? आ रहा होगा. ठहर दो आराम से, नहीं बसना. इधर है.
Moderators, kindly.
Formal closing remarks. Let's have a look at the video. Team SMS has made a very short and a very beautiful video comprising all the glimpses of what has happened in these couple of days. So let's have a look at the video, ladies and gentlemen. I warmly welcome you all to 4th International Conference on Energy Efficiency and Conservation.
On behalf of Center for Energy Research and Development at the Kalashagapur campus of UET Lahore, University of Engineering and Technology Lahore. This is going to drop by.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was the flashback of what has happened in these couple of days. It was a worth learning experience indeed. So, quickly moving forward, I would humbly request Director Center for Energy Research and Development, Dr. Waqar Mahmood, to please share his thoughts.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Welcome to the closing ceremony of the 2 days conference on International Conference on Energy Conservation and Efficiency. We have had wonderful 2 days full of activities, vibrant activities, especially in the area of paper presentations, where researchers from all over the country and international, they presented their research. And then we had a large number of invited talks, very high class, absolutely great talks were presented to the point, addressing the energy scenario all over the world, and specifically for Pakistan. I will just go through quickly the rundown. We had, as I mentioned, 2 days of activities. There were sessions in the morning. We had first session in the morning, which was on invited talks, and this was moderated by Chairman of the Department of Chemical Engineering, Dr. Asif Tabish. This had a number of researchers international who presented their invited speeches, keynote speeches. The first talk was from Professor Syed Islam from the Federation University in Australia. He talked about the fault detection in power transformers using frequency analysis. Then we had the talk from Professor Fahim Akhtar from KAUST, Saudi Arabia. He talked about the membrane for energy efficient separation and sensing applications. Then we had a talk from Dr. Naman Zafar from LUMS. He spoke about the stationary storage landscape in Pakistan and the case for lithium-ion battery. They have a wonderful work that is going on in lithium-ion battery storage area. Then we had materials challenges for decarbonized energy storage. This was Professor Dr. Jawad Dar from the Upsign Network in UCL, London, UK. The parallel session that happened in the morning, in the first morning, was headed by Dr. Yaqub Javed, who is the chair of electrical department in ComStats. And we had 8 research papers presented in morning. In the afternoon yesterday, the first session, which was invited talks, was headed by Dr. Tanveer Iqbal. He is the chairman of Chemical Engineering Department, UET New Campus. And we had second session parallel, which represented 7 research papers. This was chaired by Dr. Mohammad Farooq. He's from the Mechanical Engineering Department from New Campus, UET Lahore. In the first session in the afternoon, we had a talk from Professor Alberto of the Sustainable Energy Research Center in Italy. He spoke about the chemical energy storage by means of carbon dioxide capture and utilization. The second talk was from Dr. Mohammed Imran at the Aston University from UK, volumetric expander applications in small-scale heat to power energy systems. The third talk was storing renewable
electrons into high energy density molecules, a way forward for renewable energy sector. This was again from the Upside Network from Northumbria University, UK, Dr. Shahid Rasool. This concluded the day one activity. Today, which is the day two, we started off in the morning. The first session of invited talks was headed by Dr. Mohammad Kamran. And the second session in parallel was headed by Dr. Farhan Mahmood. He's from the electrical department, UET Lahore. He moderated 7 research papers. In the invited talk sessions, we had the first talk from Dr. Abdul Sattar Nizami, the potential of integrated waste biorefinery in circular economy. He's from University of Government College, University Lahore. The second talk was from Dr. Naveed Rashid. He's from LUMS, and he has spoken about the issues with the gas network in Pakistan, data-driven efficiency of natural gas utilization in Pakistan. A wonderful talk from Dr. Naveed. Then the next talk was from Dr. Sophia Baig. She's the HOD of Electrical Department in ComSets Lahore. Her talk was on digitization of distribution grid for energy efficiency and conservation. The next talk was from Professor Hani Hussain Salt. He's from the King Abdulaziz University. Energy conservation strategies and peak loads management in severe climatic countries. So this concluded the morning activities of day one, of day two. And then in the afternoon, just a few hours ago, we started off the afternoon session. The first session was headed by Dr. Amjad Hussain. He's the chair IEEE Lahore section. And he then moderated 3 invited talks. And the second session in parallel was headed by Dr. Mohammad Amjad. He's from Mechanical Engineering Department, UET New Campus, and he moderated 6 research papers. The session chaired by Dr. Amjad Hussain consisted of 3 talks, which is scalable of privacy preserving distribution parallel optimization for smart grids. This is from Dr. Peter Gaciano. He's professor of electrical engineering, University of Salimino, Italy. The second talk was a 5G, 6G use case that will help in net zero emission goals. This is Dr. Ali Imran. He's from Glasgow University, UK. And then a panel discussion took place in the afternoon, just before the closing ceremony. We had a representation from Punjab Energy Efficiency Conservation Agency. In the panel, also a representation from National Energy Conservation Agency, NECA. We had a representation from Silicon Valley, Mr. Minhaj Poker. He joined us from US. Then we had the Solar Association Pakistan that was represented. Then we have Dr. Zulfikar from the Mining Engineering Department in Lahore. And we also had industry representation, Mr. Rafi. All of these activities went well during the 2 days of events. Excellent talks, invited speeches, and excellent presentations from the researchers. Also, we had an exposition that took place virtually. As I mentioned earlier, there were about 20 industries which took part in the exposition, and then we also had projects from various labs, the Center for Energy Research and Development in UET Lahore, which were showcased in the exposition. We had very healthy, since we are conducting it online, virtually, we had very healthy participation all across. So I'd like to thank the organizing committee, all those who have worked very hard. Special congratulations to all of them who have done well in organizing a good event, which has resulted in such good gathering online, and also a large number of views that we have received. Starting off with the main coordinator, Mr. Kashif Bashir, working with IEEE. He helped in doing the initial level coordination. Then comes the paper process of paper submission and their reviews, which was headed by Dr. Ghalib as a lead of the technical program committee. He worked very hard in terms of having the reviews conducted on time. And then we had the management committee, which is of this program, which is very well managed by Dr. Adil Mahmood. Then we had the exposition, which was conducted by the Rehan team, who is looking after the recording of all the videos, and especially the exposition that they conducted very well, a new experience for us. He worked with the AR/VR team at the AI Research Center in Al-Khwarizmi Institute of Computer Science. They put together a very good show. Then we had the panel discussion, which was managed by Mr. Mohammed Ali, who also coordinated well with the speakers. And the panel was very well run by Mr. Imran Shah. And then we had a good administration conducted by Mr. Atil Babar, who made sure that the participants here working hard, volunteers, they were fed well during the lunch and during the tea time. And then other accesses were made available so that the operations of the conference run smooth. So thanks to him. And special thanks to Hamza, volunteering from IEEE, who has helped us use the WebEx tool for organizing this conference in a smooth fashion. Thank you to him. So with these few words, I'd like to thank all the participants, especially our invited speakers who took their time out from different locations, and sometimes they had to be up 3 in the morning to run their lecture here during our time frame. And then the recommendations that are coming out from the question answer sessions, the research panel sessions that took place. These recommendations are going to be put forward to the reporters in the Punjab government as well as in the federal government. And rest assured that we will have these recommendations put forward for the policy making. So this is the kind of work and activity that is required from the university. And I'm glad that this has happened very well. So with these words, I'd like to thank you all, and Allah Hafiz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Waqar Mahmood. Ladies and gentlemen, this was Professor Dr. Waqar Mahmood, Director, Center for Energy Research and Development. Sir, it would have never happened without your unprecedented support. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Saab, for your guidance and support. Ladies and gentlemen, with this closing remarks, conference comes to an end. But before I sign off, let's have a look at the corporate profile of what Center for Energy Research and Development has done so far and what CERAD is all about.
Under the auspices of the Government of the Punjab, Center for Energy Research and Development, CERAD, established at new campus of UET, CERAD marks as a symbol of excellence in R&D activities in energy sector. As you enter the main corridor, it opens various avenues of research in almost every domain of energy technologies, and various research labs are dedicated to perform research and development activities in the areas of photovoltaic, coal, bioenergy, wind energy, solar thermal energy, hydropower, and energy conservation. Since its inception in the year 2012, CERAD has achieved great milestones under the supervision of Dr. Waqar Mahmood and his dedicated team that includes professionals with excellent academic background and industrial experience.
Center for Energy Research and Development is a unique facility in the new campus of UET Lahore. Here we have developed facilities for the validation of solar panels and some of the components which are used in solar technology. More recently, we have developed an AC testing facility within our also focus on micro hydro turbine technology and also biomass technology. These technologies are providing solutions for the energy problems of the province and the country.
CERAD is fully equipped with the state-of-the-art testing facilities as per international quality and performance standards. In hybrid electric vehicle sector, CERAD is working in collaboration with Car USA and Casper to design and test low-cost solar-powered small hybrid vehicle. In coal energy sector, besides developing pilot-scale coal gasification facility, a coal sample bank has been developed where coal is not only collected from various mines of Punjab, but also preserved in standard environmental conditions.
Coal sample bank, we collected 19,000 kg of coal from all over Punjab, and in coal processing facility, we developed different techniques that is suitable for processing of this coal. Processing of coal is necessary so that we can provide an environment-friendly, clean coal for safe operations.
The center is also contributing towards the knowledge-based economy. First ever postgraduate program relevant to the energy engineering in Pakistan was successfully initiated at the center in year 2012 that has produced hundreds of research scholars with professional skills and commitment to serve the society in an effective manner. It is also providing vocational training courses in solar technology, PV pumping, and renewable energy technologies under the umbrella of Punjab Skills Development Fund (PSDF) and National Vocational and Technical Training Commission.
We are providing consultancy services for the Punjab government and some for other provinces. Currently, we are in the lab where we are teaching the students of the PSDF and the NAVTEC. PSDF is a provincial level body that we are providing training for them. And in a similar case, we are also providing renewable energy courses for the NAVTEC.
Besides this, CERAD organizes seminars, conferences, and workshops on a regular basis so as to create better understanding of modern technologies and awareness in masses to conserve energy.
We are trying to work on various projects related to energy efficiency and conservation. We initiated the energy efficiency and conservation course for the industries. We are also working on the solar pumping systems. We can enhance the efficiency of pumps and motors, establishing the first AC testing lab with giving all the technical support to PICA.
CERAD believes in strong industrial and academic relationship, and to bridge the gap between industry and academia, it has signed a number of agreements with industry and academic institutes. So what are you waiting for? If you are working in any renewable energy technologies, including solar, wind, hydel, biofuel, or coal energy sectors, and you need our services, feel free to contact us.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed it. With this, I would humbly request Professor Dr. Shahzeb Rathore from IEEE to share his thoughts.
Rahim, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is Shahzeb Javed Rathore. I am chairman of IEEE Lahore section. We are very happy to support this conference, international conference on energy conservation. I reviewed different sessions which were going on. It is very impressive. And at this point in time, we as IEEE members and all electrical and electronic engineers related to energy field must focus on producing more efficient solar panels and better and more reliable solar inverters, most likely or preferably hybrid and online inverters, which are very reliable. Solar panels need a lot of work and improvement, and inshallah, we hope that with upcoming research, we are going to pick up and in these areas. And I do thank all of these speakers of this conference and people who organized it, and IEEE contributors, Dr. Kashif and at the Sham, and these people, they worked hard day and night, and this is their profession. I'm also thankful to the director of ICE, who organized and supported with his fullest efforts to make this conference successful. In the end, we are hopeful that inshallah the future looks bright and we will be able to one day make our planet green and free from carbon, because the current day energy produced from fossil fuel and from nuclear energy are really a risk. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
I formally thank all the organizers, management committee, all the speakers, authors, and all the viewers who attended this conference. With this, I formally close the 2 days international conference on energy conservation and efficiency. Take very good care of yourself, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being wonderful audience. Thanks once again.